Really is obviously a massive, massive deal. The world is watching this, and it will begin in just under 3 hours' time. Just before that, we do have some archery. There are actually some events that are going on before the opening ceremony takes place. And yeah, this is something that the world is watching. The interest in this event is absolutely massive. It should be available in all countries. I don't think there are any blocks out there. I think that it should be shown worldwide. And there's themes for the opening ceremony that are being discussed. The theme of United in Emotion. United in Emotion is the theme of the opening ceremony. They're saying that for the opening ceremony and the closing ceremony, they've spent around $118 million. $118 million for the opening and closing ceremony. So that would kind of suggest that this is going to be a very, very big production that we're going to see today. So we could be looking at something very technical. We could be looking at something very spectacular. I'm not sure. I think it's going to lean a lot on technology. I'm not expecting it to involve like lots of people. We know that Japan is going through, I think it's their fifth wave of like COVID at the moment. So we are looking at something that I think is going to be very impressive, very spectacular. It's going to have this theme of United in Emotion, but I'm not expecting lots of people to be involved. But we know that there's not going to be any people in the crowd. There is no crowd there for this. There will be diplomats. There will be a very small contingent of athletes from each of the countries that will be in attendance as well. So it's not the full teams. So if you're expecting this to be like big, lots of people around, basically what you would normally expect from like an opening ceremony, then I think you might be a little bit disappointed by what we're going to get, because this is going to be something that's going to be scaled back. This is going to be something that's going to be still very spectacular. A lot of money, a lot of thought has gone into this. And it's something that, the world will be watching. So, yeah, it's going to be United in Emotion. It's also got another theme of moving forward. And apparently they're going to look to try and reaffirm the role of sport and the value of the Olympic Games within this opening ceremony. There will be protests outside the stadium during the opening ceremony. This is because the people in Japan are really divided as to whether these games should be going ahead. There's a lot of people in Japan that think that these games shouldn't be happening. They think that obviously what with COVID and everything that's happening over there, a lot of money has been spent on the games, a lot of lives are potentially being put at risk, and it's very political, it's very divisive. And I think they're going to try to use this opening ceremony to try and bring some harmony, some unity. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they can do that without loads of people around. There's not going to be loads of people that can be there because of the restrictions. So the athletes, as we said, it's going to be a much smaller contingent of athletes than what we would normally get. It won't be all of the athletes. It's just going to be a small group. The other thing as well is that when the countries are coming out and they're bringing out, obviously, their signs that say what country they represent, apparently there will be two people that lead the way, a man and a woman from each country. This is to provide gender equality. This is to show that obviously both of the genders are equal and kind of promote that. So there will be two flag bearers. I'd imagine one person carrying the flag, another person maybe carrying the sign that says the country's name. So there will be two kind of flag bearers, a man and a woman for each country. So we will still get that usual parade. We will still see that usual parade of athletes, but it's just going to be much, much smaller than maybe what you're used to, and certainly what we're used to seeing in the past. So, yeah, obviously as well, controversial in regards to the fact that the actual director has been fired. Just, I think it was like yesterday, was actually fired. And the reason was because of a comment, a joke that had been made in the past regarding the Holocaust. And so they weren't really left with any choice but to remove him from that position. That's obviously going to cause problems for this as well. But I think even he would want this to obviously go without a hitch. I don't think he's going to want this to fail or anything. It's still his name that's connected to it, even though I don't believe he's going to be in attendance for this. So it's couldn't have had a worse build. You know, there's so many dramas, there's so many things that have gone wrong with this. But hopefully, you know, the message is still going to come through of unity, you know, bringing the world together, united in emotion. That is the actual tagline. That is the actual theme. And as we said, we will be going over and you know, witnessing that as we get closer towards the actual event. That is just under 3 hours away right now. Just under 3 hours away. There has been some sport today as well, so it's just worth mentioning that. We had rowing today. So there was rowing, we had the single schools, the double schools, and the quadruple schools. So we did get all of that earlier. Once that finished, we thought there was going to be archery and shooting, but actually they were kind of training rounds, qualifying rounds, things that weren't being broadcast. So as a result, there hasn't actually been anything shown for a few hours. Over on Discovery Plus, they are going to be showing the men's archery in around about 50 minutes time. So when we get to about 50 minutes time, we can check that out. But as we said, we're moving ever closer towards the opening ceremony, and that is going to be in just under 3 hours, about 2 hours and 52 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, we've actually been watching and enjoying the Olympics for the past few days. We've been watching, like, softball. We've been watching women's football, men's football. We've been covering quite a few things. Obviously, people in the chat sharing their thoughts, and it's great to see so many flags of different nations around. I can see, I think, is that the Czech Republic flag and a flag from Africa as well. So shout out to everyone that's in the chat at the moment. Certainly do hope all of your countries do well at the Olympics. And it's really exciting. It's just, this is definitely something that I think the world needs. I'm really pleased that the Olympics are going ahead. I totally understand the concern. I totally understand the fact that there's a lot of people out there that don't feel that these should be going ahead. But I just think that this is something the world really needs right now. And hopefully Japan, you know, who are so skilled, so technically advanced, I'm just hopeful that they can find a way of keeping the athletes and the officials and everyone taking part as safe as possible. And you know, isolating. And it's such a shame because at the closing ceremony, there's lots of reports that we won't see that big party atmosphere, unsurprisingly. You know, you tend to find with the opening ceremony that it's quite formal, that it's got a theme, that it's, you know, very structured. But you tend to find with the closing ceremony, it's a bit of a party. It's kind of like the after show party. And it's such a shame that the athletes are going to miss out on that. And you have to remember as well that for a lot of athletes, this is going to be their last Olympic Games. This could be their only Olympic Games. That they might have just, you know, managed to just make the team this time, but there's no guarantee that they'll make the team next time. So, you know, for a lot of people, this is going to be their only Olympic experience. And I think it's such a shame that obviously, you know, the world is going through what it's going through at the moment. Big shout out to the Japanese people as well, because how difficult for them over in Japan. Over in Japan, you know, they're having to deal over there with this, you know, pandemic, going through wave after wave of the pandemic. But they're also trying to host the Olympic Games that has been delayed a year and has already gone well over budget. I mean, this thing, they're looking at this being about 3 billion over budget. So what you're going to see today is obviously going to be their vision. I don't believe it's the same vision they had intended when they first started this, of course. I think the pandemic has really changed certainly elements of this opening ceremony. But hopefully they take time to, celebrate Japan, do a good job of, promoting, them to the world. Because I really feel sorry for them. Because, who would want to host the Olympic Games under these circumstances? It's just unfortunate it was their time when this has hit. So 3 billion over budget is absolutely atrocious, but I can't wait for it. It's going to be a lot of fun. As we said, the world will be watching, and we'll see what Japan can deliver. And knowing Japan, knowing how technically advanced they are, knowing how proud they are as a country, and knowing just, what they're capable of, I'm sure it's going to be something very, very spectacular. The budget was 7 billion. Now it's 21 billion, says Air Nomad. In these next couple of months, The Rock will appear on Raw and SmackDown, says Olga. Shout out to you. Ravi said, are you going to support Indian athletes? Well, I'm actually sat here in the UK at the moment, so my priority would be Team GB, making sure that they do well, because that is my home. But I support all of the athletes in regards to, I'm quite happy to watch any sport and then support, whoever is in there that I think kind of is going to deserve it, do the best job. And we were looking earlier. I mean, we've got the medal table from 2016, and I was very surprised to see that the Indian athletes actually finished 67th in the medal table. I actually thought they would be a bit higher than that. They are a country of 1.3 billion people, but they finished 67th in the medal table. They didn't win any golds, 1 silver and 1 bronze, and that was it. So they won 2 medals, and that was it. Actually, they were 1 place behind Bulgaria, 2 places behind Lithuania. So I was very, very surprised to see that. So I would love to see India win a gold medal at these Olympic Games. So absolutely, I will be throwing some support behind India. But I know there's people watching all over the world, and I wish all of the countries well. So the Brits are amongst the toughest, says Nanny Love. Great Britain had a fantastic games at the last Olympic Games. We actually won 67 medals, which technically would rank us 3rd in the medal table. But because we got more golds than China, we finished 2nd. The medal table is actually ranked by how many golds you get. So, we ended up 2nd in the table, just behind the United States. And as we said, just a touch, 1 gold ahead of China. There's no way that we will achieve that again. Like many countries around the world, we've really struggled with the pandemic, and we've really struggled with the fact that we've not been able to train and compete, and we don't quite know where we are in relation to the other athletes. So the thing with GB is it's hard to know what the expectation's going to be, because we did so well last time that we can't reach that level again. I mean, we could maybe reach that level again if everything was fine and there hadn't been a pandemic. We'd be certainly looking for top 3. That's, 3rd is what I would be looking for Great Britain to try and achieve. But obviously Russia are very good, Germany are very good, Japan, it is their games, they're going to be right up there. So I think it's going to be very, very difficult. I don't quite know where GB are going to finish, to be honest. I suppose if they can get into, double digits on gold medals, then you'd probably have to just take that now. I mean, they got 27 golds last time, and I think it's projected that they're going to get about 17 golds this time. So I think you always have to worry about any disasters. You always have to get a little bit concerned in case like something goes wrong, or one of the athletes gets COVID or something along these lines, or someone doesn't perform to their level. So I think if we're projected to get 17, I'd be looking for about 15 at least. But I suppose if we get double digits, then so be it. But, it's very difficult to know where GB can finish. I think if they finish like third, that would be stunning. But they're probably going to be 6th, 7th in the table would be my guess. But, it's obviously not so much about that. It's about, just supporting your countries wherever you are in all of the sports that are coming up. There's so many sports coming up that... it's gonna be wild on this channel. This channel for the next couple of weeks is gonna be trying to cover as much as possible. So if you are a fan of the Olympics, if you are a fan of sport, then make sure that you're joining us and sharing your thoughts as to everything that goes down in Tokyo 2020. Akhorn, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to India. Egypt rises. Shout out to Egypt. I hope you guys do well. I was just having a little look to see where Egypt were last time in the medal table, and I can't quite see you, to be honest. I don't know if did you manage to get any medals at all last time? Yeah, you did. You got 3 bronzes. So you were 75th. So I think it's always nice to kind of, if you look at the medal table, just see, is it going to be possible to kind of reach that level again? You'd have to say that, for Egypt, if they could get a silver medal at these games, then you would have to say that that was an improvement, and, that's something that the country should rightfully celebrate. If you can even just match what you did, I mean, that would be great, because it's been very difficult for everyone. Very difficult for everyone. We don't quite know where all the athletes are in relation to each other, because there's not been the World Championships and things along those lines that would really help athletes kind of get an understanding because of the pandemic. So a lot of athletes are going into these games sort of, blind, not knowing how they compare. And I can't wait for the games to get going. I think there's going to be quite a few upsets at these games. I think a lot of the favourites might not be quite where they need to be. There could be a few surprises. I think this is going to be a very, very interesting games. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Nanny Love, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, my friend. Good luck and thank you to Wrestling Day. Shout out to you, Nanny Love. I hope your country does very, very well. So really appreciate the support. Quite a few in the chat right now from India, which is great to see. And as we said, I would love to see you guys do well. It'd be great if you could get some sort of gold medal, silver medal, something along those lines. Last time you did get a silver, you got 1 silver and 1 bronze. So anything around that ballpark, if you can just try and increase that a little, obviously that would be a great result for you. David, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, we are going to be sticking around. We're here for a good few hours. I do want to try and just cover the shooting, and then of course we're going to go from that into the build towards the opening ceremony, and then through the opening ceremony as well. So we was streaming earlier, and when there was nothing to stream, when there was no sports that were on or anything, then we did just kind of end that last stream. It did give me time to set up the future streams though, so if you do go onto the channel, you'll actually see that all the future, well, not all, but a good chunk of the future streams are ready to go. So we are here for like all of the Olympics. We'll be here throughout the whole games, and we'll cover the closing ceremony as well. So yeah, it's going to be very, very good. Very much looking forward to it. In soccer, what team deserves? Which soccer are we talking about? Are we talking about the Olympic soccer? If you're talking about the Olympic soccer, I thought Brazil looked very impressive against Germany. But in the second half, Germany came back. And at one point, they were 3-0 down, and that game finished 4-2 to Brazil. Obviously, the Netherlands scoring 10 was eye-catching as well. But they obviously scored 10 against Zambia, who I don't think, no shade to Zambia, I don't think they are the strongest footballing nation. So, to concede 10 goals, not great against the Netherlands. So, I think the Netherlands might be there or thereabouts. And, of course, Mexico beating France. I thought that was a big upset as well. So, hard to know where that medal's going to go. The men's football does look quite exciting, I must admit. James Chadwick, shout out to you, says, are there any sports on straight after the opening ceremony? There aren't, unfortunately. The way that this is going to work is that for people in the UK, the action is going to start around about midnight, 1 a.m. each day, and it'll go on till about 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., kind of in the afternoon. That is going to be the Olympic day. So if you want to watch, as much Olympics as possible, then you're going to have to try and get up as early as possible to try and catch, the stuff as it's happening. And then, if you're not at work or not at school, or I don't know if people are on holidays and whatnot, but you can just, stick around and watch it till like 2, 3, 4. If you're in the UK, you just need to know that Japan is 8 hours ahead. So when it's midnight here, it's actually 8 a.m. in Japan. So when it's like 5 in the morning, then it's going to be like just after lunchtime in Japan. So that's why there's nothing on after, because by the time this finishes, it will be about midnight in Japan. Dave in Real Life said, watching the rowing on the red button, waiting for the opening ceremony. I'm guessing that's just a replay of what we saw earlier. There's no rowing scheduled right now, so that I'm guessing is probably the single, the double, the quadruple schools that we were watching earlier today, which was good. There was some good stuff on there, and couple of weeks are going to be very busy, says Bobby DL. They really are. Next couple of weeks are going to be insane. So looking forward to them though. I'm a big fan of all sports, as we've said many times, as I know many of you are also. So I really don't care what the sport is. There's not really a sport that I don't want to watch or that I don't care about. I think I will pretty much watch anything. I mean, these people are competing to be the best. They're competing for medals. Those medals are going to matter to all nations that are competing. And one of the things that I think like some of the bigger nations can kind of overlook is just how much the medals do mean to other nations. I mean, I'm looking at like some of these numbers here, and it's like, for example, Mexico didn't win a gold at the last Olympic Games. Ireland didn't win a gold. India didn't win a gold. Norway didn't win a gold. Israel, Austria, like Portugal. Portugal didn't win a gold or a silver. So, if any of these nations do manage to get like a gold medal at these games, it's going to be such a big deal for them, because they will have improved from the last Olympic Games. And really, what more can you ask than to show improvement? So yeah, I think like I will quite happily watch anything. I mean, I must admit I do like the United States, but I am going to probably find myself sort of rooting for others, because the United States are always so successful. I mean, last time they won 121 medals. 121 medals. China were second with 71. Like, they are so far ahead of the field. I don't think there's any denying the United States will top this medal table. But it's just, I would like to see some of those medals going to some of the other nations, to be honest. Australia should do well in the swimming. Well, Australia last time, you got 8 golds, 11 silvers, and 10 bronze. You got 29 medals in total, which isn't too bad. That actually put you in 10th on the medal table. So I think if I was Australia, I would be looking to get into that top 10 again. You're going to have some competition from the likes of the Netherlands and Spain and Brazil. So, you're definitely going to have some competition. But This is what I'm saying. The games might be even more fun if you used to have a look at the medal table and just go, right, what did we get last time? You know, where would I like us to finish? What would be a good games for us? Because, you know, if you said to a lot of people, right, your country's going to win 5 golds, 1 bronze, 3 silvers, would they know if that's good or bad, or would they be pleased with that? Would they be disappointed with that? I mean, as someone in the UK, I'd probably be disappointed with that because we've achieved more than that in the past. But as I said, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. I think these games in particular, it doesn't, I suppose, matter so much about how many medals you get and whatnot. It's a fun little thing to keep an eye on. But I just think that these games going ahead is kind of a victory all within itself, because I do think this is something the world needs. It's certainly something that I'm very grateful for. I'm very grateful that they're still going ahead, because I am such a fan of these games. And as I said, I do just hope that they can keep everyone safe. So, yeah, you don't want to see anyone, you know, having their lives put at risk and stuff like that. But these athletes, you know, obviously want to be there. This is the pinnacle for them. This is what they've been working years for. The last Olympic Games was 5 years ago. So the athletes want to be there. They want to be competing. They want to be doing what they do best. They want to show off their skills to the world. And hopefully they can do that as safe as possible. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of unknowns around the games as well, the opening ceremony in particular. We don't know what the cauldron looks like, of course. We know that it's been designed by a Canadian-born Japanese designer called Oki Sato. So Oki Sato has designed the cauldron, but no information as to what it's going to look like. We know that, as we said, the theme is United in Emotion. We know that a lot of money has been spent. If you remember Beijing, I mean, I wonder if Japan looked at Beijing and thought that, you know, could they do something to kind of rival that? I mean, Beijing, amazingly, was 13 years ago now. And, you know, since then, there's been some... I mean, I loved the London opening ceremony. I thought what we did in London was perfect. I mean, the first part of that opening ceremony, which was all about the Industrial Revolution, it was actually like a green field, and we slowly started to take the grass up, and we started to bring the chimneys up, and we showed how this country really changed, and how it, you know, started producing things and sending them out to the world. And what it actually produced was one of the rings. And it produced the ring, and then it was lifted up, and these other rings came over, and it all ended with the rings above the stadium, and they burst into, like, you know, I think it was like, I was going to say flames, but it wasn't. There was like all these fireworks coming out of them and whatnot, and it was pyro, and it was amazing. That, I think, was a fantastic segment. The music was done by Underworld, who did the music for Trainspotting, Born Slippy. They're like a techno dance group. I've gone back and watched it many, many times. And obviously, Rio, fantastic. I mean, everything you would expect. I mean, I haven't gone back and rewatched Rio, but I remember it. I remember the one end of the stadium having like the buildings, you know, like how the buildings are all up the mountainsides and all up the hills, your kind of shanty towns and whatnot. They kind of replicated that at the one end of the stadium, but they had like drummers and musicians and people that were kind of all over it, and it was very visual. And it was obviously, you know, like a carnival atmosphere, everything you would expect from Brazil. I thought they did a great job. With Japan, it's very difficult to know what angle they'll take, because they've got such tradition, and they obviously are known for their technology and their advancements in technology. You'd kind of feel that there would be some nods to all of that. So we'll have to see kind of what they come up with. We'll have to see in what direction do they go. But as I said at the start, I'm expecting this to be very technical, technology. I'm expecting this to be very impressive. I'm expecting a lot of money to have been spent. I'm expecting all of that from this, because I don't think they can rely on big dance numbers. They can't rely on like lots of people. So they've got to use that time with something So is it going to be some light show? Is it going to be like some interesting technology? Is it going to be some sort of holograms? Like, what are they actually going to use the time and the space doing if they can't use that many people? So, very intrigued by it. I think there'll be a lot to do with their tradition. And I think it's going to be one that we'll all remember for a long time. I think it's one, actually, that people will really go back and revisit, because I think, future generations will be taught about this coronavirus and this pandemic. They'll be told about everything that we've all been through. And I would imagine that quite a few people would want to go back and have a look at what the Olympics were like at that time. And so I think this will be an opening ceremony that gets watched and spoken about quite a bit. So obviously the world's media is waiting for it as well. There's going to be many articles written about it. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they come up with. I'm wondering if there'll be some role for, like, Osaka. Well, she's probably the face of the games, Naomi Osaka, and I would imagine that she would be involved somewhere. But who knows? Again, because of COVID and not wanting to take risks, they might decide against it. So we'll see. We'll see. Question, will there be any anime spotlights in this opening ceremony? Knowing how Japan and anime is pretty huge, says Atari. It's a very good question. We don't have those details, and there's been no breakdown as to what we could expect to see. I think it would be weird to think they wouldn't do something. I don't know if there'll be like a segment dedicated to it, but I certainly would imagine I would expect to see something, because it's perfect in a way, because obviously it's something the world loves, like anime and manga and Studio Ghibli, and I kind of think that is something that they can show us without needing like too many people to be involved. It's something that they know the world loves. It's something Japan is known for. So yeah, I would expect something in there, but it won't get like a big segment. Thinking back to how London worked, so what they did with London was there was like 3 segments, I think, could have been 4, and then they brought the athletes out. So they started off with that Industrial Revolution segment. Then there was a little bit where I think, did they go to the Queen after that, where she jumped out, the James Bond Queen bit, where she jumped out the helicopter and parachuted in. Then we went to, it might have been like the NHS segment, where we celebrated the NHS and the health workers, and that was cool. Harry Potter was in that bit as well, with like a giant Voldemort and whatnot, which was a bit weird. It was weird. It was kind of a NHS literature kind of segment. It was a weird segment, that one. They did a music segment as well, which I thought was very good, that showed a lot to do with culture. And obviously there was the Mr. Bean moment in there as well. So yeah, there was about 3 or 4 segments and a few little appearances. And then after that, that's when we brought out the athletes. That takes up actually the majority of the opening ceremony. So the bit that you will see from Japan will probably be about an hour and a half. And then with the athletes, that'll probably be a good couple of hours, where we bring out, it takes a long time to bring out all of the different nations. So there's so many, it's like 200 odd. So like they bring out all the nations, they get their introduction. The commentators tend to tell us a little bit about each nation, like how many athletes are going, what they excel in, who's carrying the flags, all that kind of stuff. So they'll bring, all those out, and that takes the longest time. Then, of course, they read the pledge, which is like, they go through the athletes saying that they're not going to cheat, the officials saying they're going to call it down the middle, the head of the Olympics saying, like, the games are open. Then, of course, you get the cauldron bit. That tends to be right at the end, is the bit where we see the cauldron. The cauldron gets lit, and the games begin. So that's kind of like the structure as to how it's going to, or how it has worked in the past. So, still no word on what's actually going to be involved. Still no word about what the cauldron's going to look like. But I think if there's anything that's like very famous Japanese, or anything you think of that kind of conjures up images of Japan. I would very much expect them to be involved in this opening ceremony. This is Japan's opportunity to present itself to the world, and I'm rooting for them. I'm really rooting for them. I really feel for them, because what an awful time to have to be the hosts of the Olympic Games, as we said, well over budget. So hopefully this really does come off for them, and I think rather so much than the world being kind of impressed, I hope the Japanese people are impressed, and I hope the Japanese people themselves are happy, because as we said, unfortunately, whilst this is happening, there will be protests outside the stadium, because there's just so many people that don't want this to take place. Days, what do you think is your favourite venue that will be used during these Olympics? Brackets, if you know any, says City Gunzels. That's a really good question. I mean, I've seen a few of the venues, but only the ones where the sports have been so far. So, I mean, I've seen what the stadium's going to look like. I think it looks really nice. Obviously, they spent a lot of money on it, so it looks nice. I've seen some of the football stadiums from the football we've been watching. We've seen, obviously, where the softball's been as well. We were watching earlier where the rowing was coming from, and that was looking all right as well. I think it's difficult to say what's going to be the nicest venue. What I haven't seen yet, and the one that I always like to try and find, is the aqua park. The where the swimming and the diving and everything takes place, because that tends to be architecturally the most impressive building. I'm thinking in 2012 we had a purpose-built one, and it looked amazing. It looked a fantastic building. The velodrome, where the cycling takes place, tends to look impressive as well. So I haven't seen those two buildings. So I might be able to give you a better answer once we see the cycling and once we see the swimming. But I'd want to keep an eye out for those. But more than the buildings, I think one thing that's come across already from what we've seen of the games is just how much we miss the fans. There are no fans in attendance. If you haven't been watching the past couple of days, there are no fans in attendance. The fans are not there. We don't get to, unfortunately, feel that atmosphere, see those and hear those responses, again, because of the pandemic. And on the one hand, totally get it, and I understand it's right, and I understand this is how it has to be. But on the other hand, I'm so disappointed for the Japanese people once again, and for all of us, because I just think that there's a lot of sports, and there's going to be a lot of drama, and there's going to be a lot of moments where you want that fan reaction. You would want that fan reaction, and it's going to be really, really missing. Really missing. I also think if I was Japanese and just down the road you had like the United States men's basketball team, and you had like all of the world's down the road, and I can't go, like how frustrating must that be? How disappointing must that be? So it's hard to get into the mindset of like the Japanese people. I mean, like, I'm guessing they will watch it, but I know there's quite a lot of backlash towards it, which I totally understand. Why is it that people are protesting? Does it have to do with the economy? It's got to do with lots of things, yeah. I mean, they're protesting because it's gone so over budget, and the fact that, they for a long time have said it should be cancelled. For a long time they felt that it should be cancelled because the money that has been spent on this is scary. It's a scary amount of money that Japan have spent on this. Reports that I've seen say 3 billion. If it turns out to be more than that, I wouldn't be surprised. And to put it into perspective, a lot of the times you have Olympic Games that go over like 100 million, 200 million, those kinds of ballparks. This is like 3 billion plus. So it's crazy numbers that they've gone over. So that is certainly a factor, because they could have used that money for hospitals, for, anything, improving schools, or, do you know what I mean? You can always find things to spend that sort of money on. So certainly protests for that. But I think as well as that, the fact that, I mean, all these athletes from around the world are being brought into Japan, there's got to be a concern as well that, that's bringing more disease, more COVID, that it's not helping the situation, is it? They are in a situation, I'm sure they're in like their 5th lockdown now. So, COVID has been very, very difficult on them. So, it doesn't make sense to invite the world over right now, does it? So they'll be protesting that as well. So a lot of people think that these games should have just been cancelled. We should have just moved on. Instead, they were delayed a year, and, here we are. Japan said in the past that the 2020 Olympics would be amazing and expensive. They were right. What do you think about the Indian Olympic team? To be honest, I haven't seen. Someone was saying earlier that you're only actually entering into so many sports. I must admit, I'm very surprised that India doesn't enter into more sports. I don't know if it's something to do with the funding, but for a country of 1.3 billion, you should be top of the medal table comfortably. I mean, America, I think, has got, 350 million? So you are comfortably 3-4 times bigger than the United States. I mean, like, as I said, Great Britain was second, we're 60 million, and you're 1.3 billion. So, I mean, I know a lot of people have said, yeah, but, everyone's focused on cricket or whatever it is, your national. I mean, I know cricket's your national sport, but there must be people in that 1.3 billion that are interested in table tennis, interested in rowing, interested in skateboarding. Do you know what I mean? Like, for you guys to not send a larger, if this is true, for you lot to not send a larger contingent, I think is a surprise. I think it is a surprise. So, I don't know. I mean, if I was Indian, I think I'd be asking some questions as to why we don't send more athletes. Why aren't we competing in more? Even if it's a case that you're not as good as the other nations at the moment, surely the experience would be invaluable. And surely it would then, you'd be able to watch sports you might not normally watch. There'd be kids that watch it and think, I can do that. I'm the person that can win gold in that, and that might inspire them. So, I don't know. It's a bit strange. I think it's a bit strange. So, I do absolutely wish India all the best. I would love to see them do better in this year's medal table than what they did a few years ago. But yeah, you need to send some more athletes and get people trained up in a few other things. But we'll see, won't we? I mean, once the Indian team come out, we'll see how many people you're sending. I just know that we've already watched the softball, and there is no Indian team in the women's softball. We've already watched the football, and there's been no Indian team. We watched the rowing, and none of the heats that we watched had any Indian rowers. So, of the sports that we've watched so far, there's been no Indian involvement. So, I'm kind of leaning towards believing what I was told. So, the coronavirus cases increased in Tokyo. Could they not postpone the Olympics a little bit more until this disease completely disappears? But I wish they surprised the world. I think it's very difficult, isn't it? Because how long do you postpone it? I mean, they already postponed it a year, and I don't know when this completely disappears. I mean, obviously we've got the vaccine now, which is going to really help fight that battle. But we still need to get the vaccine out around the world. I mean, how long will it be for everyone to get vaccinated? And the other concern is some of these variants as well that are out there. So, I mean, I don't know enough about it, to be honest, to really make any sort of comments. But I don't. If you don't do it now, I can't guarantee that it's going to be all that much better next year. I mean, you would think that it would be better, but I think the longer they delay this thing, the worse it's getting. The reason being because, like, take the Athletes Village, for example. They've built a purpose Athletes Village. That's what you do. When you put on the Olympics, you have to put the athletes somewhere, and it can't be hotels. It has to be like a village I think if you get the Olympics, you commit to building like an athletes village. Well, what you do with that after is you sell those as apartments, so that becomes an apartment block. So obviously, there's people that would have bought these apartments that should be moved in now, and they haven't been able to. So that's a lot of disruption for like a lot of people that were hoping to move into these apartments that's being used as the athletes village. They can't move in right now. And it's just like it goes straight down. I mean, like the stadium, I'm sure, was going to have been turned into something like here in the UK. Our Olympic stadium is now the home ground for West Ham. So, you know, you've got a lot of deals. You've got a lot of things set up. You're having to rent things longer than was intended. You're having to maintain things longer than intended. You know, I mean, obviously the stadiums need to be in their absolute peak condition for the games. So you're going to need to keep them clean. You're going to need to keep them well maintained. There's this constant cost that's just constantly every day. I mean, I wouldn't even know what the bill was every day to keep all of the venues in pristine, tip-top condition so that when you do host the games, you are, you know, ready to go. The other thing as well is that means you're going to need to keep staff. You're going to need like some sort of a staff. They all need to be paid. As we said, you know, the people moving into the athletes village, that's all getting delayed. The stadiums, when they get switched over and handed over, that's all being delayed. So it's on the one hand, you go, yeah, you're right to say that, you know, could we not just wait a little bit longer? But sometimes it's just not as simple as all of that as well. I mean, who knows if this is the right thing to do? Who knows if the right thing to do isn't just to cancel it? But that's a lot of money that Japan would have spent on nothing for no reason. And I think the truth is here, there's no easy way out of this. There's no easy way out of this. There's no painless way out of this. If you cancel it, that's a lot of wasted money. And the world doesn't get the Olympics. If you go ahead, then you're going to have protests and people that are unhappy. So you just can't win, to be honest. You just can't win. So, as I said, I'm really pleased it's going ahead because I love the Olympics. I think the world needs this right now, but hopefully Japan can keep everyone safe because that's obviously the biggest concern. Are you from the UK or US, says Kunal. Hayden, shout out to you. Hope you are well. So, Kunal, I'm from the UK. I'm sat in the Midlands in the UK. I'm near Telford Way. So I actually went to the Olympics in 2012, and I was able to go to quite a few of the events. I can tell you that it's so exciting. It's so. I feel sorry for the Japanese people that they won't even get those experiences, because when I went, like, the world's biggest McDonald's was at the Olympic Park. So you obviously show your ticket to get inside, and you've got like the velodrome, you've got the swimming bit, you've got where they do the handball, you've got the Olympic Stadium. There's loads of food vendors around, but you've got things like there's a part like there's people just saying hello to each other. There's people, big smiles on their faces. There's just so much that's going on. You see like athletes walking around as well. There's so much that's going on. And there was a McDonald's there that was made out of recyclable material that they took down after the games, which for that short time was the world's biggest McDonald's. And, you know, a lot of merch stands, of course, like an official shop and whatnot. And, yeah, it's just such a shame that, like, the Japanese people are not going to have any of those experiences either. So, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. You know, we have to just accept this is what it is and move on with it. But hopefully this show tonight is going to send a statement to the world and put some smiles on some faces. What events are you looking forward to seeing, said Todoroki. Shout out to you. I am looking forward to anything, my friend. I mean, what we will do on this channel is we are going to be here for you guys to share your thoughts. So I absolutely want to see and hear from you guys. I want you to be putting into the chat what you're thinking of things. You know, what are you watching? What have you seen? What did you enjoy? What's been your favourite moments? All that kind of stuff. So what I'm looking forward to is, I mean, I'm just going to try and go where the big stuff is, to be honest. So I know that I'm going to miss out on some of those nice little moments, you know, the little hidden gems that, you know, you might not see. Those, as I said, you know, if India wins a gold in something and we're watching the men's 100 meters instead, like, I would love to see India get a gold or something along those lines. So I'm looking forward to seeing the usual suspects, you know, your 100 meters men's, your basketball, United States basketball. It's always good to see those guys. I'm looking forward to seeing... there's a girl called Sky Brown who's 12 years old, and she's a skateboarder for Team GB, and she is our youngest ever Summer Olympian. So I want to see how she's going to do. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But I will quite happily watch any of these sports. There's not a single sport here that I would not sit down and watch. So I would sit down and watch any of these. And obviously when this starts, there's going to be around about 10, 12, 15 sports on at the same time. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of jumping around and a lot of watching whatever. But, yeah, I'm just looking forward to just taking it in. I just love the drama of it. I'm just looking forward to those moments. So I think more than any sport, I'm looking forward to the emotion and the moments and people achieving their dreams, and obviously the heartbreak of people just missing out. And, you know, that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's about watching people succeed, and unfortunately that means people have to fail. But we'll see. We'll see what stories get told at these Olympic Games. Days, I'm looking forward to today, says Legend Killer. This is a big one, bud. This is definitely a big one. The opening ceremony is one of the biggest events at the Games. You know, if you think about what people go back and re-watch when it comes to the Olympics, it's normally the opening ceremony. Like, I went back and watched the London opening ceremony again, but I wasn't sitting down watching what happened on day 3. I wasn't sitting down watching what happened on day 12 or anything like this. You know, I went back and watched the opening ceremony. So I think this is something that the world looks forward to. So certainly I am. And we're just over 2 hours away from it. Legendary Buchanan said, Days, read this or you're a jobber. You need to get a custom beanie with your channel name on it. Not really into that kind of self-promotion, to be honest. So, I don't know. But if you are watching this, this is the Wrestling Days channel. Big shout out to everyone watching. Hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Drop a like if you haven't already. It is greatly appreciated. Pink Villa Arts says, I'm looking forward to the soccer/football. Anything with bicycles, literally anything with bicycles. Gymnastics, beach volleyball, running, racing, swimming, hammer throw, boxing, yeah, pretty much everything. Yeah, I feel that way as well. I'm quite happy to watch, you know, any of those sports. I do feel that, like, with these games, there's some big names, of course. Some reason, I don't know why. I don't know if it's the pandemic. I think it could be. I don't feel like there's as many. I don't feel like the star power is as great for these games as it's been in the past. I remember going into London, going into Rio, and there were some really big names. I mean, I'm thinking like Usain Bolt. Do you know what I mean? But there was big names, and there was big people for Team GB as well. Mo Farah. That was a huge name, but these names are just not at these games. And I think we would have been a bit more aware of some of these athletes had there have been the usual world championships and things along those lines, which obviously has been really disrupted because of the pandemic. I mean, there was an interview with one of our rowers. She was saying that she's only rowed with her partner once in competition, and that was a few weeks ago just to try and qualify for the Olympics. Other than that, like, they've not rowed in competition. They've just done training, and that's it. So it's kind of mind-blowing in a way that this is where we find ourselves. So I think as a result of that, you know, there is some star power here, absolutely. I'm not saying there isn't, but it just feels, compared to previous games, like it's maybe lacking a little bit there. But what that means is that these could be a games where we make stars. these could be the games where we start to, some names we didn't know about before, we know about after. As I said, we could get some upsets, some surprises. The preparation for these games are not the same as usual. So there's so much to keep an eye out for. I think the next couple of weeks are going to be absolutely insane. Next couple of weeks are going to be a lot of fun. So, lots for us to keep an eye out for. Daisy, I just popped in to say hello. Shout out to you, Edwards. Joic says, I'm looking forward to the cycling. Scout81SD, shout out to you. Michael Phelps was the main one for the US, says Pink Villa Arts. Yes, I think he's done as well, isn't he? So, that's another one that won't be around. So, it is what it is. But as we said, it's just going to be a massive opportunity for new names. It's going to be a massive opportunity for other people to step forward now. What player might get the highest medals, according to you, out of all of the countries, says Tushar. Well, to be perfectly honest, this is what we're saying. We're not quite sure, because if we actually look at the last medal table, then it was Michael Phelps that topped that last medal table with 6. Now, Ledecky came second and Simone Biles came third. So, is Ledecky at these Olympic Games? Ledecky 2020. Ledecky is going to be at these Olympic Games. Could compete in 5 events. She could surpass the only female to have achieved as many as 9 gold Olympic medals. So I think that we're looking... Kg Ledecky. I think we're looking at Kg Ledecky. I think we're looking at Simone Biles. Those would be the ones for me. Obviously, there could be some Japanese people that come through, but I'm not expecting any Japanese athletes to be like at the top of like most medals. It was Phelps and Ledecky both top for the United States in swimming, and then of course Simone Biles in third for gymnastics. So, I mean, those 3 athletes alone won the United States 16 medals. 16 medals alone from those 3 athletes. So, can't say that it would be a surprise if they were going to do that again. What sports do you think should be part of the Olympics but are not, says Cornell? We've been talking a lot about that, actually, Cornell, about what we think should be in the Olympics and that isn't. It's hard to put a name on what the sport should be, because I think for me the only caveat should be that if you win an Olympic medal in that sport, it should be the biggest thing in that sport. Like, for example, football. I don't think football should be in the Olympics, because you don't get Messi and you don't get Ronaldo and you don't get all the big names, because winning an Olympic medal is not the biggest thing in football. The biggest thing in football is the World Cup. Now, you could make an argument for like amateur footballers, and it would be the biggest thing in amateur football. I mean, that's what they do in boxing. In boxing, it's the amateurs that compete. And then when they turn professional, they don't take part in the Olympics. So, you could make an argument for like amateur football, but I really don't know how that would work, to be honest. So it's not something that I mean, amateur football, it's not really the way football works, is it? It's not like boxing. Same with like MMA. MMA could be an interesting one, mixed martial arts. It could be that if you're an amateur, then there's a tournament for you. But once you turn professional, then, you go on to the UFC. So for me, anything where it's the gold medal, the Olympic gold medal is the biggest thing in your sport, then for me, then that's where the sport should be included. Because there's no denying that when it comes to like the 100 meters or 400 meters or the hammer throw or the long jump, like the Olympic gold medal is absolutely the pinnacle of the sport, which is what I think it should be. So yeah, I mean, if I was to give you some examples, I'd say probably like amateur MMA might be a thought. But this is why I'm not really bothered about cricket being included, because a gold medal in cricket is not going to be the biggest sport. It's not going to be the biggest thing, is it? The World Cups, even like the the IPL, the Indian Premier League. All of those kind of things are going to be bigger than an Olympic gold. Right, we've got on Discovery Plus the men's shooting right now. So we do have it's the archery, the men's individual archery. So, men's archery. So we'll have this on as we build towards the opening ceremony, which, as we said, is just under 2 hours away. So this is something that I believe was earlier today, the women's archery. There were so many people asking for this earlier today. There's so many people that wanted the archery on, but for whatever reason, it just was not being shown. There was nowhere to actually find it. And I was told it's because it was just a ranking event. It's not something that was all that important. I think tomorrow as well is when we get our first medals on the go. Like the road cycling tomorrow. We should have the schedule. So if we actually have a look at tomorrow, which I believe is the 24th, then medals tomorrow, because I think that's what most people are interested in. There will be medals in archery. So the mixed team gold medal will be given out in archery tomorrow. Lots and lots of things going on. Lots and lots of sports underway. But we are just focused on the medal ones. Men's road race. That will be a medal event as well. So people will win gold. We will also have medals given out tomorrow in fencing. So in fencing, we will see the women's epee individual. We will also see the men's saber individual as well. So those will be medals will be given out. We've also got women's football tomorrow. The United States, who shockingly lost against Sweden. They will be in action against New Zealand tomorrow. Handball gets underway. Hockey gets underway. Judo gets underway. And judo will also be giving out some medals. So the thing about judo is this is where Ronda Rousey came through. So it's always worth watching judo because you never quite know if these people are going to end up going to like UFC or what they might be going on to. So tomorrow we've actually got women 48 kilograms final, and we've got the men's 60 kilograms final as well. Lots more rowing. We've got shooting. We've got the 10-meter air rifle women's final and the 10-meter air pistol men's final. Lots of swimming. Lots of table tennis. We've got lots of taekwondo. We've got tennis as well. So Novak Djokovic will be taking on Hugo Delian from Bolivia. So Djokovic in action tomorrow. We've also got Heather Watson from Great Britain. She's going to be in action. I'm just having a look to see if Osaka is going to be on, because she is going to be the person that everyone is going to want to see. I'm just having a look to see if I can spot her getting these games underway tomorrow at all. I can't see her. There is women's first round. Hibino. No. Men's singles first round. Women's singles first round. But there's a lot, actually. There's a lot. I'm looking down this list. It is quite a long list. It is quite a long list for the tennis. Quite a long list. But can't spot Osaka, to be honest. Deo, Hibino, Sugita. No mention of her tomorrow. We do have volleyball. We've got water polo. And we do have our final medal in weightlifting. This is going to be the women's 49 kg weightlifting. And obviously the weightlifting has been a bit controversial. So the women's weightlifting is the one where the transgender athlete is going to be competing. I would like to see that. I would like to see that. I know a lot of people are going to have various thoughts on it. So she is... I don't know what she's competing in. That's what I'm looking for. She is going for the Olympics. It's been a toxic argument. What we know about the athlete is she will be in the 87 kg category. 87 kg. So she was born a man. She's obviously gone through the necessary changes. Her estrogen levels are the same as the other women, but there's a lot of people saying this is unfair. She won't be tomorrow. She's in the 87 kg. Tomorrow is the 49 kg category for the weightlifting. So it's time for me to get some sleep. Hayden, shout out to you. Shout out to you, Hayden. Right. Michael Phelps was it for the thingy? Yes. Days, there are 2 pay-per-views on SummerSlam weekend. Retribution, shout out to you. Hayden, good night to you. Pramila shouting out for India. Maria saying France and Spain. Is there any football today? There's nothing else today. There's no football today. I mean, well, I'm talking tomorrow now. We can talk tomorrow if you want to. What you have to remember is in Japan right now, it's like 6 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening time. So their focus for tonight is just the opening ceremony. So that's all you're going to have for the rest of today. Once we get to tomorrow, that's when like it's just an explosion of sport. So tomorrow, we just went down lots of things that we can look out for. There will be football tomorrow, but it's all women's football tomorrow. So tomorrow we've got Chile versus Canada. We've got China versus Zambia. We've got Sweden versus Australia. We've got Japan versus Great Britain. That could be a very interesting game. We've got Netherlands versus Brazil. And we've got New Zealand versus the United States. So we've got women's football tomorrow. That would suggest that on Sunday or on Saturday, we will have men's football. Normally, the next day, they switch over to the men's football. Is Simona Halep playing? I can have a little look for you. Halep Olympics 2020. Let's see what comes back from that. Halep has withdrawn. Suffered an opening round loss in 2020. I think she's out. Yeah, she's out. She suffered an opening round loss at 2012. She skipped the 2016 games, and she is out of Tokyo. She had a calf injury, and apparently she won't recover from that calf injury in time. So, unfortunately, she is not in the tennis. Alfredo Bonso says the estrogen levels aren't the same as the other women. That's the problem. Well, to be honest, I'd have to have a look at it. I'm sure I heard that they were, which is why she was allowed to take part. But if you're telling me now that they're not, then that's news to me, to be honest. Romania football news. Shout out to you. Anime, J-pop, JP, Vass, and etc. should be there, says Altair Skywalker. The other pay-per-view is NXT TakeOver 68. Fiji, Mexico, Nigeria, China, South Korea, Egypt, Greece, Germany, Jamaica, Canada, Trinidad, Tobago, and Ethiopia. Are these the countries that you are supporting? Deepak said, USA is the king of Olympics in history of the world. They are very, very good, yes. They are number one last time around. I think they've been number one many, many times at the Olympic Games. I think the money that they spend on, training their athletes, I think is just greater than the investment from the other countries. So they always send like athletes for the majority of sports. They're always very competitive in those sports. And, there's no denying they've got absolutely fantastic athletes. They always do a great job, the United States. I think there was battles between Russia and the United States like back in the day, but obviously Russia will not be at these games. Russia have been banned. That's a little talking point. It's a big talking point. They've been banned from the games because of that doping scandal. So as a result of that, that means that they are having to compete under ROC. So their letters are ROC. The flag is like the Olympic flag. And basically, there can't be any mention of Russia. There can't be any Russian flags. The colours that the athletes are wearing are not Russian colours. And I think this goes into the history books as ROC rather than Russia. But it's Russia. The athletes competing are Russian, but they just can't be described as being Russian. So, yeah, it's a bit weird. Alfredo said, I believe the rules say they have to reach a certain level in the body within 2 years after the games conclude. So Laurel Hubbard could be jacked on testosterone right now. Hi, Iranian Sport. Shout out to you, my friend. I don't know how Iran did last time. I can have a little look for you. See, Iran, not bad, actually. Not bad at all. Iran last time were 25th. That put them not far below Canada, who were 20th. Put them a couple of places above Argentina. They were above Denmark and Sweden. I don't know what Iran specialize in, but 3 golds, 1 silver, 4 bronze. That's what Iran was able to achieve. So that is not bad at all. It's all political garbage, says William. Deepak said, where are you from? I am from the UK. There is going to be an Olympics in the US. That is true. Yes, that is true. I think it's 2028. The Olympics go to the US. I think, is it LA? Is it Los Angeles? Can't quite remember. So I can't remember where next year's is actually. I think it's not next year's, next time. I think 2024 might be France. 2024 might be France, then 2028 LA, and then obviously it was just recently announced that 2032 will be Brisbane. Funnily enough, ROC stands for the Russian Olympic Committee. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Days, there's no Osaka in tennis. Is she not competing? I thought she was the poster girl for the games. Osaka, Tokyo 2020. Is she not competing? I don't know. She might be. I can't see anything here that says. I can't see anything here that says that she isn't. Let's have a look here and see. Tennis star, speaking of mind, after missing 2 Grand Slams this summer. Wanted to skip press conference. Is Osaka playing? It said in the timepiece. Tried to spend time with the family. Ultimately decided that she would return to the tennis and represent Team Japan at the Olympics. I've had time to reflect and look forward. I could not be more excited to play in Tokyo. So that's what she said, that she'll be in Tokyo on July 10th. So I am expecting to see her. She is the face of these games. She really is. She's on all the billboards and everything. She really is the poster girl for these games. She is maybe the biggest star at these games as well. So if she wasn't there, I'd be very, very, very surprised. Olympics are going to be on BBC iPlayer. It's 2024 Paris, I believe it is, yes. Now I'll double check that for you. Paris 2024 Olympic tickets. What's the logo look like? Yes, it is Paris 2024. Her opening match got pushed back for no reason. Oh, I didn't hear that. Thank you, Jason. Osaka in the first fixture. She's certainly not in any event for tomorrow. We were going down. They've actually now put up all the matches, which obviously makes sense. So if you go down the tennis, I couldn't see her name mentioned at all. It actually starts with Germany, Poland, Germany, Great Britain, Portugal, Spain, Italy versus ROC. Japan versus Serbia, but it's Hibino. It's not Osaka. And then we've got some doubles. Then we've got Canada, Ukraine. Then we've got Egypt, Sweden. Canada versus Brazil. I mean, like, there's loads of tennis, but no Osaka. So not sure when we get to see her. Maybe it's maybe it's going to be on Saturday. So there's wrestling in the Olympics. Imagine if Japan could use Shinsuke or Okada. The US could use Kenny or Brock Lesnar, says Finn. It's 2 a.m. and I can't sleep, says Matt Boy. It's just coming past 10 a.m. here. Amazingly, the archery is now finished. The archery has now finished. So the archery that was shown was just like this really small, quick little video. I thought it was weird. I thought that the archery was going to be on for a couple of hours, but unfortunately not. That's it. The archery was just this quick little 15-minute video just kind of showing you what happened earlier, and that was it. So we might as well put opening ceremony and just start getting ready for that, because that is going to be our main focus here. So let's change that over. Opening ceremony. Usain Bolt is incredible. Yes. Tokyo Olympics 2020, a new style and the newest era of Japan. So, as we said, opening ceremony, we are just waiting for that. And that's going to be about an hour and 40 minutes, unfortunately. We was on Discovery Plus going to be watching some archery, and they have now decided that is not what we're going to be watching. So 15 minutes, little highlight thing from the practices from earlier today, and they've pulled that now. So hey-ho. Right, Days, do you think Chirandi Martina stands a chance in the 100-200 for Netherlands? I actually, because of there being no World Championships, it's hard to know how everyone's going to pair up. I think she definitely is got to be up there. Let's have a look. Let's see if there's like a bookie favorites for 100 meters. We'll see. Martina. She's not coming up for any of the favorites, to be honest. Before qualifying. She's not coming up as any of the favorites. So, hard to say. Without seeing, like, the current World Championships, current times that people are doing, it's kind of hard to speculate as to who's going to do well at the games. It's a clear violation of doping. I would like to see us address the subject of gender identity in the games from a medical perspective. An M2F has to be administered estrogen in large doses. The same applies to an F2M with male hormones. It's a clear violation of doping laws governing the game. Well, look, it's a very interesting conversation. It's one that I'm not shying away from, because you can't shy away from it, because it's something that a decision has got to be made on it, hasn't it? You know, we can't just put our heads in the sand and think this isn't happening. This is an issue that, needs to be resolved. Should it be a case that, transgender people are able to compete? I mean, where do they compete? Because if they are going through treatments, then I would imagine their testosterone is not as high as it was. I would imagine that they are going to struggle to compete against men, but could it be a case that the testosterone is still higher than what women can produce? So, as a result, does it make it unfair to make them compete against the men? But then is it unfair to make them compete against the women on the women? So I think it's very, very difficult. I think it's very, very difficult. I think that I don't know quite. Obviously, there's been studies that have been done on it, and I think the way that they do it is they look at the estrogen levels. And I'm sure I read a report saying that the weightlifter, the estrogen levels were in line with the accepted levels, and that is how they made the decision. So I think you have to have a parameter. There's something that you have to say, this is what we need to see in order for you to compete with the female competitors. They did that, and they're saying that as a result, they're happy to let this weightlifter compete in with the women now. So it's hard to get a perspective on it, because there's been people that it's not just a case of saying, like, you've got to be fair to everyone. There's women athletes that are coming forward saying this isn't fair. This isn't fair. This is unfair. So you have to take on board everyone's perspectives on this. So I certainly don't have the answer on it. It's a very interesting one to kind of have a conversation on. So I'll be interested to see what people can bring to that conversation when, as and when we have it. I'm sure we'll be having it once we're watching the weightlifting. JS17.2 said, Days, I had nothing to do, so I thought I would pop around and see has anything happened since I left. I'm not sure when you left, bud. I mean, we've been waiting for the opening ceremony. That will begin, but it won't begin for a little while. We're about an hour and a half away. So the coverage should start in about an hour, though. The build for it, we might get a little glimpse of the stadium or something. But we are an hour and a half away. It's going to be very interesting without fans. That's true. That's very true. Luna said, Days, there's actually no scientific evidence for trans women that have an advantage. Cisgender women actually beat trans women the vast majority of the time. That is very interesting. Luna, thank you very much for that. I didn't know that. That's very, very interesting. Japan was rebooted in Tokyo Olympics 2020. Prediction for 10-10 in the medal table. Prediction for 10-10 in the medal table. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you referring to India? That's false, says Alfredo. What makes you say that? I'm down for this conversation. I got no problems having this conversation, because it's just interesting to get different perspectives on it. Because normally when there's like something like this, I have an idea as to what I think. I mean, when it comes to things like professional wrestling, I get asked my opinions on that quite a bit, and I've always got an answer because I've always got an opinion. This one, I think, is just this one's got me a bit stumped. To be honest, I'm quite happy to admit I don't really know what the right way forward is with this one. So it's just interesting as we get more information. Munira said, still, the testosterone was high. Therefore, the athlete had more abilities than a born female. It's definitely a big talking point. And I think what happens in that is going to be, I don't just think it's going to be a case of how that person does, but also how well they do. Because if they're going to absolutely destroy the competition, that's going to be a big talking point. If it's quite close, then maybe that will be a bit more accepted. But I think if it's going to be a case that they absolutely clean that up, they get gold medal, they're just a million miles ahead, then there are going to be questions asked. There's going to have to be questions asked. So, yeah, I definitely want to watch that. Because I just think it's going to be one of the big talking points of the games. They should face other third gender, like introduce a third category. Currently, I don't think there'd be enough athletes for that. I don't know that there would be enough athletes that would be able to compete in that. I mean, who knows? Ultimately, we might get to a place where and a third category could become relevant, but I at this stage, there isn't. So it's hard to know what to do right now. But you could be right. Maybe a third category would be the right way forward ultimately. But then you could argue there might need to be a fourth, because what about women that change to men? I mean, that you would then have to introduce a third category for every sport, really. And with that one, you might need a fourth. You might have the women. You might have transgender people that were born men that have become women, transgender people that were born women that have now become men. I mean, I don't know if you could still put them into the same category as well. It's difficult. Let's go Ireland and Poland, says Lenny. That is a problem. Scientists in the field have not found any evidence of a theoretical advantage for trans women. Also in practice, cis women almost beat trans women. Not much else to say. Well, look, I mean, like, if you've got that information and that's a report that you've read, then that's very interesting information. Scout said, did anyone see the transgender MMA fighter? It wasn't good for the women. I don't. I'm trying to think who that is. I don't know who that is. Right, anyway. We are an hour and 30 minutes away. Feel free to share your thoughts on this topic or any topics. Like, is there anything that you would like to see from the opening ceremony? Are there any sports that you're particularly interested in? One of the interesting talking points would be, are there any athletes that you're particularly interested in? Is there someone in particular that you're really excited to watch perform that you think could be a good medal hope? Or I suppose what would be nice is if there's any athletes that you're looking forward to seeing that just isn't a medal hope. Is there anyone out there that's got someone like that, you know? Someone that they really can't wait to watch perform. They hope they do well, but they don't think they'll get a medal. You know, I should imagine there's quite a few of those kind of athletes for maybe some of those countries that don't normally get medals in certain sports, but, you know, they still want to see, you know, how their athletes do at, like, running or whatever, even if they haven't really got a chance at a medal. So I think a lot of people are going to be angry if that New Zealand person gets gold. Well, I mean, I won't be. Yeah, I can only tell you how I would take it. I mean, for me personally, if it's going to be close, then I'm going to think, well, you know, it was close. Maybe we're there or thereabouts. Maybe what we've done is the right thing, but maybe we just need to tweak it, or just need to make it a bit tighter, or, you know, do we need to look at a couple of parameters? So if it's close, I think I would be like, okay, that's actually gone okay. That feels like it's not too bad. Feels like the other women were, you know, would add an opportunity. But I mean, if it's going to be a case they're going to break world records, Olympic records, they're going to be like miles better than the other competitors, then we have a problem, I think. Then we have a problem. Then we have at least a talking point. And it's not just us that will be talking about it. It'll be the world that will be talking about it. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that part of the game. So, Jap, shout out to you. I think it's funny in wrestling that Nyla Rose, which is just destroys everyone, and it really fits their gimmick. If it's gold and by a landslide, then oh lord. Yeah, I mean, Nyla Rose, she's a professional wrestler that was born a man, and she competes in the women's division. But, of course, the thing with professional wrestling is because it's scripted, no one really cares. It's not really an issue. It's different when it comes to people actually competing and training and giving up, like, years of their lives you could say their lives to train and be the best at, a certain profession, for then someone to come along that has an unfair advantage. But as I said, I'm not of the opinion that they've got that unfair advantage. I don't know enough about it. I'm being told that it's within the accepted parameters. Otherwise, the Olympic Committee wouldn't allow it. So, I mean, I'm of the opinion, I suppose, let them compete, but I'm still keeping an eye on it. I still very much want to watch it and see how it plays out. How is the weather in Tokyo? Arjun, shout out to you. I don't know right now, but I can certainly have a look for you. Tokyo weather. Let's have a look. Tokyo weather. Right now, it is clear. It is 84 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 29, so very hot. Very warm. It's currently about 6:30 over there. So it's clear, though. There's 63% humidity. I know that's what you wanted to know. And the wind is currently 9 miles an hour, kind of going in a northwesterly direction. So, it's not bad at all. In fact, it's quite warm over there. Hello to Fariz. I hope you are well. Joshua said, I'd really like to see USA and Great Britain in the opening ceremony. That'll be good, won't it? I think that is something everyone enjoys when the countries come out, because, as we said, for many people and for many of those countries, they might not get a chance to get onto the medal table. I actually have the medal table, and it goes all the way down to the countries that just won 1 bronze. That's it. That's all they won, was 1 bronze. And, we probably do get about 100 countries that will get at least 1 medal. But we know there's around double that actually compete at the games. So that means that half of the countries will never even get onto a medal podium. So for a lot of people watching, seeing the athletes compete will be certainly one aspect, but another aspect will be seeing their country. I mean, I know, like, the whole you shouldn't get a participation award type thing people joke about, but I do think that in this regard, just being there, this is like the world coming together, isn't it? There's not many things that in fact, I can't think of anything else other than the Olympics that the world really comes together on like this. This is like every country. This is what makes the Olympics so special. Like, every country coming together to compete, to try and find the best. They all send their best athletes. And as we said, a lot of these countries won't make any medal podiums, but at least they'll get to see them on the same stage, walk out and be treated exactly the same. The United States team will walk out and be treated exactly the same as the Estonian team. It's not as if, like, the United States team get like a bigger entrance. It's not like they get like special entrance music. It's not like their flag's bigger or anything like this. They've got a bigger team, but they get treated the same. The flag's the same size. The name will be the same size. The announcement will be the same kind of grandeur. It's all the same for all the countries, regardless of how big you are, how small you are. And in a way, that's kind of what the games are about. That's what it's about. It's about the whole world sitting down and enjoying it and watching it together. So I love it, man. I so love the Olympics. I love what it stands for. I know that it can be a bit seedy. Like, I understand that, the Olympic Committee, there's politics that go on. For example, should these games be going ahead or not? I get all that. But I think at its core, what it represents and what it tries to do and what it does achieve, I think it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So that's why I can't wait to be here and watch all the action as it unfolds over the next few weeks. George says it is difficult. I think the IOC would be opening a can of worms if it rules in favour of allowing transgender athletes to compete. Regardless, they have to be given hormones. Legend Killer said, Days, this is my first time watching the Olympics, and I'm really looking forward to this. You should. You really should. I think the Olympics is something that you can kind of, I don't want to say measure your life by, but I certainly remember, key moments at different Olympics that have happened throughout my life. And I kind of feel that way about World Cups as well. World Cups and Olympics are kind of like the two massive, massive sporting events that I look forward to the most. Just very fortunate that this summer we've had the Euros, which I do enjoy as well, football championships. Now we've got the Olympics, and actually next year we have the World Cup as well. So it's just kind of, whilst we've gone through a lot of heartache and whatnot with the pandemic, now that we are starting, or parts of the world are starting to emerge from it, we're just getting this like explosion of events and explosion of sport, and it's a lot of fun. James Chadwick said, it's weird not seeing Mo Farah and Usain Bolt at these Olympics. Yes, or Michael Phelps, who, as we were saying, has been like the most successful Olympian at the past few Olympics. Maybe the most successful Olympian of all time. I'm not too sure, but we can certainly Google it. If we can't take a moment to find that out now, when will we find that out? Olympian most successful. I'm sure it's Phelps, The most successful Olympian is US swimmer Michael Phelps, whose 28 medals are divided up as 23 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze. I mean, it's just madness, isn't it? It's just absolutely madness. He has got 23 gold medals. 23 gold medals. What happens to the athletes who have had their medals revoked due to positive doping tests? The IOC could be sued by those athletes. It would be a mess of astronomical proportions. Is Rhea Ripley watching the Tokyo's 2020? This is her brutality, says Maria. I'd imagine everyone's watching them. I can't think of too many people that won't sit down and watch the opening ceremony. Really, I think I heard they're expecting, isn't there like 6 billion people in the world, and they're expecting about 4 billion to watch the Olympics. I mean, that does still leave like 2 billion people that aren't going to bother, which I do find a bit strange. I don't know where these people are. Maybe some in India, I'm not too sure. I mean, India's got 1.3 billion. I don't know how. I'm seeing a lot of Indian flags from GNF, Leeming FC, but I don't know. I don't know where these 2 billion people are. But maybe they, as you said, maybe they're, I don't know. It gets shown everywhere. I mean, it's shown in prisons and everything, so I don't know. Estimates are pretty much, I mean, this is one of the biggest things we do as a species. So, yeah, and it kicks off in 1 hour, 20 minutes. Stars come and go. The Olympics are about making new stars, says You Are Amazing. Cosmic W33B says Go Australia. London 2012, the memories. It's brilliant. I can't put it into words. I mean, if you've never been to an Olympics, and I know that will be most people, I really couldn't put it into words, like just how great it is to actually go. It's so, like, you wake up and you're so excited. Certainly if you're going to go to, like, the Olympic Park, there's a lot of events that happen at, like the football happened at Wembley. And as great as that would be to go and watch, like, Olympic football, I think you need to go to the Olympic Park, really. You need to go where the stadium is. You need to see the athletics. You need to get in this. And if you can't, because it might be difficult to get into the stadium, if you can't get into the stadium and watch the athletics, then if there's a way to just get where the Olympic Park is, where the swimming is, the cycling, the stadium is, all that, they tend to be quite close together. Certainly in London they were. And in that Olympic Park, there was like big TV screens outside, people walking around selling ice creams. You could sit on the banks and just watch the action go by on the big screen. And then, you know what I mean? I remember we watched our event, and then we just walked around for hours and just soaked it in, just took it all in, and it was fantastic. It's absolutely brilliant. It's like one of those days that you look back on and remember for your whole life. It's so good. Cosmic said, come on, Russia and Australia. We can do this. I'm in Japan. I'm waiting to watch the opening ceremony. As a Londoner, it meant a lot. Arjun said, do you watch Cricket World Cup? That comes around every 4 years. I do try to, yes. I do try to. I do enjoy cricket. I don't tend to watch the countries that aren't Great Britain, but I must admit, I've never really had a chance to sit down and watch the World Cup. I mean, I used to work in like an entertainment store, selling CDs, DVDs, things along those lines. And, you'd be at work when that kind of stuff was on. I'm very fortunate now whereby I can give more time to things like that. So I am down for like really trying to expand like the channel and the different things that we watch. It's just there's so much stuff that clashes at the same time. You know, I mean, obviously for the next few weeks we're firmly focused on the Olympics and looking forward to watching them with you guys. So as I said, if you are going to be watching the Olympics and you are around, jump in, share your thoughts, get your points across. Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you frustrated? Are you elated? Is it going well for you? Are you how are you feeling about it? What are you looking forward to? What's your thoughts on the game so far? What do you think about people not being around? What did you think about, the certain winners and all of that kind of stuff? Would like to get all of that kind of feedback. I think you can get a snapshot of it on Twitter and on social media, but I've always found this to be the best way to kind of get, people's thoughts and feelings, instant reaction. So it's going to be good. I wish all the countries the best of luck, says Cosmic W33B. Well, I'm not going to reveal that, the one, Mark. I'm not going to reveal that because I still know people that work at said company. So I try to not give out like specifics, but what I can say is it's a company that was certainly like that. Let's go Aussies, says Cosmic. Maria says, go Team Jamaica. Maria says, let's go Caribbean. Patrick, shout out to you. Hope you're well, buddy. Hope you are well. Donnie said, I am looking forward to the track and field. Anything in particular? Liam says, Garn is 1/3 favourite versus Lewis, but we all learnt in the past don't look past Lewis. That's going to be a good fight, that will. We've actually got some UFC events coming up as well, so thankfully they've started them a little bit early, so it means that they will just overlap like the beginning of the Olympic day, but nothing too much. So it means we can watch UFC, keep an eye on the Olympics, and then we'll start our Olympic coverage just straight after, because we'll only miss the first like couple of hours of the day, which tend to be like a bit of a slow start, to be honest. A lot of the action happens obviously kind of 4, 5, 6 UK time, 7, 8, kind of that's when things are getting going. Days, it's going to be strange watching wrestling and Olympics at the same time. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare, to be honest. But again, the wrestling's going to be on right at the start of the day. I mean, we're quite lucky that really the action starts at 1 a.m., which is the same time the wrestling will start. So wrestling will be for a couple of hours. So the first couple of hours of the Olympic day will be split across both. I hope it starts soon. I can't wait forever. Yeah, I mean, we probably started the stream a bit earlier than we should, to be honest. But we started it early because I thought we were going to get a chance to watch some of the men's archery. And then it turned out that was basically a 15-minute video. Just like a few like bits that happened earlier in the day. It was kind of like a little highlight thing. So, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It's, it'll soon fly by as we get closer towards the opening ceremony. You are amazing, says decathlon is my favourite event. Daley Thompson was my hero as a kid. Of course, his daughter, Johnson Thompson or Thompson Johnson, Katrina Thompson Johnson. I don't know which way round it is, actually. She's going to be competing for Great Britain. She's one of our medal hopes as well, so hopefully she can do well. Mania Daniel said, I'm looking forward to the soccer and the basketball. Let's go. Is that Mexico and USA? Certainly looks like the Mexican flag. Just Shanks Wrestling. Shout out to you, buddy. Hope you are well. Josh Shanks Wrestling says, let's go Britain. Watching the Torch Runner back from 2012 in Wellingborough, one of my local towns. Shout out to you, Just Shanks Wrestling. I was in Milton Keynes when they did the Torch around the UK, and I did actually get a chance to leave the shop as it went past. Like they allowed us to go like out the shop and actually see it as it came down. So I have actually seen the Olympic flame in person going down. It's great how they do that. It's a good way to make people feel even more involved. I just remember all the shops being full of like Great Britain Olympic merch. It was everywhere. There was a real vibe. There was a real feeling. I suppose very similar to what the UK just gone through with the Euros. So we're very fortunate that we kind of get that come round, like every once in a while. Hopefully it happens again. Hopefully that captures the UK again. I would say the Olympics haven't really caught the imagination yet. But it tends to be, a really good opening ceremony will do that. And also, once we're underway, we start to see some medals coming through. That's where, certainly if we could get like an early gold, certainly if we could get something that goes onto the headlines, then I think it'll start to really grab people. But, I'd say right now, it's the interest here in the UK is a bit lukewarm at the moment. But undoubtedly it will catch fire. I mean, I think, tonight with the opening ceremony, people will be sitting down to watch this. Maybe they won't be able to do it live if they're at work, but they'll get back from work and, DVR it. Scout81 Ace D said, I'm really looking forward to the judo. Should be good, yeah. I mean, we had a look earlier. There are medals that get given out tomorrow. So there are medals tomorrow. That's going to be absolutely huge to actually see some medals being awarded. And the reason I mention it is because I think judo is one of the sports where medals will be given out. So just worth mentioning. I think that there's quite a few. There's like cycling, there's judo, there's a few things. So, it should be good. Should be good. Go Team Trinidad. Kathy Friedman, the former Aboriginal runner. I'm looking forward to the soccer matches. Kathy Friedman was awesome. She light the actual cauldron for, was it Sydney 2000? I remember, and she wore a very unusual kind of kit. I don't know what you would call it, but it was covered over her head and everything, and it was quite controversial. But it's not. I don't even know if there's like people wear that now. To be honest, I kind of thought that everyone would wear it going forward because it definitely makes you more streamlined. But she was great. I've seen a few or maybe Sky Sports. Did like a sit down interview and spoke to her about how she felt around that time, and it was very, very interesting. Very excited to see who will become the new king of the 100 meters. I like watching ladies play softball and volleyball, says Wes. Jamie said, breaking news, the opening ceremony has been delayed. It will begin later today instead. Well, I don't know how they could delay it, to be honest, because over in Japan, it's already very late over there. As we said, they are actually 8 hours ahead, so it would be 7 already, coming up to 7 o'clock over there. So unless they were going to do the opening ceremony at the end of the Olympics, I'm not sure how they could really delay it much later. Liga MX is taking over the Soccer Olympics. Maria says, go Cuba. Sydney 2000, it was Kathy that lit the flame. She's awesome. Admin says, go South Africa. We've got some love for India as well. I must admit, I do enjoy seeing all this Indian support, which is great to see. Liam says, the handball and the beach volleyball are some of my favourites. Sheena's Shannon says, John Moxley I met in Vegas. Very cool. Matt says, go Philippines. Jamie says, head onto the BBC YouTube channel. It's announced an hour ago that it's been delayed. Well, I'll have a look for you. I'll have a look on the BBC. If it's on the BBC YouTube channel, then it would be on the BBC, but we'll have a look, see what's saying. It says, Tokyo prepares... Tokyo Games are upon us. They feel different to any other games. There is no mention of a delay. I mean, could it have been a video from last year that said the... Could it have been a video from last year? Because, of course, these Olympics were meant to take place in 2020, and it's now 2021. So could it just have been connected with that? Because I'm on the BBC website, and there's no mention of it, I'm afraid. Euphoria. Shout out to you. I can see your come on India. Not really an Olympics guy, but you make every stream enjoyable. Tim, shout out to you. Is K-pop king BTS going to be at Tokyo? Well, they could be a part of the opening. But I don't know. I mean, they're Korean, aren't they? I don't know if they connect to like J-pop or if like Tokyo would include them. To be honest, I would doubt it. I would imagine Japan would probably just want to highlight like J-pop rather than K-pop and Japanese culture rather than Korean culture. Thank you for streaming, really good, really enjoyable morning. Denise, shout out to you. I hope you enjoy the opening ceremony and the Olympics and whatever the next couple of weeks has to hold. I may be English, but I have a soft spot for New Zealand, says Brandon. James Chadwick says there's no mention of delay. No, I didn't see one. I think it's one of those things, isn't it? Around this time, there's going to be a lot of like fake news, or there's going to be a lot of stories that are like from the past, and you know, someone sees it and whatever. You know, it is what it is. But no, I can't see anything on that. I was in Barcelona for the games. I watched the Sydney games on TV. To this day, the lightning of the cauldron in Barcelona with the arrow by the para-athletes, Antonio Rebellios, is the best. Yeah, I love that. I mean, that is the best. And I loved the Australian one where the cauldron was lit in the water. That was great as well. I will admit, the London one I thought was decent. I thought it was good. I don't think it's one of the greatest, but I thought it was decent. You are amazing, says fake news. Days, go to BBC News on YouTube. It's the latest video. But why would they do a video of it, mate, and not put it onto the website? Like, you would think that the website would be the main thing. I mean, I can have a look to see what it'd say. I'll have a look for you. I'll have a look, Jamie. I'll have a look. I trust you, Jamie. Right. What are you saying? It's on BBC News. BBC News. Okay, so the latest video, dude, says Tokyo Olympics opening ceremony to begin later. So I think have you watched the video? Because I think you're maybe under the impression that means that it's beginning later than scheduled, but it's not saying that. It's saying that the Tokyo Olympics opening ceremony is later today. The time that it's meant to be, in 1 hour, 4 minutes. So later, in an hour, the opening ceremony is going to begin. But I think you've looked at it and read it as the opening ceremony is going to be later than planned. But I haven't watched it, but it's certainly not suggesting to me that there's a delay. It says later, not delayed. Watching the opening ceremony from London 2012 for the first time. What? What are you on about? You're not. You've already seen it. Hopefully see some anime on the opening. What sports are on today? Bembo, there is none, mate. There is no sports on today. We had some rowing earlier, and that was it. So nothing like left to come. Literally, the focus now is opening ceremony. They wouldn't be doing sports at the same time. And again, you have to remember that Japan is 8 hours away. So 8 hours ahead of us in the UK. It's 13 hours ahead of Eastern time. So wherever you are Eastern time, add 13 hours, and that is where Japan is. So in the UK, it's 8 hours ahead. So that means that we are, even though it's the morning for us, I mean, right now it's coming up to 11 o'clock in the morning. Over in Japan, it's 7 in the evening. It's about the year before in 2020. It's about that. NBC, BBC, NHK, 7 Australian, RTE, RAI, TVE, Telemundo, and Rede Globo. What are those? The channels that are showing it all. Matt said, "You're amazing. Appreciate what you've done for us fans." Shout out to you, dude. Shout out to you. Frenchie, I can see your comments, dude, but I don't agree with them. I don't think Jamie was trolling. I think it was just a misunderstanding. No days. I never watched it. In fairness, that year was a busy one. I got married. My wife had a kid. Still should have watched the opening ceremony of London 2012. I can't believe you've never seen it. It's one of the best opening ceremonies. I absolutely love it. That first industrial bit is just immense. It is immense. I can't believe you never saw it, dude. Wow. I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. There's not much that stuns me, but that stuns me. That stuns me. If I had a wife and she was having a baby, it'd be a very tough decision whether I'd be going to the hospital or watching the opening ceremony. I'm just going to throw it out there. He missed the Queen flying. Yeah, that was a great part, wasn't it? USA Network is going to be showing the Olympics, says Mania Daniel. Taruka, shout out to you. Hope you are well. In Thailand, it says it's going to be in 3 minutes. That might be the start of your coverage, but the actual event, because here in the UK, it's being advertised that it starts in an hour, and our TV coverage, I don't even think our TV coverage starts for another half an hour or so. Ridge Holland is on his way back, says Kenny Omega. RTP is showing the Olympics as well. Hello from Indonesia. Lyndon, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. We are building our way towards the opening ceremony, my friends. This is the big one. As soon as the games are open, then an absolute explosion of sport tomorrow. As we said, not happening just yet. We're not quite there just yet. No more sport today. There was a little bit of rowing earlier. But today is all about the opening ceremony. Today is about that, and that's it. Carmveer, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Appreciate the support, my friend. Days, can you make the SmackDown stream 30 minutes early? All the times have been worked out. Everything's been worked out in regards to like when I need to sleep, when I need to get up. I mean, honestly, I'm going to be streaming as much as, but way more than usual. So, I don't think we need to be making any streams even longer. Let's put it that way. Just a little bit concerned about my voice as well. So, just because like we are looking to do like 12-hour streams a day. So, I watched the opening from the hospital. I hope everything's okay. Anyone struggle to watch the opening ceremony? It's on YouTube. If you've got 2 devices, you can watch it that way. Are you feeling tired yet? Says Jamie. I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling excited. That's how I'm feeling. I don't think I'm going to struggle with this at all because there's going to be so much going on. It's going to be so much to talk about. It's going to be such a visual extravaganza is what I'm expecting. I mean, certainly they've spent enough money on it. So no, I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling excited. And once it gets going, I'm pretty sure I'll be distracted. So, Days, hoping you have a good day. Shout out to you, Legend Killer. Haaland on his way to Chelsea, says Jordan. Malin has gone to Dortmund. I'm seeing Olympics at 3 a.m. in the morning in Los Angeles, California. Shout out to LA. This is my second time watching the Olympics, says Thruka. Artmatic says hello from the Philippines. Bembo asking about if there's any sports tonight. No sports tonight. Tomorrow there are. But again, in Japan right now, it's 7 o'clock at night. So the opening ceremony is the only thing that's happening. It's welcome to the Olympics tonight. Yeah, what we'll see is lots of sports tomorrow. And obviously by tomorrow, UK-wise, I mean like 1 o'clock in the morning. Because 1 o'clock in the morning UK-wise is 9 a.m. Japan time. So, do you know what I mean? You've kind of got to get your head around like the different times, which can be a bit challenging. The United Kingdom Championship match between Volta and Ilya is happening at NXT TakeOver 36, says Kai. Any return expected tonight? Are we in regards to SmackDown? Maybe a Becky. I am expecting something. Yes. Back said, we've got our first doping case. A Swiss runner was banned due to positive doping. Judy said, Commonwealth of Dominica in the Caribbean watching. Dominica in the Caribbean. Shout out to Judy. Hope you are well. It's got people all over the world. Look, Stacy, shout out from New Orleans. Pink Villa Arts in San Diego. We've got Nico Miniatures. Nico Miniatures says, hi from Italy. Love Italy. Didn't love Italy when they beat us in the Euro final, but I do love Italy again. Went to Florence and it was beautiful. As you know, it's just a beautiful place in the world. Lucas says, good morning from Brazil. Dinithi, is it Dinithi? Says, hi from Sri Lanka. Joms says, I've been waited. I'm really excited for a long time. I hope at least they can make it grandiose. Good use of the word. Thoughts on Daniel Bryan and CM Punk signing for AEW? Been asked that quite a bit, Dave. But, obviously big for them. I'll believe CM Punk when it happens. But I think Daniel Bryan looks like it's pretty much done. So, did you see Athens 2004? I did, but I will admit that I can't quite recall it now. It's not one that I've gone back to. I remember Sydney being very impressive. Very impressive. And then the thing with Athens was it played a lot on its history. And the fact that obviously that was the birthplace of the games. So I can't quite remember like some of the key like moments of the opening set. I watched the games. I mean, I've watched all of the games. But I can't quite remember like what the opening ceremony was like, unfortunately. And then, of course, Beijing in 2008. I mean, I saw all of that. Really, Beijing was probably the games that I watched the most of, if that makes sense. Because before then, you'd have it when it's on, and you'd watch like the British people. But I'd say Beijing was the start of me watching as much as I could. And I think a large part of that was because we were getting it in 2012. So you kind of want to get an idea of what it's going to be like, and you want to watch all the different sports, and you want to see who's good and who might be coming to London. So really because of us getting the Olympics in 2012, it meant that I paid a lot more attention in 2008. So 2008 was big. 2012, I was there. Watched as I couldn't have watched any more. I mean, I literally watched as much as I could. Same with Rio in 2016. I loved watching that in 2016. But yeah, this is the first one that we're going to be doing like streaming watch-alongs for. Yeah, we're going to try and cover as much of it as possible. Man City have reached an agreement with Tottenham for 160, says Jordan. 2032 Olympics in Brisbane, they are. Roy in Malaysia. Shout out to Roy. Hope you are well. Days, I can't wait for the Cena Reigns promo tonight. Hello from India, says Dudler. Hey from England, says Legend Killer. Good morning to Tall Paul. My dad and I are big fans. Hello from San Jose, California. We're watching you on our 6-inch TV. Shout out to you, Joshua. 20, they are in Brisbane. Yes, that was announced just the other day, wasn't it? Hopefully Australia is very excited about that. You know, you guys had it last in 2000 with Sydney. I'm sure Brisbane are going to do just as great a job. Obviously, we've got a few Olympics to go through till we get to that point. But, yeah, I mean, well, obviously this year's obviously Tokyo. And then obviously after this, we go to Paris. After that, we go to Los Angeles. And then we go to Brisbane. So those are the next Olympics that are lined up. Has Daniel and CM Punk signed yet? Apparently Daniel has, and but it hasn't been announced. And CM Punk is in talks. So again, I'll believe CM Punk when I see it. But the talk around Daniel is looking very good. Tharuka said, Days, I am 4 hours, 30 minutes ahead of you in my time. Joe says, hi from Fiji. Home of the Sevens rugby. Shout out to you, my friends. I'm looking forward to seeing that, actually, the rugby sevens. And Fiji, how did Fiji do last time? I've got a feeling you guys, you know, normally pick up a few medals. You got 1 gold last time. Fiji earned, oh, this is why I know you. I was going to say, I'm sure I remember Fiji getting some medals last time, but the reason why is because you earned your first ever Olympic medal in 2016 in Rio, a gold in the men's rugby sevens. As a result, the winning team broke out in a victory song that drew considerable online attention, and Fiji declared a national holiday because of the win. That is fantastic. Look at that. Fiji got their first ever Olympic gold medal, and as a result of that, they declared a national holiday. Those are the kind of stories that I love. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. So got gold in the men's rugby sevens, and will be participating again. So, yeah, I'm just seeing, like, how they achieved that gold. Brilliant. Are you still a fan of WWE? Yes, I am, yeah. So, they destroyed Great Britain in the final. This is probably why I've tried to block it out of my head, but Fiji 43. Great Britain 7, so not our proudest day. But, you know, I mean, I'll take the silver from that, no problems whatsoever. Thank you very much. So we Great Britain getting the silver, but brilliant result for Fiji. Matthew said it starts during the early morning in the east coast of the United States. Jordan said we want Lewandowski. Cosmic Web says, I remember watching the 2016 Olympics at school. More than Portugal, says. Right, less than 50 minutes to go. Joseph says the rowing was good. Yeah, less than 50 minutes to go. We are getting closer towards the opening ceremony. And there's going to be many different places that you can check that out. Play up Pompey. You are the best. Malaysia now is 6-10. Shout out to you, Roy. Days, watched the stream yesterday after finishing a book about Harley Quinn. 50/50 TV. Shout out to you. Brazil. Yeah, I hope you do well. Days, what are your thoughts about Haaland on yesterday's stream? Well, I've still not seen it announced. So if it is done, then I'll comment about it then. But we'll see. I don't really get too stuck into the speculation, to be honest, because there's been so many times where there's been that kind of stuff and then it doesn't come off. There's been like loads of talks, loads of players linked, loads of whatever. So yeah, I just believe it when I see it. And if they do get, if Chelsea do sign Haaland, that will be obviously absolutely massive. The stadium looks really, really good. Days, do you like the Winter Olympics? To be honest, I've never really sat down and given it the time that it deserves, because here in the UK, we don't, as you would know, don't really have a great Winter Olympic record. But I do appreciate that it's a massive event. And I must admit, I am looking to do, if this is successful and it's something that people enjoy, and it's, something that people enjoy, because I'm very conscious there's people all over the world that will be watching the Olympics on their own. And, some people might want to go onto Twitter to share their thoughts. But if people want to jump onto, watch-alongs like this, and sure, we're not going to be the only one, then it just gives people an alternative way to kind of share their thoughts and interact, like, in real live time with other people that are in the chat and whatnot. I just think that I can see the value to that. So we'll see how this goes, because obviously we've never done anything like on this scale. We did the Euros, and that was a great success. People really enjoyed that, and lots of people asking if we're doing Premier League now and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, the Olympics is next level. I mean, we're talking about 12, 14-hour streams every day for the Olympics over the next couple of weeks. So we'll see how they go. I mean, they could bomb, couldn't they? And people might not join us, and it just might not be a thing that people want. But if it is something that people are going to enjoy, then I would look at the Winter Olympics. Even though there's no like real great British involvement, I don't think our team is really that big. But I have always watched it, like the curling, the not so much the figure skating, but I'll quite happily watch anything. Like, if people are into it and it matters and it means something and there's medals on the line, and we just saw there with Fiji winning their first gold, and as a result they had a national holiday. I love stories like that. That's amazing. I mean, we almost had a national holiday if we'd have won the Euros. So, like, Fiji winning their first gold and declaring a national, I love that story. So, I could see us covering the Winter Olympics, but it's not something that I've ever given all that much time to be honest. Ballyhoo to William Hensey. James said, I love bobsleigh and curling. Yeah, I mean, I've tried to watch some of the bobsleigh because one of my favourite films is Cool Runnings. I mean, who doesn't love Cool Runnings? So I do try to watch bobsleigh. And I've always enjoyed it, but it's one of those where I've never actually really sat down and gone, right, what day is it on, and like kind of built my week around it. It's one of them whereby if it's on and I'm not doing anything, I'll put the TV on and see what's being shown, and kind of deal with it that way. So yeah, it's good. I do enjoy it. I just have never really gone out my way for it, but we might, because it's coming round very soon. Days, who do you think could beat Lashley for the championship? I think there'd be quite a few. I think Big E. I think Brock. Maybe Riddle. Maybe. Depends how big he gets. I think there's a few names that could beat him for it, but hopefully, they're going to keep going with Bobby being this killer. So I like the fact the girls are gone. I think the girls were like watering him down. So yeah, I like I like what they're doing with him at the moment. James said, "Love Cool Run-ins." It's a great film. Elish, shout out to you. The dude with the lucky head. Sanka. I think his name was Sanka. Joshua says, do you think some of the people are not happy about not being at the Olympics in person? Yes, definitely. I think there's people that would... I'm sure there's people all over the world that, everyone's got their own opinion when it comes to COVID and how you deal with it. I would say the majority agree with lockdowns, agree with face masks, agree with social distancing, right? I would say the majority. I don't think I'm speaking out of term there. But I would say there's also other people in the world that think that it's, overblown and that you probably don't need to take such precautions. And I would imagine there's some of them people that live in Japan. So I would think that there would be people that, would want to be going regardless of COVID, and would want to be in stadiums and would want to be, at the rowing, at the boxing, of course you would. I mean, like, everyone would. I would imagine everyone would want to see these things. These are the best athletes in the world. This is one of the greatest shows in the world. I mean, maybe the greatest show in the world. So imagine it being on your doorstep and you can't go. So I've said earlier at the start of this stream, I really do feel for the Japanese people. I really do feel for them. But I would imagine the majority are probably more in the camp of thinking that the games, maybe shouldn't go ahead, and people spreading, all sorts. I mean, you got to remember, there's people coming to Japan from all over the world. Every corner of the world is sending athletes to Japan. So I would imagine that people are probably more concerned and worried about what is being brought into Japan from, all those different variants and everything along those lines. Because I know people will say, yeah, well, the athletes are tested, but we are already seeing COVID breaking out. And, I think it's Guinea. Their whole team is... I mean, I don't even know how many athletes it is, but apparently Guinea is out of the Olympics. And what a shame that is. I mean, Guinea are not going to be able to compete at the Olympics because their whole team is out with, like, COVID. One of our medal hopes here in Great Britain is out as well. So it's there. I mean, like, it's already there. So it's very difficult. I mean, there will be people that are feeling like it should happen. There'll be people that are thinking that it shouldn't happen. There'll be people thinking that fans should be there. There'll be people thinking fans shouldn't be there. And everyone's going to have their own personal opinions on it. Stacey says, will you watch 3-on-3 basketball? Well, one of the things that I'm not going to try and do is say, we're definitely watching this, we're definitely watching that, we're definitely doing this, we're definitely doing that. I think if you do ever stop onto the stream, we will try to be wherever the big talking point is. So if there's, like, obviously medals being given out, we'll try and be there. So I could see that getting in the way of, like, a lot of the heats. But I would like to see it. I've never actually seen 3-on-3 basketball, so I would like to see it. I think there's a good chance that we watch, like, the gold medal game. I would imagine the United States are probably very good at it as well, so I'd like to see the US team. So I'm already prepared for the chat to be a lot of people saying, you need to check this out, you need to go here, you need to go there, can you do this, can you do that? The truth is, we're just going to try and go where we think the majority of people want us to be. So that would be, like, the 100 meters. That would be the men's basketball for United States. That would be Simone Biles. That would be Osaka in the tennis. And we're just going to try and do it that way. So yeah, the one thing I can't really do is sit here and say, yeah, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, we're gonna be here, we're gonna be there, so on. It's going to be weird watching the Olympics without fans. Yes. Yes. Right, we should be going over soon to the BBC coverage. So we should be going over to the BBC coverage. So they said you've had the excitement of Wimbledon and the Euros, so here comes our next big sporting distraction, the Tokyo Olympics. So what they'll do on the BBC is they will go over to probably some pundits. The actual ceremony won't begin until we get till like 12 midday. There hasn't been much on the BBC up until this point, but there have been some like football, and there has been a few things. I've just got out of bed, says Dave Holland. Days, if wrestling wasn't in such a terrible state and your wrestling streams had massive views, then would you have done such streams? Yes, because this is happening outside of wrestling. Like, for example, we can still do Raw, we can still do SmackDown, we can still do the Olympics. So, yeah, we wouldn't not be doing the Olympics because of wrestling. Right, we're just waiting for this coverage to begin. And we're in... is this some kind of virtual? We're in some kind of virtual studio the BBC have got. Days, Roman is undefeated. Who do you think will beat him? I think Big E. Yes, I would go with you on that. Kira said the Olympics have started. Will WDW ever come back? Probably not. This is a quite impressive studio that they're in. They've got this kind of like surround 360 kind of green screen Tokyo skyline. It looks kind of really cool. It's a very big production that they've gone for with this. They're just getting a little video package at the moment. Again, I think this has all been done by the BBC. Days, do you think Punk and Daniel will take a lot of shots against WWE? No, I wouldn't expect Daniel to. I don't know why he would, to be honest, because I don't even know why he's gone there. I think WWE treated him very well. So, yeah, it's a bit disappointing to see that Daniel's gone to AEW, and I don't know why. I mean, Punk might. What does Punk care? He might, but do you? Oh, we read that one. Days, hope all is well. It's good. Shout out to you. So at the moment on the BBC, there is like a traditional Japanese drummer on one of those big drums that's like on its side. Like, you know what I mean? Like pounding away on the side of the drum. And there's just these classic images being shown on the walls, being projected as they're drumming away inside this big empty room. It's kind of nice. It's obviously something the BBC have done because a lot of these images are of great British athletes. But we are seeing some great moments from other nations. And some very powerful images. Is it Jesse Owens? The Jesse Owens image. The people in Tokyo, bars of course, they are super ready for the opening ceremony, says Ghosty31. Well, I hope they enjoy it. I really do. I hope they enjoy it because, as we said, you know, I really do feel for them. And this is something that I think, you know, they should be really proud of. Japan are giving something to the world that, who knows, you know, a lot of other countries may have cancelled. But Japan are going ahead and they are giving this to the world. And I really, really respect them for that. I really respect them for that. Because this is something that we are all going to enjoy. I mean, I've already been enjoying the past couple of days. and I'm here and I'm ready to enjoy, the proper start of the games. Will Punk get AEW ice creams? Says Dave. Maybe. I hope he does. How does the UFC card look on Saturday? To be honest, I've not been able to look at it. I mean, unfortunately, we will go into UFC with pretty much no research. I'm just going to have to go with what I know of the fighters from the top of my head. And, we'll get by, but it won't be as detailed as what I'm able to normally bring, just because literally it's going to be wake up, something to eat, start the Olympic stream, stop the Olympic stream, walk the dog, go to sleep, wake up, have something to eat, start the Olympics. Like, there's just not the time. I was really grateful, actually, that there was a couple of hours earlier today where I was able to set up all the future streams. I managed to get to day 11, and I think there's like 15 days. So I was able to get quite far into the future to setting up the stream. So you can see what the schedule is going to look like for, the next few days in particular on the channel. So the BBC are underway, and Sir Chris Hoy, a 6-time track champion, he is actually sat in the studio. They're just talking about what this means and how excited they are for this, and it's good. It looks good. It's good. It's a good studio. It's very, very impressive. The softball and the rowing have been very good, says Dave. I do find as well, and it is worth people knowing, that when we first start the streams, I mean, I have literally been awake for about half an hour by the time we start the streams. Like, my voice was a bit croaky, and, I think it's going to take me a little bit of time just to warm up and get going, if that makes any sense. So I think, if ever you do click on a stream right at the start, don't be surprised if I'm not bouncing off the walls or anything, but I've not been asleep at all since we got going and got started. And, if we had been streaming non-stop, we would be sneaking up to 11 hours now. We would be coming up to an 11-hour stream already. So all things considered, I'm actually feeling really good. So I think I've got my body in a good place right now. I think we're the past couple of streams we've been doing, I think, have really helped. Really helped. So feeling good, feeling excited. We're 30-odd minutes. We're about half an hour away from going to Tokyo and going to the opening ceremony. Any thoughts on who will take gold for the men's baseball? I've been following Israel. They remind me of the Jamaican bobsleds. Oh, well, I definitely want to watch that now. Baseball Olympics favorites. Let's have a look. So, Olympic baseball betting odds. This is always a good way to judge it. So, Israel are plus 3,000. That would mean that if you was to bet $100, you would get $3,000 back. They are rank outsiders. I mean, your Jamaican bobsleigh example is very true. It looks like the favourites for this one are actually Japan. They're plus 175. So that means you bet 100, and they win, you'd get 175 back. So they are firm favourites. And then you've got South Korea at plus 300, United States at plus 350, then Mexico at plus 500, and the Dominican Republic at plus 550. So Japan is favourite for the gold there. Nearly every top-tier player from Japan will be available. There'll be some familiar faces, including Sugano, who is a 2-time Pitcher of the Year and reigning MVP. So there we go. Some very interesting information. So they're just talking about, on the BBC at the moment, they're just showing us around the fact that the country's in a lockdown. They're saying that the majority of the Japanese were opposed to the games going ahead. The coverage starts in 30 minutes. Matthew says, I wonder, will we live stream NWA Power and NWA 73? I would like to. It all depends on when they are. If they are, it depends what they're going to clash with and what they're going to be with. If we're free to do them, then I would absolutely do them, because I still love the NWA. It's just when we were watching the show, it just didn't feel the same. I think not having fans really has hurt the NWA, as it's hurt everything. But, the NWA had to come back. They had to get going. They had to start, do you know what I mean, putting shows out there, getting shows out there. And I think there's been a lot of excitement about Empower and 73 and whatnot, so... yeah, we'll try to. Febin said, Days, videos of main events of next week have circulated more than a day with increase in views and yet to be taken down. Shouldn't Triple H take some action? Yes. Yes, he should. 50/50 TV said, what is your dream match? Mine's Brock Lesnar versus Bret Hart or Seth Rollins versus Shawn Michaels. I've always said Undertaker versus Sting, to be honest. I'd take that. We just got Max Whitlock, who was a fantastic gymnast for Great Britain. Again, the BBC coverage is going to be very weighted towards Team GB. So I do also have Discovery Plus coverage. So we'll see which one's better. We'll see which one's got the better coverage. BBC are normally very good. They're very good at calling it down the line, but of course, they'll lean to Team GB. Frenchy123 says, I am excited. Dave said, love that Thunder Rosa has signed for AEW. That is a big move for the wrestler and the promotion. Frenchy, I answered your question earlier, but I said that it's something that we're not going to look to change because we're streaming so much. It's all kind of in a very strict pattern. Daz says, what is the news on Becky Lynch? Expected to return soon. In India, it is 4:20 p.m. Shout out to you, Ravindra. Dave Harlan said, Days, if you was in the Olympics, what sport would you do? What's the laziest sport? What's the laziest sport? Do you know, I was thinking about this. I'd want to do the sport that was like right at the end of the Olympics. Or maybe in the middle, or I don't know what would be best. Maybe at the start, if you. Because I was thinking, like, do you get sent home after? I think you do at this one. I don't know. It's difficult. Would you want to go there, get it done, and go, or would you want to stay to the end and kind of get as much of the experience as possible? But what experience are you getting? There's no fans. I think the country's in lockdown. You can't go out. Are you just going to be stuck in the athletes' village? And everyone's like, I don't know what I'd want to do. I'm not thinking of it from a sports point of view. I'm thinking of it from a practicality point of view. I suppose in a way you'd want to get it done early, wouldn't you? You'd want it under normal circumstances, get it done, and then you stick around for a couple of weeks, have a lovely time, and then you go to the closing ceremony. I'd want to be in a team, definitely. I wouldn't want to do it on my own. I'd want to be in a team. Just because, like, you got mates around and it'd just be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? Do you know what I mean? Hanging out with people. If you want to go somewhere, you've got some people, you're like, do you want to go out in the shop or something? Do you know what I mean? So I'd probably want to do it, like, in a team, but I don't know quite what it would be. If I was there, I'd want to get in and get out. Jameson said, I feel like the Winter Olympic luge or skeleton are the laziest sports. You don't even need to work out. Right, I'll do that then. I'll do that. Oh, brilliant. Anything that's lazy, that's in a team, because that's even lazier. Because if you've got to do it on your own, do you know what I mean? But if you've got other people around that can kind of carry the burden, brilliant. So I'll be in a team sport that's lazy. Days, apparently AEW has signed Punk and Bryan. Don't you think it's now impossible for AEW to get any bigger surprises after those two debuts? I'd say it's very difficult, yeah. they're the biggest things at the moment. But there's always going to be someone that comes along. There'll always be someone. I mean, could you go and get Connor? Could you go and get The Rock? Will there be someone massive in UFC that you could go and get? Could you go and get Jake Paul? Could you? I know that people would hate it, but he's a big draw. So yeah, there's always something, isn't there? There's always something. There's always going to be someone. You know, could there be someone in the Olympics that catches fire? Could there be someone in the Olympics that really captures people's imaginations? And, you know, as a result, they go and get them. So I wouldn't worry too much about, like, who else could they get. There'll always be someone. Is a fun fact, base jumping is a sport which has the most deaths. Figure skating or running, I love both of them. I love figure skating more, says Kira. That's cool. Japan doesn't care that people are dying and still spreading. The money is more important, I see. Well, I think Japan does care. Certainly the people have been very vocal about the games. And I don't know that you can pin that on Japan, to be honest. I think it more might be with the Olympic Committee. The Olympic Committee... Did you know it's actually in the contract that the host nation cannot cancel the games? If you win the bid, you actually cannot cancel the games. It's in the contract. So I don't know that it's I don't know that you can put that on the Japanese people. Right. They're in the Olympic Stadium. So the BBC are inside the Olympic Stadium. We're just getting a little glimpse in there. I can't quite see what they've done with the stands. It sort of feels like they've put something on the seats to make it look like there's people there. Now is exciting. 12 minutes till we go to the coverage on Discovery Plus. We're 22 minutes away from the opening ceremony, so it is getting closer and closer. Days, if it hasn't been answered, then NWA Empower is Saturday the 28th and August. NWA 73 is Monday the 30th of August. Thank you. So, BBC are inside the stadium at the moment. We've just got a little glimpse of inside the stadium. It's hard to see because it's a little out of focus, but it looks like the seats are covered, and it looks like they've made it try to look like there's like people there. They're talking about the Japanese superstars that might capture the imagination. Osaka is the first that gets mentioned. All the Japanese people are waiting for her to get a gold medal. How old are you? 21. Days in Australia, the ceremony starts at 9 and is done at 12:30. Will there be fireworks? I would think so. I think anything they can do that's not going to involve people, I think they will look to use, be that pyro or be it fireworks, be it technology, be it screens, be it pre-record. I mean, there could be pre-recorded, pre-taped things that they play. It's going to be so weird because there's no one in the stadium. So, in a way, they don't need to stay in the stadium, do they? They can go all over Japan. This could be a very different opening ceremony. I don't quite know what to expect. Do you think Iran has got a chance in volleyball or basketball? It's difficult to say, buddy. I mean, we had a look, didn't we, at where... the medal table was and where people finished, and Iran did well, but I mean, basketball, you've got to think, is going to be won by United States. I can't see anyone but them winning. Volleyball, I don't know. Let's have a look. Volleyball Olympics favourites. Let's have a look and see who the favourites are. Olympic odds, sleepers, long shots, blah, 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 blah. The United States men's volleyball team is struggling, but will have plenty of time to get it together. So men's volleyball, they're saying that the winner, the favourite, is Poland, plus 240. Poland are the favourite for the men's volleyball. Brazil are second. USA are actually fifth favourite. Iran, plus 6,000. So not looking good. That means if you bet $100, you would get $6,000 back if they win. So that's kind of gives you a perspective of how unlikely it is. But Poland are favourite with plus 240. That's for the men's volleyball. I could have a look at women's volleyball, see if it's any different over there. Women's volleyball. Women's volleyball. I don't even know. Are the women competing in volleyball or not? I've got the beach volleyball. I can tell you that Brazil are favourites for the beach volleyball with at plus 380. Canada are second at plus 500. I don't know that Iran are in beach volleyball, to be honest. So to answer your question, I can't find any odds for the women's volleyball, but the men's volleyball has got you not as a favourite. And yeah, the women's beach volleyball, it's Brazil that are favourites for that. Right, 18 minutes. 18 minutes, and then we will obviously have the opening ceremony that we've been building towards. Volleyball, I would deconsider pro. I would spike baby in the face. Okay. 50-50 said, I can't watch Olympics because I'm watching the stream on my TV. Oh, you should definitely watch the opening ceremony, bud. I'm sure the winner will win, but my focus is on Joshua Cheptegei and Martin Shida. Okay. Yes, let's go Poland, says Lenny. DJ said, if I'm the Japan officials and my people are dying and the numbers are going up, the last thing I'm going to do, if I'm morally responsible, is to not have any type of major gatherings. Yeah, but it's in the contract that you can't cancel it, and you've got like a commitment to the games. You've got, athletes all over the world that want to take part. There's definitely, it's very political. There's a lot of Japanese people that think that it should be getting cancelled. I don't know how easy and possible that is. I mean, you are getting courts involved. I mean, it would go to court and could be very costly. If you cancel it, then you're in breach of contract. It's not an easy decision to take. Certainly what they've done is they've gone forward with this, and they're taking every precaution possible to make it as safe as possible. But you're certainly not in the minority. There's a lot of Japanese people that think and feel the same, that this should have been cancelled and that it shouldn't be going ahead. But it's not as easy as that. Like, could it be done? I'm sure it could be done. But I don't know what the repercussions would have been. But I would imagine they would have been costly. And Japan has already spent a lot of money to then not hold the games. Like, I just don't know. I mean, like, politically, I just don't know what that would mean. It's a very, very difficult decision. A very, very difficult decision. Days sees me retract a comment. He can't resist reading it. Days, I'm going to watch Olympics whilst I watch SmackDown, says Frenchie. They got a positive test in the bubble and they're still going ahead. Yep. Dave said, a female team was suspended for wearing cycling shorts instead of swimming bottoms at the Olympics, saying that it wasn't in the rules. You look refreshed. Team GB performance, London, they were third. They were, and they were second, Team GB in Rio. I wouldn't have expectations that high. I think that they're just showing the performance now, actually. So, in 96, we were 36th. We had 1 gold in 1996. In Sydney, we were 10th with 11. Athens, we were 10th with 9. Beijing, we were 4th with 19. London, we were 3rd. Rio, so we've gone 4th, 3rd, 2nd. That surely means we finished 1st this time. Surely. We were 4th, we were 3rd, we were 2nd in Rio in the medal table. We have to finish 1st now. It has been absolutely incredible. Our past 3 games in particular have been incredible. But this is going to be an ass now, because there's so many athletes that just don't know what the level of competition is like, because there hasn't been the games, building up to the Olympics. So a lot of athletes are coming into this not quite knowing how they compare. Women are complaining of sexism. Was that 1 gold, 96 Kurt Angles? I think it was Steve Redgraves. Obviously, Kurt Angle was USA. Can you stop talking and start playing the countdown? What, the song? The final countdown by Europe? I think we'd get a copyright strike, to be honest. 10 Anch and says, I'm from India. Shout out to you. Jaka says, hello from Brazil. Kira said, is Mo in the running now? Because he was training and he failed the first time. He failed the second time as well, unfortunately. So, to my knowledge, Mo is not at these games. No. The Olympic medals look great. I haven't seen them, to be honest. I've not seen any images of what they look like. So, that will be quite interesting. See what the medals look like. Days, this is great. It'll be Roman Cena, Roman Rock, Roman Brock next year. Just looked at the description after SmackDown tonight, and it's packed. Yes. It is, yeah. I'm from Malaysia. Shout out to you. Right, so we are just waiting for this to begin, basically. We've got a couple of presenters that are at the screen, and they're just talking about the UK's prospects, their medal prospects. I think with this games, it's got to be what it's going to be. I mean, I don't know that you can have too many expectations. I'm sure that, like America does, the United States, they always do very, very well. But I think here in Great Britain, I think our expectations are relatively low. I'd like us to finish in the top 5. If we can finish in the top 5, I think, I'd take that now. If someone says, right, you're going to be 5th on the medal table, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'll take that. So, even though we were 2nd in Rio, I just think the preparation has been atrocious. But I know that's affected the world as well, but 352 now, says William. Hello from Zambia, says Stephanie. Shout out to Zambia. Hope you are well. Are you watching the Olympics today? There's only the opening ceremony, bud. So there's only the opening ceremony. We are not going to be able to watch any sports today because it's literally the opening ceremony. And as soon as that's done, then obviously later tonight, then we will get underway with day 1. And there's plenty of sports. And as we looked at earlier, there's plenty of medals being handed out as well. Mini King, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Up early, bright and early. Julius says, support to the ones representing Micronesia. Yes. Never heard of that place. Malakia, Kenya, we are behind you. Dave's one thing I like about Cena's entrance now is when he comes out, he even talks to the cameraman, even calling the cameraman by his name, which is Stu, creating a relationship on screen. I think he's done that a while, to be honest. But, yeah, it's fun. I'm up earlier than usual. We're just seeing a lot of people on the BBC, a lot of the legends from Team GB. Eurosport is just starting its coverage now, so looks like the world is waking up. Looks like the world is getting ready to enjoy the opening ceremony. I don't know if I'm going to watch Eurosport's coverage or BBC's coverage, to be honest. I'll probably watch Eurosport's coverage. So right now on Eurosport, we've got a shot of the stadium, and that is it. It's literally just a shot of the stadium, and we can see like the buildings in the background. There's a lot of skyscrapers in the background, and we are just waiting to go over to the stadium. We've got a tower that's got the Olympic rings on. You can see a lot of people inside. People moving around and whatever, but yeah, we've got the Olympic rings inside this tower. No commentary or anything at this stage. We're just getting shots of Tokyo. So shots of Tokyo coming through. Looks great. That's the tower in Tokyo. Looks great. What do you eat for this special event? Well, I've just been munching on a few strawberries, to be honest. That's it, really. Just a few strawberries. I don't think anything you have is going to help if you're flagging energy-wise. I know it's different times all over the world, but like, yeah, I've been munching on like peanut butter and fruit and just bits like that, because it's all good for energy if you are up early or you are staying up late. Again, right now we are literally in a helicopter just going around, this really tall structure. It's like a tower in Tokyo. We're just getting some shots of Tokyo. We're just seeing a bridge in Tokyo. We're about 6 minutes away. Of course, once it actually starts, we'll be going over to the actual stadium itself and going over to the start of that coverage. BBC are still just going back through some of the previous opening ceremonies and the impact that they've had. But these scenes, these pictures are stunning. Really, beautiful high definition. And we're just seeing Tokyo at night. The city, all the lights on the skyscrapers and everything. And yeah, it's nice. I mean, if you told me this was like a little city in like America, I would believe you. It's got that kind of American feel, what with lots of skyscrapers and lots of lights and really nice bridge, and you could kind of look at that and see New York or something along those lines. So we've got some Olympic rings on the water as well that are lit up. As you said, still no commentary. We're just literally getting shots of Tokyo at the moment, and obviously a lot of nerves, I would think, in Tokyo right now. They know that the world is watching. They know that many people are judging as to whether this should go ahead or not. And I really hope that this opening ceremony is a big success for them, because they really do deserve, for the world to be impressed and grateful that they're still able to entertain at this time. India. Shout out to India. How weird will it be when the countries come out and the athletes wave to no one? Well, I mean, I'd imagine they'll wave to the camera, to be honest. I would imagine they'll wave to the camera. We also know that not all of the athletes are going to be there, so it's going to actually be a smaller contingent than what we would normally see. So, yeah, again, look, more helicopter shots over Tokyo. So tightly packed, isn't it? Like, there's so many buildings, so many skyscrapers, just thousands and thousands of buildings, and really like hundreds of skyscrapers in Tokyo. So big and vast, and I think it feels like we're kind of, I don't know, maybe slowly making our way to the stadium. We're in a helicopter. We're going all over Tokyo. I remember they did this actually for London 2012. They did the same. The helicopter was flying over and making its way to the stadium. And then when we got there, we saw the shots of the crowd and everything. So it's really good. I mean, like, I really like how they do this because it really sets the scene. You know, like, really what's around. You know what the surroundings are like. And, yeah, it's really cool that this stadium is going to have the eyes of the world on it. Just outside, there seems to be like a massive screen on the floor. There's something down in like that baseball kind of ground. It's got like displaying different colors, different lights. Not sure what that's for, but we're getting a good shot of the stadium here. It's in a really well built up area. It's really well built. Lots of buildings around it. It's not like the London one that was kind of built. We had like this derelict land that wasn't being used for anything, and we were able to build the Olympic Park and a whole park over there. But with this one, it's really in like with. I mean, space is a commodity in Japan, isn't it? So, you know, this stadium is there, and we just got a little glimpse inside. I can tell you that it looked quite empty on the floor of the stadium. It's not as if there's like big structures or anything there. There's just like, it looks like there's just a white sheet on the ground. It doesn't look like there's anything like built up or anything like ready to, you know, whatever. It looks very clean. It looked very empty. But the stadium itself, what I like about it is the way that what they've done with the seats is I think they've covered it in something that makes it look like there's people there from a distance. So we're just getting like shots, and it doesn't look like an empty stadium. It doesn't look like an empty stadium. It looks like there's people inside the stadium from a distance. Obviously, close up, I'd imagine it's going to look a little different, but the aerial shots right now are just of this helicopter going around the stadium. We've had no commentary all throughout this. We're just about a minute away from the opening ceremony beginning. And it's just, waiting for it to begin. As I said, Eurosport and BBC, we're waiting to get underway with the opening ceremony. So we are literally just circling around the stadium at this stage. Right, Tall Paul, shout out to everyone. Ricky said I just woke up and I'm a bit sunburnt. Yeah, so again, still just circling around, getting wonderful shots of Tokyo. We are just moments away, though, seconds away from going over to the opening ceremony, getting these Olympic Games underway, and from Tokyo, welcoming the world to Tokyo. And again, the aerial shots just spinning round. We'll change the stop clock over. Opening ceremony. Let's take this away. So we're still waiting for it to begin. The opening ceremony graphic appears at the bottom of the screen. They're showing us the same images on the BBC. Tokyo. They're saying that Tokyo is going to look to send a message of hope to the world. The images, I'm sure you're seeing them now, of us in the air whilst we're circling around. They said, don't expect this to be all singing, all dancing. So they're saying, don't expect this to be all singing, all dancing. We are actually beginning now, and we're... Okay. So the ceremony has begun, and we're just seeing some animation on screen. Some music and everything as well. And we're just getting like the glimpse of the stadium being drawn out. So it's animation, and we're going down into the grass, and we're looking at like the molecular structure and everything, and the dirt, and that's turned into space. So we're just getting like this kind of like animated intro. I remember we did this at London 2012. We actually went down the Thames. But this is like a little look at life. So there we go. Japan looking to sow a seed of hope, and that's what it was. We're inside the stadium now. And there's a person down on her knees, and she's getting up, and there's a single spotlight on her. And the shadow, look at the shadow. That's great. So the shadow is showing. So she's walking away as that was growing. That plant was growing in her like shadow. So it's taken us back to 2013, and they're showing Tokyo winning the bid. And I think they're showing, like, you know, what the athletes have been on, the journey that the athletes have been on. Tokyo's journey has been 8 years in the making. So we're just seeing shots now. I think we're going to get a fair bit of this, would be my guess. Yeah, 2020, and... So there is very much a very strong, yeah, and we're just at 2020 now, and then everything's been shut off. So there was lots of music, there was lots of lights, there was lots of excitement, and now we're seeing the empty streets in Tokyo. And we're seeing, like, the empty streets around the world. I'm seeing what looks like someone like having to train in the dark. But I do think it'll be this way. You know, that kind of big spectacle inside the stadium, I'm sure we will get stuff. But certainly right now, there's been like a single person. And here we go. Look, now they're plugging it in. And the images return, and it's the images of people training. And we're seeing like athletes like training at home and having to prepare at home and get ready for these games. It's kind of nice. I do like this kind of stuff. Because this, I mean, this stuff can be enjoyed by anyone around the world. Do you know what I mean? There's no language barrier here. There's been no language. So these images you can watch and everyone can make sense of them. The story that's being told. Where we've all been, and at the moment the music getting a bit more frantic. And there's a bit of a countdown going on right now. Down to 14. 13. 12. We're seeing all the different sports. The bloke on the treadmill. What if England win every event from here on out? 9. We've got a little countdown. 8. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And we've just got images of different sports and of walls being broken down and the stadium lights up. We've got pyro shooting out of the top of the stadium. Fireworks going off in Japan. That's nice. Yeah, we've gone early on the fireworks. The fireworks go off. And we go inside the stadium. It's still dark in the stadium. And we go to a single person on a treadmill. And now we've got someone on a cycling bike, so... You know, the BBC saying this is very typical of what athletes have been having to do. You know, a lot of training at home. There's some wonderful effects here. And there's someone on a rowing machine. And there's some people that are coming in now dressed in white. So they were saying that, you know, what was coming out of the athletes was like the light, the hope, knowing that there's still a purpose, even in the darkness, knowing that there's still going to be a brighter tomorrow. And there was these colours, these lights that were coming off the athletes. And now we're seeing some dancers and we're starting to see some colour on the floor. Wonderful effects being... I don't know if they're projected onto the floor or if that's like... I think they're projected. So they're saying that these now are depicting the changing of the seasons and obviously the passing of time. But at the moment, like, we're just looking at the floor of the stadium. There hasn't been that kind of, you know, what you'd normally expect with an opening ceremony. I don't feel like we've had that big explosion yet of sound and energy, and we've just had the countdown. We're inside the stadium right now. And there's some wonderful effects on the floor. I can't tell. This might be like a giant screen on the floor, let alone like projections. Because we've got colours everywhere. It's like they're dancing on a giant TV screen. It's very impressive. Just as people are moving, like there's kind of like colours exploding out from them and ripples coming out from them. Looks great. I bet Vince McMahon's loving that. Where can I watch it for free? It should be on YouTube if you've not got it. I like the effects. I like the effects on the floor. I think they are just projections, but they look very good. And the person that was running has slowed down. So the BBC is saying this is a very reflective ceremony so far. Obviously, we're only 10 minutes into it, but now we've got some... So they're saying that there's this effect now, and they're saying it's like elastic rope. And there's like actual string. It's like it's all performance dance at the moment. See, I don't mind this kind of thing. This kind of thing's all right. So at the moment, we've got lots of dancers out there. We've got this kind of rope that's tangling up. And we're very reliant on projections on the floor. It's showing on TV. So the projections have ended now, and now we've got a lot of dancers like tangled up in this red rope. Some excellent, like, great use of the floor. I mean, the colours are absolutely everywhere. Are we getting a little singing number? Feels like he's about to sing. Takes a deep breath. So, yeah, we've got people dancing. So, at the moment, it's on the floor. There's, like, red lasers kind of, like, being shot around across the floor and projections and people dancing. And it's nice. I like the music. Alan, Jason, shout out to you. Daisuka says, I'm from Japan. Thank you. Shout out to you, my friend. I think this is good. This is nice. It's some good stuff. Shout out to you. Is it Daisuka? I hope you're enjoying it, and I really hope these games goes well for you, because I certainly appreciate them. So the spotlight fades, and the stadium goes in black. Okay. So the Emperor of Japan. Okay, so the Emperor has been introduced. We're just seeing the Emperor come out. Looks like there are people in the stands. Your TV is about 3 minutes behind mine. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it might be a little bit different around the world, but these live pictures coming from Eurosport, actually. Normally, BBC iPlayer is a little bit delayed. Don't forget as well, YouTube might put a little delay on things as well. So. Okay, so they're bringing out the national flag. So we've got a lot of Japanese people walking out with the flag. It seems a very somber, very respectful, very reflective ceremony. I must admit, I watched this and I just feel really sorry for the people who... I keep saying it, but I can't say it enough. I mean, I'm watching these people bring out the Japanese flag and they're waving to no one in the stands. I love the fact that they're still waving and they're still looking around, even though there's no one actually in the stands. They're kind of waving and acting as if the people are still there. I like that. UK Worldwide Freedom Rally tomorrow. Put it on BBC One. It's got a less of a delay. Okay, well, the Japanese flag has been brought out. We're 15 minutes into this. I mean, obviously, once it's going to take about an hour and a half for all the different nations. So we'll definitely eat up quite a bit of time just with all the different nations coming out. Then you got the pledge and all of that kind of stuff. But I would imagine there's still going to be another segment that they're going to do in regards to the opening ceremony. I think they also bring out the Olympic flag, don't they? I think they always put up the Japanese flag, and I think they put up the Olympic flag. It's worth mentioning that we do have some sort of dome. There's like a white plinth, quite a large white plinth, like really big, with a dome on top. And I can't tell if that's the cauldron. I can't tell if that's what's if that is the cauldron, or if it's going to become the cauldron, or quite what it is. But we've got some steps going up to like a platform. So they're going up these steps, climbing up, and taking the Japanese flag over to the flag post. Music's very somber. It's all very somber. I thought they'd actually covered the seats, but I think the seats are actually just different colours. But it's good. It's better that it looks that way rather than it all be one colour, because it does make it feel, certainly from a distance, like there was people in the seats. If it was just one colour and it was like a block of colour, then it would look empty. I mean, it's heartbreaking, man, because now you can see all the empty seats. Look, you can actually see them. So they're doing the Japanese national anthem now. Everyone who asks, do you think Team GB will be bending the knee? Taking the knee? I think, I don't know. I don't know what wasn't it said that, I don't know. I saw something to do with it from Asher Smith's today. If you do it, you don't go on the podium or something. I don't know. Okay, the Japanese. She's got quite the dress, man. She's got this big flowery thing that kind of comes out, and it's got lots of different colours at the bottom. And she's doing the Japanese national anthem. Kind of like an opera singer. Getting opera singer vibes. It's the kind of thing you would imagine Lady Gaga doing. Do you know what I mean? She's got an incredible voice. As they're raising up the Japanese flag. I'd love to... I wonder what the ceremony was going to be. I feel like this has been very somber, very reflective. I think it kind of reflects like maybe the mood of the world. But I wonder what it was going to be like before the pandemic hit. Is this live? Yeah, it's happening right now. Yeah, live. 20 minutes into the opening ceremony. I think Daisy's Lady Gaga. Again, we get like a blue light. Let's all take... Says, let's take a moment to remember those friends and loved ones that are no longer with us. This is like, this ceremony is really like... Wow. It's sort of like if we were to do a show to like not mark the end of the pandemic, but like to remember, it's sort of what this is. I suppose in a way this is kind of what this has to be. You know, so many lives lost. How do you do a big... How do you start this any other way? So this performance that we're seeing now is called a moment of remembrance. And there's a spotlight again on a single person that's kind of writhing around and trying to rise up. Tell you what, that is immense. The strength that it takes, the leg strength it takes to do what he just did. So they're saying this is an important moment to recognize those that have been lost in Japan and all around the world. So this person in like white, I don't know what you'd call it. I don't know what that is. But lots of looking up at the heavens, hands outstretched. The top part has covered his face. I wonder if that was intentional. He must have known that it would do that. But it's quite a powerful image now that his face has been covered by his attire. This is what the Olympics had to be about. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I never really thought of it that way. I thought that there would be something to do with the Olympics, but I thought it'd be like what we saw at the start, you know, where like you build into it and then it just kind of shuts down. But then as soon as they plugged it back in and we got going, I thought we were going then. But it's just been all been like a moment of silence now. Right, we might be going somewhere now because some people have come out. Some people coming out and some people dancing in the background. So we might be at the races now. I think Japan just taking a real moment there to. They're very good with tradition. They're very good at reflecting. They're very good at paying respect. And I'm into this. I don't even know what it is, but I'm into it. There's a lot of people. There's some woman that looks like she could kill us all. She's on a platform, and the platform's been pulled apart. And what are they looking to do? I think it's signifying. They're saying that they've built a lot of things out of like local timber, and we're seeing how they like built built these Olympics using that local resource. This was all planned before COVID, wasn't changed to reflect COVID. Oh, what, this bit? It's cool. There's like people dancing all over these kind of wooden platforms. Okay, this woman seems all right now. I thought she was going to kill us all. But she's smiling now. So I feel a bit more comfortable around her. And we've got people on the... they look like civilians. I think they've been dressed to look like civilians. Hampton jackets. So they're saying these jackets are traditional. Hampton jackets, apparently. Something along those lines. That globe is still very present, isn't it? Like, it's kind of still lit up in the background. You can still kind of see something there. Like, they've still got lights on it. That must be the cauldron. It must open up or something, or... I've got... That's the cauldron in it. But it looks like a dome. It looks like it's totally closed, so I can't quite work out what it's going to do. It looks like it's got like cuts in the side. So it looks like it's going to like maybe turn and maybe a lotus flower. A lotus flower, that would be very Japanese, wouldn't it? Like open out like that. So it's a ball that kind of... I reckon it's doing that. It certainly looks like it's got cuts on the side. We've got another gentleman now that's dancing on some tap dancing, actually. This is a lot of Irish tap dancing. How long is the opening ceremony on for? Well, I think it's scheduled for about 4 hours. We're half an hour in, so another 3.5 hours. But as we said, that time is going to be largely taken up by the athletes. It takes a long time to bring all the athletes out. He just said, yeah, that's good point. He said one of the advantages of not having a lot of spectators in is you could hear every single thing, every click there, every tap. So we've gone back to these workers with these wooden boxes. He's just giving some jazz hands then, and he just seemed to get overcome. The music's kind of building up a little bit now. Now we're getting... Wow. Okay, now things are getting a bit more serious. Oh, man, this is cool. Look at these. Don't even know what it is. But it's some big structure that's, like, all lit up. And they're, like... So... Oh, the Olympic rings are being brought on. Love the music. They are lanterns. Tokyo 2020 lanterns. This is cool. So these big wooden like trolleys have come on, and they've got loads of lanterns on, and they say like Tokyo 2020, but apparently these rings have been brought on as well. And I said this is going to be a very impressive visual, a very arresting visual once it all comes together. And they've clearly been building this. I love that. I love it when things like build, and then when it finally comes together, you go, ah. Like, I'm sure this is going to build to something very, very impressive. Still tap dancing away, and we've got three rings at the moment. So the lanterns have actually surrounded in a bit of a circle. We've got the 3 rings in the center. And that music building. It's good. Could be that as well. Could be that as well, actually, thinking about it. You might be right. Made of wood, and they're just showing them now. And they've brought one over, so the one has overlapped. We've only got 3, though. We're definitely missing a couple, so where are they going to come from? I feel like the other 2 are they gonna open out or something? Because I feel like there's 2 stacked together. Are the other 2 gonna do it? I can't quite figure out how they're gonna do it, but the music's building, the people are dancing, smiles on faces. Yeah, and here come the other 2 being pulled out. Oh, that's cool. And the middle one's rising as well. That's cool. That's nice. And there we go. They've got it into position. So, yeah, the other one, like, that opened out. So now we've got the Olympic rings made out of, like, local Japanese wood. That's cool. This is cool. This is good, says Legend Killer. So there we go. And fireworks go off into the sky. Shooting up into the sky. A lot of fireworks. Look at that. Yeah, it's good. Okay. The Olympic laurel. I don't know what this is. Mohammed Yunus has won the Olympic laurel. Parade of Nations is incoming, says Lastex. Nikhil 14, good morning. Dr. Yunus of Bangladesh has been given the Olympic laurel. Okay, I'm just trying to hear what he did, but it seems like he's done quite a bit. So he does a lot with, like, helping people with their, you know, create their own businesses when they leave. Teaching people how to become entrepreneurs and how to have careers once their kind of sporting careers are over. So we're just hearing from a few people that he's been associated with and helped. Manish, shout out to you. Days Professor, Eunice's village home is next to mine in Bangladesh. I am proud. He is a Nobel Peace Prize holder. He says he's sad he can't be there. So, well, there we go. That's cool. He says that he wants the world to have zero net emissions. He wants zero poverty, and he wants zero unemployment. So he don't want much, does he? Got to dream big, ain't you? Fair play, man. Fair play. It seems like a good guy. And he says that he was disappointed that he couldn't be there to receive it in person. Okay, so we're going back to the... Okay, we're getting some music now. We've got a woman with a violin. Oh, that was good. So they looked down the violin and you saw all the strings, and then it became... Oh, this is clever, man. So clever. It became the track, and then a guy's just with his clarinet, and it became a javelin. So we're seeing the orchestra arrive, and all different aspects are like... It's good. And like someone just pressed down the button of a trumpet, and when he let it go, like we saw someone jumping into the air. Nice. Trombone pulling it back, and then all of a sudden it became an archer. It's good, man. It's clever. And that guy as well, he was just about to put his mouth onto like the clarinet, and he just went like that, and then all of a sudden we saw like a guy putting a mouthpiece in. I like this. Some great images as well. 2012. Rio 2016. Is this the ceremony, the biggest one in the history due to what's happened? Well, I mean, I think there's more people now than there's ever been, and I would imagine it could go on to become the most watched. Please welcome the athletes. We're doing this a bit early, aren't we? We're only 38 minutes in. Please welcome the athletes of the Games of the 32 Olympiad. All right, so we looks like we're going over to the athletes now. Nice. And it just explodes, and we're just seeing some great images now of some of the absolute legends of the Olympics in the past. We go back to the stadium, and we start welcoming in some of the teams. Here come Greece. So Greece making their way out. So as we said, every nation is going to have a man and a woman bring out their flags. It's to promote gender equality. I like what Greece... The guys are in like a nice blue suit. The women are in like a long skirt. White with like blue across, and it looks nice. Classy. I don't know what Team GB are wearing. So obviously Greece always come out first because they gave the world the Olympics. And here is the refugee Olympic team. Nice. The refugee Olympic team. They're only their second games that they're competing in. So they're not actually associated to any country. Why have we got Iceland next? I don't know why we go to Iceland. So Iceland have come out now. They're all wearing the same tracksuits. Iceland. And there's a guy. All of them are coming out. There's one guy with his phone. I don't know. I'm not sure what he's taking pictures of or filming. Ireland. Here's Ireland. Ireland are here. And they bow to the Japanese people. Ireland making their way in. So Ireland have got like blue tracksuit bottoms and like a green tracksuit top. And there's tears in their eyes. These are reduced teams. Obviously, there would be more people, you would imagine, in the Irish team than this. But they are reduced. So, Ireland, I don't know why. Okay, now we go to Azerbaijan. I wonder why Ireland and Iceland came out before. Normally, don't they just do it in alphabetical order? I thought that's how they did it. United States, third from last as hosts in 2028. France, second from last as hosts in 2024. Japan, the host country. Love that Greek uniform. Right, well, Azerbaijan look cool. I like the badge that Azerbaijan have got. Azerbaijan have got a cool looking badge. It's kind of like the Azerbaijan colours, but the blue is mountains. It's on a white kind of shield, and then it's got the Olympic rings. It looks really cool. So the countries are coming in one end and just walking across. Here's Afghanistan. So, yeah, this bit looks like... Looks like we're roughly in some sort of alphabetical order now. We've just had Azerbaijan. Now we've got Afghanistan. Okay, his jacket. He looks cool. Yeah, these guys, Afghanistan, have got nice suits. They're doing it in the Japanese alphabetical order. Oh. I don't know that order. Here's the United Arab Emirates. The UAE. Here he goes about the badge with the controversial statement yesterday. What country? Here he goes again with the badge about the controversial statement yesterday. I don't understand that comment. Here's Algeria. So they're all in the same suits. They look cool, look smart. Hello from Thailand. Hello, my friend. And it's already started, my friend. It started 44 minutes ago. We are up and running with the opening ceremony. We're just watching the athletes come in now, making their way inside. It's a very, I don't know about you, but it was a very somber, reflective opening ceremony from what we saw. I mean, I still don't feel like it's over, to be honest. I mean, I don't know if we'll go back to it or what we'll do. Normally they do like the big whatever, and then they bring the athletes out. This bit will take quite a while. There's like 200 countries. We've got Argentina coming out, and now for some reason they've decided to jump around. They're all just jumping around in a big huddle. They've gone wild. They've gone rogue. Honestly, you can't trust the Argentinians. Look at them. Singing, dancing, jumping. Well, they are there for a good time, aren't they? They are there for a good time. Here's my favorite flag, Aruba. I love Aruba. Aruba's cool, man. That flag is immense. It's just blue. It's got a couple of yellow lines, star in the corner. It's simple. It's stylish. Love Aruba. The women are wearing like ponchos. Look at the suit, man. That is proper drip. It's like a lime green. Well, what would you call it? A turquoise, going all the way down to like a dark blue. It's like two-tone. Here's Albania, all in black, looking very sharp. White shoes. Here's Albania. They look serious, don't they? Black, sharp. Stylish, though. They look cool. They look really cool. Here's Armenia. Armenia. They've got white tops, blue tracksuit bottoms. Greece always enters first to honour its status as the birthplace of the Olympics. Alan says, jump up and get down. Right, here's Angola. Hey, Angola's cool. I like Angola. Look at what they're wearing. Look at what women are wearing. They look great. Like black dresses. And they've got like big flowery kind of like shoulder, I don't know what you'd call them. Top of the arm kind of things. You can tell I'm really into fashion. You know, like floral, big, top of the arm things. Black, and they've got like red and yellow lines. They look great. They look like they are ready to party, man. Right, next we've got Antigua and Barbuda. Sharp suits. Antigua and Barbuda. I like their face masks. They're wearing face masks, and it's got like a black face mask. It's got the badge on it. It's classy. And look at the shirt colours as well. Some are in yellow, some are wearing red. That dude in white. It's nice. Yeah, the woman just said I like the masks. I like the masks. Andorra. They're all walking out with tears in their eyes. There, he's having a little film. Nice. Yemen coming out. Wow, Yemen's team look old. How old are Yemen's team? Yemen are coming out. They've got like a red tracksuit top on. But the first athletes I saw are both like... Look at them. Perhaps they're like some of the older athletes or something. I don't know. Well, I don't know. What are them two competing in? They've never won an Olympic medal, Yemen. Hopefully. I want them to at the front. The two old boys, I want them to. Here's Israel. Israel have got like a t-shirt. And it's kind of nice. It's the kind of thing I'd imagine like Team GB wearing, to be honest. The Israel masks look cool with the flag. They do. Good point. Yeah, they do. So it is just like the flag, isn't it? It's white and it's got like the blue lines and the star at the front. And there's Japanese people that are like lining the route, and they're all like waving to them, telling this way, this way. And they've got a little dance routine that they do as well. The people that are lining the route. And when they here's Italy. God, what are Italy wearing? What's that circle that they've got down here? Italy have come out in a tracksuit. It's a white tracksuit, but down here, it's like a circle. One side's like, it's their colours. I think this thing here looks weird. I'd be like, if I was designing that, I'd be like, leave that off. Leave that off. You know that bit there? Yeah, leave it off. Looks like a logo for like a pizzeria. Have India come out yet? No. Just Alex said, I'm sorry, but Italy have took an L with that one. Right, here's Iraq. Iraq making their way out. Not many. So, a few athletes for Iraq. So, there's a couple of people coming out. Man and a woman with the flag. And a couple of athletes. It's a very small team from Iraq. Very, very small. Here's Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Nice. Guys in a suit. The girls in like a blue headdress and a blue top, white trousers. It's good. Yeah, fine. No India yet, but I don't think they'll be too far away. In fact, they might be next. So, waving from Iraq. Making their way out. They probably... Here's India. Here's India. Not a big contingent. So, India making their way out. They've got really... I love their badge. So, it says India, and then it's just got like a nice little... looks like toothpaste on the top. But nice blazer, nice trousers, classy. Good, nice face masks. I tell you what, I appreciate if they have uniformed face masks. That's I like that attention to detail. If the face masks all match, I think that's a good little detail. And well done, India. I didn't see who this was, but these look nice. Indonesia, is it? They look nice in their white suits, red shirts. I like their face masks. It's got like red at the top, white at the bottom. And now we've got Uganda. Oh, yes, look, we've got a dance. Excellent. Very colourful. I'm loving this. 44 million for Uganda. I love them tops. They look really cool. Love the dress that the women are wearing as well. They look great. I do like it when they're like, you know, we've got Ukraine now that are in just like pretty standard shirts and whatever. Fine, but it's just pretty standard. But I love it when like the African nations come out in like traditional wear. It's just so colourful and it looks so cool. I think Uganda might be my favourite so far. What we just got from Uganda, they look great. Has Australia come out? No, not yet. Not yet. The ladies of Iran look lovely. The Ugandans are hulking up. Lots of tears in the eyes. We've just got the Ukraine coming out right now. So, pretty epic music playing in the background. Here's Uzbekistan. It's nice, I tell you. I'm kind of enjoying seeing the flags. I've only just noticed as well that when the countries come out, their flags are actually put onto the wraparound graphic thing. You know, in the stadium, the screens that go around. Like, the flags get put onto there when they first come out, and now it says Uzbekistan. So, white trousers, green blazers. So, yeah, they're saying if you are wondering about this, and it was pointed out in the chat correctly, it is in Japanese alphabetical order. Okay, so Uzbekistan making their way out. Have the Australians come out with a kangaroo mascot? No. Haven't seen the Australians yet. I'm not sure what this is trying to do, but they're putting people in like certain parts. I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve. Oh, they're struggling with the flag. They're struggling with the flag. Uruguay making their way out. There you go. They've sorted it. They've sorted it. The flag was all like wrapped up, and they were like, there was flag dramas for Uruguay. Uruguay get bonus points for uniformed face masks. Well done to them. White tracksuit tops, blue tracksuit bottoms. Great Britain have decided to completely abandon fashion and instead come in really boring attire. Awful. Awful. Great Britain, just awful. I don't know who's done this, but just boring beige trousers, blue top, sleeves have got like stripes down. One of the worst, I would say, we've seen so far, to be honest. So there they are, Great Britain. I mean, they're having a nice time. That's all that matters. So Great Britain making their way down. The British Virgin Islands. Wow, she looks great. Looks nice. Nice dress. Good, nice suit. Look at his suit. He's got a lot going on there, isn't he? Look at his jacket and his shirt as well. It's white, but it's got like this pattern. This like looks like a sailboat or something on the side, and then it's on the side of his shirt as well. Yeah, Great Britain sucked, man. Team GB, hang your heads in shame. If medals were being given out for attires, GB would be in big, big trouble. Maybe budget cutbacks. Team GB look like escaped jail inmates. Have Spain come out yet? No, not yet. Sancho's been announced. Okay, cool. Good. So, waiting for that. Days, have you watched the horror film The Strangers? It's where there's 3 home invaders to kill a couple on their honeymoon, and in the movie the couple die. No, I haven't. I haven't seen The Strangers. Oh, I didn't see who this was. Who are you? I don't know who these are. They're in nice suits. Egypt. It's Egypt. Egypt have come out. They're in nice sharp suits. I mean, look, that's nice. I'm so disappointed with whoever dressed Great Britain. Yeah, I mean, they look great. They look classy. Egypt looking very good. They might not win, like, the fashion stakes, but they're not going to lose any points for looking sharp. That's the kind of thing I would have expected Team GB to be wearing. Not whatever we've put them in. Right, here's Estonia. Wearing blue. Quite striking. They look like they work like a cheap airline. Do you know what I mean? Welcome to Estonia Air. That's what I kind of get from Estonia. I feel like this is the group of air stewards. Oh, I love this Eswatini. I didn't even know it was a country, but look at the dresses that the women are in. Eswatini. I love it. The African countries just knock it out the park, man. They knock it out the park. That's a great looking top. The dresses look awesome. Eswatini. Wonderful. Here's Ethiopia. Couple of Ethiopian athletes in just normal jackets. Well, say normal jackets, Ethiopian jackets. Has Britain ever been known to be fashionable? Yeah. We've got, like, some great fashion. The mods and the rockers in the 60s. The mods in particular. Were proper into fashion. And Carnaby Street and, you know, Vivienne Westwood, Stella McCartney. There's loads. I don't know. Sports Direct have dressed us this year. Right, we're moving on. Like, honestly, we'll still be here in an hour welcoming countries, you know. We'll still be here in an hour because there's so many countries. Pakistan didn't participate. How much longer are we on for? We're on for another maybe 3 hours. I mean, honestly, it's only been an hour. I wonder if part of this opening ceremony is going to have, like, what? Look at El Salvador. Look at their trousers. That is immense. I can't even tell what's on them. Like, their trousers have got, like, patterns all down them. They lose points for not having uniformed face masks. Here's Australia. Not bad, Australia. Not bad at all. So they've got green shorts. They've got a white top. There's a little bit of yellow. There's a nice little necktie kind of a thing. Well, it's a scarf, isn't it, really? That looks fine. Classy. Do you know what I mean? That's nice. That's all right. And sort of uniformed face masks. They've got 478 athletes, Australia have. Not all of them here, of course, because it is reduced, but... Right, here come Austria. Lauren James has been announced for Chelsea after her move from Man United. Michael said, isn't it boring just watching countries' athletes come out? I don't mind it, to be honest. I always just look to see what they're wearing. Plus, also, I quite like flags. So, I kind of like seeing all the different flags. Each to their own, do you know what I mean? Still recovering from Team GB. Please, someone call the fashion police. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. It was an absolute disgrace. There should be an inquiry. Oman? Oman is making their way out now. in just like traditional attire, white. They've been in 8 Summer Olympics. It's starting to fill up there now. We still haven't seen the cauldron, so we've still got that to come. Here come the Netherlands. Netherlands in like a white creamish suit with like a dull orange shirt. It's not like electric orange. It looks fine. It looks all right. It looks all right. Pinstriped. Get points for that. Yeah, that looks okay. Uniformed face masks. Get extra points for that. Yeah, that looks all right. That looks fashionable. Do you know what I mean? Way better than GB. I know I keep going back to it, but I'm so disappointed. We've let ourselves and the world down. So, Netherlands, not bad. Not bad. Britain's first ever Muslim flag bearer. He's half English and Moroccan, British-born Muslim. Travis said, this is an embarrassing moment for Japan. If they could not host the games, they should have. Forget it. Oh, Ghana. Look at Ghana. I love Ghana. Ghana are great. I still think, was it Nambia might be my favourite, but I love these African nations, man. Look at that white-looking sharp. It's got wonderful colour down the centre. She's going backwards as well with the flags. Like, yeah! Dancing their way out. Cape Verde? Cape Verde? I don't know anything about Cape Verde. Portuguese speaking. So, Cape Verde are making their way out. They're wearing trousers that have got, like, blue squiggles on. White trousers with, like, blue squiggles on. Look a bit weird, but fair play. Face masks all match, and it's still better than GB. I was just thinking, I wonder if we've cut down on this opening ceremony a bit because of the fact Guyana's coming out now. Because of the fact that director was... Can't have. They can't have cut down on the opening ceremony because of the director being fired. Guyana look good. They're in red, and they've got some colours at the sides. Black trousers. It's nice. Can see that it is starting to fill up. There's still quite a lot of space, but it is starting to fill up. Kazakhstan. Here come Kazakhstan. She looks lovely in that dress. Look at them two that are carrying. Look at her. She looks like an actual princess. So Kazakhstan have got nice suits, kind of like a turquoisey colour. Few people aren't marching for a variety of reasons. The parade is moving much faster. How has it been? I had to go food shopping. The first part was quite quick. It was only about 30-40 minutes, and then we started this. So we've already been on this for about half an hour. I love it when countries aren't carrying their cell phones. They're just soaking it in, says Dad Stuff. That's true. That's true. We've got Qatar coming out now. Yeah, there's not many on their phones. I mean, normally when you do see them coming out, there's, if there was loads of people in the stands, then you would probably get a lot of that. But right now, you're not seeing loads on their phones. Canada. Here's Canada. Canada have got red jackets Kind of like cream trousers. Not really feeling those jackets. They're a bit shiny, aren't they? Oh, hello, they're doing... What's this going on? Right, Canada coming out. They're chanting something and then, like, clapping along, Canada. Not crazy about it, Canada. Not crazy. Gambon. Canada, it's just classic. Japanese alphabet is symbols. Days Team GB had Ben Sherman jackets with smart white Ben Sherman shirts and chinos. How is that not stylish? My favourite has been Kazakhstan, though. It's not stylish because it looked rubbish. Just boring chinos with a boring jacket. Wasn't stylish. It's not like this. We're seeing a lot of like suits, people looking smart. We're seeing a lot of like traditional wear. Didn't really feel like Team GB had made any effort, to be honest. I think there's honestly, I think they're really low down when it comes to all the other countries. The African nations in particular just look so good. I think I personally would prefer Team GB to come out in like really sharp suits. Just really sharp suits. Maybe do something a little interesting for the women. Obviously, if they want to wear a suit, they can wear a suit. If they want to wear a dress, they can wear a dress. But I think I would have preferred that. I think it just would have looked classy. When I think of Britain, I do think of like stylish suits. You know, you think of like James Bond, things along those lines. That's what I think of when it comes to fashion. I don't know who this is. I didn't see who this is. North Macedonia. North Macedonia wearing red shoes. Kind of like a grey suit. And white shirt. She looks quite nice in that red. She looks great in that red, actually. I like what the women are wearing. Not crazy about what the guys are wearing. And why have they got their shirts tucked out? Shouldn't they have their shirts tucked in? The shirts tucked out is a weird call. Who next? North Macedonia. We've now got Guinea. I thought they all dropped out. Well, they're not saying anything about Guinea, but I'm sure I read that Guinea had dropped out. Here's Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau in black. It would be cool if Tibet could be represented, says Sex Dragon. Right, here's Cyprus. Cyprus coming out with like black. Are they like Nike bottoms? Cyprus have been sponsored by Nike. They've just got like black Nike bottoms and like a blue Nike shirt. Cyprus making their way out. Why would Guinea have dropped out? Because of COVID, I believe. I could have a look. I'll have a look on my phone, see what it says. Here's Cuba. The women in red, the guys in black and like a grey kind of blazer. Let's have a look at Guinea. Guinea Olympics. Oh, here we go. So 21 hours ago, Guinea reverses Games exit after rapid U-turn. Guinea's government has reversed its decision to withdraw from the Olympics a day after saying its delegation should not attend. Sports Minister said on Wednesday there were concerns over COVID-19. Guinea will be at the Olympics. It was never a question of finances. We are simply caring about the life of Guineans. Is that what they're known as? Guineans? We spoke with the organisers and they told us they will do everything to keep our athletes safe. So there we go. Guinea reversed its decision and we need to talk about this. Look at them hats. They've come out with like white hats. It's Kyrgyzstan. She looks lovely. Nice little scarf. Jacket with like flowers down. I think there's a lot of tradition going on here. I like it. I haven't seen anyone else wearing anything like that. I appreciate the originality. Here's Guatemala. They're still dancing. These people that are welcoming them in, dancing on the side. So Guatemala have got like beige trousers and they've got like a jacket. The jacket looks a bit like little bit like an old man's cardigan. I feel like they might have mugged some old men. Oh, here's Guam. Look at Guam with their shirts. Guam have got like Hawaiian shirts on and black trousers. That looks cool. That looks traditional. Definitely getting Guam vibes from that. That's nice. Is that where guinea pigs come from? Sure. Look at that Guam kit. Wow. Okay, next out. I didn't see who this was. It's Kuwait. Kuwait are making their way out. It's hard to know where we are. If this was like in the English alphabet, then we would know whereabouts we are. But I feel like we're kind of at the Q. I mean, I feel like we're about there. But now we've got the Cook Islands. The Cook Islands have got like a green shirt. Green attire from the Cook Islands. Looks alright. She's got flowers in her hair. Well, both actually. All the women have. That's interesting. All the women have got like flower headdresses. I don't know that we've seen that. Their team looks very old. The Guam team looks very old. Here's Grenada. Grenada in a green tracksuit with yellow and red. Get like Jamaica vibes from this team. We haven't seen Jamaica yet. I bet Jamaica are going to be good. Looking forward to them. Here's Croatia. Croatia in red, as you would maybe expect. Sandra Perkovic is flag bearer, or one of them. Croatia in red then, looking quite classy. Damn, Grenada bringing back the 80s, says Jameson. Cook Islands pay homage to green shirt guy. Moda, shout out to you. James Chadwick said Sancho is now officially a United player. That's good. That's good. I'll have a look. See, did they announce it well? Cayman Islands. Did they announce Sancho well? Kenya look amazing. I haven't got to Kenya, have I? I'm not. I'm at Cayman Islands. Oh, Kenya are next. Kenya are next for me. Kenya are. So Kenya are wearing like check, blue and red. Very striking. They're cool. They look cool. It's just not my favourite colour combination, blue and red. I think they could have done something cool with like the green and the black that's in their flag colour. But it was very striking. And here's Ivory Coast. The women seem to have like a silk scarf, like kind of a thing that goes over their shoulders. Looks kind of nice. The men don't seem to have that. No, those are quite some shirts, aren't they? Look at them shirts. Orange and green and white. It's kind of like it was squiggles. Here's Costa Rica, looking very sharp. Very sharp. Look like sailors. They've got look at them, their coats. They're not jackets, they're like coats. My God, they look really suave. That's the kind of thing I want GB in. All of these look like they're going yachting. They've got white trousers, white shoes, and like a really sharp like jacket. Here's Kosovo. They're in like a tracksuit, bright blue tracksuit bottoms, like a white tracksuit top. Looks all right. Have Asian countries arrived? They're not really doing it that way. They're kind of, it's done alphabetical. Let's Dance. Shout out to you. James says, I don't know, I just saw it on the Sky Sports app. Comoros? I've never even heard of Comoros. 850,000 Comoros. Comoros making their way out. They've got it's nice, just traditional attire. Man United confirmed the signing, blah, 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 blah. Official, Jadon Sancho has been announced. I want to see if there's a video. Yeah, there we go. It's a 50-second video from Man United. This is his home. This is where he belongs. Jadon Sancho is United. And then there's a little 50-second video, so I'll look forward to watching that. Okay, here's Congo. Not many people in the Congo team. Not many people in the Congo team. There's only a couple. The stadium is empty. It's sad, says Randy. Costa Rica looking sharp. We've got the Dominican Republic of Congo making their way out. Red trousers, blue tracksuit. It's kind of tracksuit skin, blue and yellow, and then red trousers, same color of their flag. Very eye-catching. Here's Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia making their way out. I can still see some people in seats. Who are they? Those are delegates. Delegates, and there's no members of the public there. But like the emperor is there. So Saudi Arabia making their way out. Here comes Samoa. Samoa, black trousers. They've got like a white shirt. It's got some blue kind of Samoan patterns on. That looks cool. Don't know what he was doing. He was like pointing down the camera. So Samoa making their way out. Sao Tome and Principe. I've never heard of this. 250,000 live in this country. Sao Tome. Never heard of them. China's population is 2 billion, but there's only 209 that go to the Olympics. It is strange, like some of these bigger countries like India and China, I don't know why they don't do better. I mean, it should be a battle between India and China, shouldn't it? The Olympics. But it's always the USA that's at the top. And Great Britain punches above its weight. I mean, I don't know how it'll do this time, but... ROC. Are they coming out soon? These guys look cool in green. I didn't catch who it was. Here's San Marino. They've not won a medal. They've never won a medal. San Marino. They're just in sharp suits. It's like a geography lesson with some of these countries we've never heard of. That's true. That's a Caribbean country. Sao Tome and Principe. However you say it, I heard of it. India doesn't have a lot of great athletes. Oh, I'm sure they do. A country of 1.3 billion. They just have to find them. Work with them. Put some sort of... There's got to be people that row in India. There's got to be. There's got to be people that box. I can't believe 1.3 billion people just don't participate in these sports. When is it Singapore's turn? Not sure. ROC is Russia. Matt, shout out to you. Jamaica. I'm looking forward to Jamaica. I can't wait to see Jamaica. Here's Sierra Leone. Oh, dropped a spoon. Sierra Leone. So this is like a blue tracksuit. It's got like green leaves printed onto them. It's all right. It works for Sierra Leone. I couldn't see Team GB wearing it. Oh, I can see Jamaica. Jamaica look cool. I can see Jamaica. Jamaica, I mean, they're not wearing like any... I want to see what the women are in, but I think they're probably just wearing the same. It's just like a black tracksuit with like green and then yellow. But it's very striking, look. Yeah, that looks cool. It's a nice looking tracksuit top, that. Obviously no Usain Bolt. It's just smart. It's just really smart. Here's Georgia. Georgia wearing white suits. Not sure about the cross on the arm. It's got a cross coming down and then like a cross down on here. It's the kind of thing that like England would wear if... Because England have got a cross on it for their flag, but it doesn't look right when you actually see it. Here's Syrian Arab Republic. Yeah, Syria. They've sent 6 athletes. They never lead it, but Netherlands is usually among the countries at the top. Yeah. Yeah, they're normally in the top 10. Yeah, top 15, top 10, yeah. Here's Singapore. Singapore in like beige trousers, nice red top. Looks all right. Has BGBT come out yet? What's that? Is that Team GB? They have. And they broke my heart. The Russians are wearing obby belts. Here's Zimbabwe. Oh, that's disappointing. That's really disappointing. Zimbabwe, look, with a beautiful flag. Green, yellow, red, black, white. And they just come out with a white top, black trousers. That's disappointing. I think... I do like his shirt. The edging of the shirt looks nice. His shirt is literally the only good thing about that. Switzerland. Oh, that looks a bit of a fashion disaster. Switzerland with like this tracksuit. It's like clotted blood colour. It's like brown trousers. No. No. And it's even got like white on the sides, and there's a lot going on, and it's a horrible colour, and they've let themselves down there. Wow. Wow. I don't know what's going on now, but it's just like crazy attire after crazy attire. Now we've got Sweden coming out, and the men are in all yellow, and the women are in all green. What's going on now? Look, what is this? What is this? And they're like swinging like handkerchiefs around. No. No. Team GB was better than that. Here's Sudan. Traditional Sudanese attire. Looks very nice. Respectable. Federer pulled out due to knee injury. Federer pulled out when he saw that attire. His knee's fine. He's just at home crying. Singapore is looking very sharp. Move aside, Great Britain. The Swiss are here. Here's Spain. Spain look nice. In red. Simple. Effective. Eye-catching. Nice. Red. White top. I like the tops. The blazers. White. Very sharp. Nice little logo on. Spain have done all right there. Yeah, Spain have done all right. Spain have done all right. The countries are coming out in order of the Japanese alphabet. That is correct. A 12-year-old is competing in the table tennis for Syria. Huh? A 12-year-old? Here's Suriname. In all fairness, we've got someone around that age. I think she might be that age, actually, as well. What is that headpiece? What are they wearing? They've got, like, feathers. They've got, like, a proper tribal headpiece. That is wild. Yeah, that is great headgear. Here's Sri Lanka. So, Sri Lanka making their way out, and they've got... I don't know how you'd describe it, to be honest. We're just seeing a swooping shot of all the athletes. Slovakia. Where do they fit all these people? I've got no idea where all of these people are coming from. I always think that when they bring them into the stadium and it's like London 2012. This is actually reduced. But normally you get the whole, like, 500 athletes coming in. And then you get, like, the whole, like, you know, country's contingency coming in. I never know where they fit, where they put them. They must have them waiting outside the stadium and, like, bring them in. Or something. The backstage area surely ain't holding all these. Slovenia making their way out. Pricey says yes, Slovenia. Judo is Slovenia's most successful sport, apparently. Because I know you were sat there going, this is all right, but I wonder what Slovenia's most successful sport is. It's judo. Seychelles. Oh, look at that flag. I've never seen the Seychelles flag. The Seychelles flag is interesting. It's kind of got, like, it comes out from the corner, like, different colours. Blue, yellow, red. It's about 5 colours that are shooting out from the corner. Looks weird. Equatorial Guinea. They're in sharp suits. The closing ceremony is going to be small as the athletes need to be out 48 hours after they last compete. Sri Lanka men are wearing those national kits and the women are wearing saris. That's the word I was looking for, a sari. Thank you. Yeah, we've seen a few saris in this. I couldn't think of the word, so I was having to say, like, national, like, traditional stuff. They look great. We're seeing Senegal now wearing these kind of traditional. I'm going to go with the word garbs, but it's not the right word. I just can't think of the right word. Here's oh wow, Serbia. What is Serbia wearing? What is Serbia wearing? The women have got, like, long dresses that kind of cut off at an angle. They're in blue, bright blue. And at the bottom, it's got, like, I think red and white. The guys are just wearing, like, a polo top, is it? A polo shirt, white sleeves, blue. But it's the women that kind of catch the eye. They look good. When is the ceremony starting? The ceremony began and might have even ended. I'm not sure. Here's St. Kitts. They're coming out in... She looks lovely. She looks nice in that top. They look good. I'd go to the Seychelles just for those shirts, says Alicia. The son of the emperor is inside the stadium. This is to make a protest. I didn't see who this was. What was this? The Grenadines? Right, here's St. Lucia. St. Lucia with... just tops. Sports tops. But it's got their flag on. I like how they've got the flag on it. The pattern that's on their flag is kind of across their breast, and it's good. It looks all right. Somalia with tracksuits. Loving the design on that. It's quite a pattern on there. Somalia coming out. It's a really nice looking tracksuit top. Solomon Islands looks good. Has he come out with a spear? He's got like a... Look at that, he's come out with a spear. And that woman's in like... She's got like a dress skirt, a grass skirt, Like proper, like tribal attire. Wow. That was cool. That was great. Here's Thailand. Thailand's a bit bland. Just like a grey blazer, black trousers. It's alright. Days, have you heard the reports that Queen of the Ring is happening? I want 3 names to win. Queen Asuka, Queen Morgan, Queen Naomi. Who do you want to win? I don't know, buddy. It was supposed to happen last year, wasn't it? But they delayed it. Right, here's the Republic of Korea. It's kind of like white trousers and kind of like a pastel green jacket, I think. So Korea, they've got hats as well, like cream hats. They look quite classy. I like the ties. The ties look great. So they're saying that they've got a lot of archers. I feel like there's still loads of countries we haven't seen. Chinese Taipei. So this is Taiwan. Love St. Vincent better than St. Kitts. North Korea are not coming to these Olympics. Days, will you be doing the Milan Fashion Week? Are you branching out? Dude, I'd love to do that. If it's going to get shown, we might as well. What was this? Tajikistan. What's he say? Tajikistan. Never heard of Tajikistan. Tajikistan. They've got scarves. They're wearing suits, but they've got like football scarves. There's a lot of oh, that's cool. Tanzania coming out. Czech Republic coming out. They are white skirts, white trousers, red shoes. The red shoes is an interesting choice. There's quite a lot of interesting choices here. It's alright. Like vest tops. They're wearing like these vest tops, but it looks classy in all fairness. Is Taiwan coming to the Olympics? Yeah, they've just come out. They're competing under Chinese Taipei. South Korea looks like tour guides. Tajikistan is just like Pakistan and Uzbekistan. This is looking for... China doesn't allow them to be called Taiwan. Lol. Solomon Islands look great, says Alicia. Right. There's a lot of small groups. A lot of small nations. Not many athletes in this one. Who's next? Oh, China's next. China's next, and they look good. China in red blazers, white trousers, and I like the skirts that the women are wearing. Face masks as well, uniformed. Bit of yellow with the flag. Goes down to red at the bottom. Yeah, the skirts are white and they've got like red flowers kind of at the bottom. They look classy. They look good. I like China. China look good. China is like ketchup and mustard. Polski. What, Poland on the way? I think China look good. I like their face masks. Here's Tunisia. Vape Boss Vape said, "Is that John Cena? I can't see him." Yeah, there was someone came out that didn't seem to have any athletes. These are just normal plain blue suits. This is Tunisia. Without the spectators, the ceremony doesn't pack the same punch. I agree, Stephen. I do agree. I mean, it's not Japan's fault. I think the start was quite somber. Actually, the start was very reflective, and you know, you would have expected like this big performance, lots of like technology and everything, but it was all a lot of dance. But it wasn't even that long. It was like 30, 35 minutes, and then we had the bit where they carry out the flag and everything. That's why I'm wondering if there's going to be more that happens once the athletes are out, or is it just going to be kept quite short? Here's Team Chile. Chile making their way out. Will there be any more ceremonial stuff after this? Yes, because after all the countries come out, they then take the pledge, and then it tends to be the case that we move on to the lighting of the cauldron, and then we tend to be done, to be honest. That's why that start was so short. It was so surprising that we were going straight to the athletes. I seem to recall London took about an hour and a half before we actually started bringing out the athletes. More, look at that, excellent. Traditional, like they've got like leaves. Wow, they both look great. They both look great. Look, barefoot, making their way out, representing their nation. Tuvalu. Tuvalu is Denmark. White dresses and just red blazers. Denmark with Danish face masks as well, like that. Who did that before? Was it Estonia? Someone had like their flag as the face mask. Yeah, Denmark making their way out. Here's Germany. Germany making their way out, and they're wearing green? Not sure about that. Not sure about that at all. I would have expected the Germans to have looked quite sharp. This is not it. This is not it at all. Nah, not feeling that. They've got like fluorescent yellow shoes. They've got like camo green. There's no camo, but it's just like that kind of colour. Trousers and no, not feeling it. It was all very sporty and casual. When I think of Germany, I think sharp, black suit, black, like something like what we saw in Jamaica. I would have expected that from Germany. Here's Togo. They're wearing like yellow trousers and like a white shirt, black shoes. Look all right. Africans are running this fashion show. They always do. They always do. I mean, they always look so impressive. It always looks so good. This is Dominica. Yeah, looking good from the Caribbean. Lovely orange dress that woman's wearing. Quite interesting vest tops that the guys are wearing. Here's Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic coming out. Beige like trousers, bright blue blazer, white shirt, yellow tie. And they're having a little dance. Look, these two having a little dance as they're carrying the flag. Yeah, look good. Apparently, a population of 11 million. I'm waiting for Russia. Right, well, Dominican Republic have come out. Here is Trinidad and Tobago. See, this is the kind of thing I thought Germans would wear. But Trinidad and Tobago, in like black tracksuits made by Puma. And it's black, it's got red, white, black sleeves, looks really sharp. Looks alright, that does. Looks alright. I think if you're going to go tracksuit, you need to go quite sharp like that. Don't do what the Germans did. Definitely don't do what Switzerland did. Turkmenistan, is it? So this is like a green patterned top, and it's got white trousers. Turkmenistan. Looks all right. Have Russia passed already? No. Haven't seen Russia yet. Haven't seen the United States yet. Haven't seen the USA. We've seen Canada. They look quite good. We're just seeing what sort of pattern this is creating on the floor, but I can't quite make it out, to be honest. Not yet, anyway. Turkey on the way. Quite nice. White with red lining. Red edging all down like the blazer. Interesting shoes. Have you seen what the women are wearing shoes-wise? Like bowling shoes? Bowling shoes? How many stan countries are there in the world? There's quite a few. There is quite a few. Tonga. Wonder what Tonga are like. I've got a feeling they... I don't know. Tonga. Feel like they could be good, but I'm not sure. Wow, I do like what they're wearing, though. Look at that. Tonga making their way out, and the guy is proper oiled up as well. He's gone, hasn't he? He's gone to the Japanese people. He's like, have you got any baby oil? And they've gone, do you want, like, a whole bottle? He's like, I want many bottles. Proper oiled himself up. And they're coming out in red tops and, Tongan... I don't know what you would call them. Like, I don't know if they would refer to them as kilts. I doubt they would. Traditional dress, let's put it that way. Nigeria looking sharp. Nigeria looking sharp. Look, white. White with just little green highlights. So, white trousers, white traditional. I don't know what you call those tops. But they're like short sleeves, and they've obviously got like the bit in the middle. Very traditional, and looks great. They look sharp, man. They look good. Yeah, look good. I love the oiled up guy. Yeah. The first game, actually, the first medal ceremony is tonight. Because what they're going to do is they're going to have the oiled up guy run around the stadium. And the first nation to actually catch him and hold him down, they win the first gold medal. That's how it works. So the oiled up guy is going to go running around and everyone's going to be trying to get him. And then he'll just slip around all over the place. Here's Namibia. They look like Boy Scouts. Anyone else think they look like Boy Scouts? Like, in your mind, picture the Scouts. That's Namibia. The Scouts are here. Dave says, the Philippines come out. I don't think so. Nicaragua have come out there in, like, blue tracksuits. Bright blue tracksuits. No one can catch oily Tonga, man. Don't even try to catch oily Tonga, man. Right. Niger. traditional white again. Look cool. New Zealand. Here's New Zealand. New Zealand looking all right. Looking all right, man. It looks like they've just killed an animal to wrap over some fur around them or something. But we've got just black, really simple, grey thing underneath. Fine. Kind of, again, nice. Kind of thing I'd have thought GB would have wore. Doesn't really make a statement, but certainly doesn't offend. Here's Nepal. Nepal with like a red blazer, white underneath. Days, can you do another toy hunt? Yeah. Days, is Joey Essex a perfect example of modern English youth? A perfect example of modern English youth? He's not as silly as what he makes out, you know. He's a lot smarter than what he is, so he actually acts dumb and makes a lot of money as a result, so he's quite I don't know how clever he is, but he's certainly not as stupid as he portrays to be. So, respect as well to this woman that's got a headpiece that's like gold chain that's coming down, and she's got like what looks to be very heavy, thick red attire on. Haiti coming out in like grey. Yeah, they look kind of cool. They're grey and they've got like lots of colour attached to them, like on the frill. So like the dresses look kind of cool. Predominantly grey though. Here is Pakistan making their way out. Pakistan, again, classy. A lot of what we're seeing is very simple, very classy. I think Pakistan have done this very well. Just white, but with like a nice dark green kind of waistcoat. It's all right, that is. Haiti looking good. Norway looking like they're at the Winter Games. Right, here's Panama. Here's Panama. They've got like a dark navy blue bottoms with just like a white shirt. Looks okay. Another shirtless man. I tell you, Austin is going to kick himself, isn't he? Yeah, there he is. Vanuatu. Coming out without a care in the world, man, this dude. He's in like a grass skirt, straw skirt kind of thing. Traditional attire. Oiled up. Not as much oil as the last one. But, and the team behind tracksuit. We've got another tracksuit for the Bahamas. They look all right, don't they? Black, but with like a fluorescent kind of green. And then a paler blue. That was quite nice. Puma. It's a good advert this is for certain brands, isn't it? Here's Puma. Nice. Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea bringing in something here. That's a nice pattern. I like Papua New Guinea. Now you're talking my language. Classy. Black. Long dresses on the women. It's got some nice red highlights. Lots of detail in there. Some swirls and patterns. It's kind of like red highlights. It's got like a fluorescent yellow in there as well. Bermuda? What are they doing? Bermuda are wearing pink shorts and black socks that they've pulled up. I don't think that's it. They're wearing shoes, socks pulled up, and pink shorts. What have Bermuda done? Palau. Is it Palau? Palau? Palau, look, I still can't get over Bermuda. Bermuda have blown my mind. Wow. Here's Paraguay. Paraguay look like they're about to burst into song. They look like a barbershop quartet. So they've got like straw hats on. They've got like, yeah. Bye bye, baby. I'll see you next year. Like, it's like they're gonna burst into song. Yeah, they've turned up like a barbershop quartet. Fair play. It's a look that doesn't get utilized often enough. Here is Barbados. Some have got blue trousers and like a yellow top. Some have got yellow trousers and a blue top. It's okay. This is looking for safer. Days we officially signed Sancho. Can't wait to watch him perform. Yes. Palestine. Oh, I like what the women are wearing. They look good. Palestine. The women have got like long dress, long sleeves, lots of like pattern on there. Looks very nice. Looks like a lot of work's gone into all of that. Here's Hungary. Hungary has got a lot of women. There's a lot of women. Got, yeah. Look nice. Look good. It's kind of like, I don't know what you would call it, but it's... I don't know what you'd call it. It's like a wrap. But it's got like green, and then it had a bit of red. It had a few colours going, but it was done in a classy way. Here's Bangladesh. Bangladesh are in like an all blue tracksuit. Few patterns on there. Looks all right. Yeah, it looks all right. I wouldn't want GB in it, but what shape are they going in for the middle? I can't work that out. Words 7, 8. I can't work it out. They're definitely going for something, but I can't work it out. I'm wondering if it might be something to do with like the Japanese flag or something. I don't quite know. Because the Japanese flag's got like it's basically white but with a red circle in the middle. And there seems to be a circle that's being left out. And obviously the walkways for where they're coming in and out. But I'm wondering if they might get that, and it might be that like all the nations make up that bit, and then they just put a red thing in the middle. Welcome to like the Japan Olympics or something. I can't quite work out what it's going to be. But I can see like a circle shape in the middle. Here's the Philippines. Philippines wearing like a cream top. I like this over. It's like a red. I don't know what you'd call it. It's not a scarf, is it? Finland. Finland have got like shorts, nice top. They've got like, it's like someone's taken some paint and gone blue, gold, and white. It's kind of like coming up here, and it looks like looks a bit like a wave, but looks like they've just drawn paint on. Here's Bhutan. A lot going on there. Look at the shoes. Is this according to the Japanese alphabet? Yes. Dad Stuff said, if the Wrestling Days community was a country in the Olympics, what would they wear? That's a good question. If you was a country, what would you wear? What would you wear? I think we'd all come out in like imagine if we just came out in like fancy dress. Imagine that. You got someone out as a dinosaur, someone's a hamburger, someone's coming out as Freddy Krueger, someone's coming out dressed like sexy nurse. Be amazing. That's what we'd come out like this. Here's Brazil. Wow, there's not many from Brazil. Where's the Brazil group? They're wearing like a nice shirt. It's got like leaves on and everything, and they're in flip-flops. Brazil are in flip-flops. Here's Bulgaria. White trousers and like a blue blazer. Days, who is the hottest female? Who has the... I haven't been... in all fairness, I haven't been looking, but even if I had, they're all in like face masks. Brazil have just had their flag, people. Philippines look nice. Burkina Faso coming out looking kind of cool. I like their tops. Their hats are nice as well. Yeah, I like Burkina Faso. They look cool. Traditional tops, quite baggy. Got like pockets and loads of like stripes, and then around the neck it's got lots of like diamond shapes in brown, so it's white and brown. Look really nice. Brunei Darussalam, just in suits, looking kind of cool. There's more than 200 athletes in Brazil. Why is there only 4? They've reduced the amount of people that come out. Here's Burundi. He's got like a headband, which looks kind of nice. The women are coming out in like a shiny silver skirt. They've got like a red throw. There's a lot going on there. Very traditional stuff as well. Here's American Samoa. American Samoa with like red shirts. Black patterns all over. They look good. They look classy, eye-catching. They look cool. Yeah, they look cool. What time is it in your country? It is just past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Virgin Islands, USA, have come out. We still haven't seen the USA yet. Do you remember when Japan still wanted to go ahead with the games last year? And yet a whole calendar year later, they are still struggling, says Shola. I like the Mortal Kombat Raiden hat, says Words. Here's Vietnam. Vietnam have got grey trousers, red blazer, white shirt, red tie. Bulgaria looks smart. I've got Benin coming out now. Benin look cool. Benin look like they're making a bit of a statement here. Look like they're dressed in all blue, but with like some red on. We need to see them. Still looking at... there they are. Look, Benin. It's quite the statement, that, innit? It's like red flowers and blue flowers, and it's a little bit lacy as well. That's quite the pattern. I think it works for the women. I don't know if it works for the men. Here's Venezuela. Venezuela look cool, just in a normal blue suit, white shirt. Yeah, Venezuela look cool. Days, what country do you live in? I live in the UK. Justin, good morning. Hope you are well. Here is Belarus. Belarus in like a very light, like a pastel-y kind of grey blue. It's kind of like a grey blue trouser, skirt, cream-coloured blazer. Pretty simple stuff. USA has some of their territories competing separately, like Puerto Rico, America Samoa's US Virgin Islands. Belize making their way out. Peru scarves were nice. Best of luck to all the athletes from other nations, hoping they stay safe. Here come Peru. So Peru with their scarves. So they're just wearing suits, and what they've decided to do is jazz it up. Oh my God, what are Belgium wearing? What are Belgium wearing? Oh my God, Belgium! What have Belgium done, guys? What have Belgium done? Oh, we can't ignore it. We've got to talk about it. Oh my God. Head to toe in red. I mean, the women look all right, but it doesn't work for the guys. And it's got like words all over it. Tokyo. I can see Tokyo in white. I mean, are they all women, actually? I'm looking. It's working for the women. I think they are all women. Oh, and the guys are in. Do you know what? Oh, Poland look amazing. Poland in, like, white skirts. It's got red around the waist. I was looking at it, and I was like, that doesn't work for Belgium. But it was only the women. The women came out in a row to make an impact. But when you saw the guys, they were just in, like, suits. So it was just the women, and it was working for the women. So actually, I'm going to rein back on Poland. I thought Poland had put everyone in that kind of a thing. I'm going to rein back on Belgium. Poland looked great. Really classy from Poland. The guys just in like a green blazer and whatnot, but the women in all white. Nice little red belt. Bosnia and Herzegovina making their way out. So, like, grey trousers. We've got, like, a blue blazer. Belgium pyjamas with Tokyo written on. Yes. That's what the women were wearing. In all fairness, it's quite late over there. Do you know what I mean? It's very easy now to just slip out of that. Go to bed. Here's Botswana making their way out. Nice. Nice blue. He's on his phone. Look, pay attention. Put your phone away, mate. I don't quite get that, you know. I mean, the world is watching you. Like, billions of people are watching this, and they're watching you do this. Do you know what I mean? Like, take the opportunity. Say hello to the world when you come out. Say hello to the world. Here's Bolivia. Bolivia, just classy. Cream. We've seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of cream, white cream trousers with like a blue blazer. Portugal is having fun. I've not got there yet. Here we go. Oh, they are having. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're actually a danger. They're just like spinning around. Oh my god, they're jumping all over the place. Those flag bearers were a danger. They were like proper spinning around the flag and everything. Wow. Not much colour in the Portugal attire. It's just like blue trousers, white top. Here's Hong Kong. Hong Kong with like a white blazer top, black trousers. I mean, I get filmed to capture the moment for texting. Yeah. I pray that the Philippines will get a chance to host the Olympics. Here's Honduras. They've got like a blue jacket, white top underneath. Can't be too much more. Probably, I don't know, maybe another half an hour or something. I'm not sure. I mean, we've got to do the pledge. We've still got the cauldron. Here's the Marshall Islands. So Marshall Islands with just a white shirt with like a blue pattern on, and then like beige trousers. Here's Madagascar. Lot of cream kind of colours. And this is all just like a cream colour. They've all got hats. And a couple of... Is that a shawl? I'm going to go with the word shawl. Malawi has come out in suits. I was probably expecting something better from Malawi, actually. This is very reserved. Again, the kind of thing I thought that GB would wear. The Japanese people are still dancing and waving. Do they ever change, or are these the same? They're the same. Here's Mali, look. Looking lovely. Looking really good. Yeah, the Japanese people that are welcoming everyone. They're waving and doing all this. I suppose when someone comes past, at least you get to change it up. You know, if you had to do that for like 2 hours, that would get a bit dull. But at least when they walk past, you have to go. You know what I mean, they're mixing it up a little bit. Here's Malta. White shorts, red t-shirt top. Malaysia looks great. How about the Middle East? We've seen Iran from the Middle East and Qatar. So they don't really bring them out in region. Oh my God, what is Malaysia wearing? Malaysia, man. Malaysia have got like a yellow top, red blazer, and then they've got like this traditional white, yellow, blue, like triangles. Red, a lot of that was a whole mood. I tell you what, you're not missing them. Micronesia. I have never heard of Micronesia. Black with like a nice blue shirt, looks good. I think have they got like a torch? Have they got a torch on them or something? South Africa. Look at this. Look like they're on a safari. Got like zebra print on the go here. We've got they look like they're South Africa. Let's put it that way. If you used to show a picture of this country and what they were wearing, you'd probably say, "Oh, that's South Africa." They look like they're on safari. They've got zebra print. They're all in shorts. Yeah, that is so South Africa. Here's South Sudan, just in like smart tracksuit. Malaysia looks great. South Africa look like zebras. Do you think there'll be a gold for India? I honestly don't know. I certainly hope so. Didn't get one last time out, so I certainly hope so this time. Myanmar. We have seen Middle Eastern countries, UAE, Saudi, Oman, Qatar, Israel, Syria, etc. I'm noticing a Final Fantasy theme with the music, says Jared. That's interesting. Mexico coming out in blue suits and they look nice. Nice blue shorts. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually know. I mean, I'm guessing this is just a piece that's like looped over, but I don't know how many times it's looped. It has got a Final Fantasy theme. Mexico look all right. Weird they've gone for blue, in all fairness. Here's Mauritius. They've gone for like a lighter blue. Lots of suits, of course. That looks quite nice. Each country are coming out to video game music. Here's Mauritania. Mauritania. Oh, Mauritania. I was like, Mauritania. Totally butchered that one. They look good. Traditional. Still loads of countries who've still not seen USA. Here's Mozambique. Mozambique have got... wow, look at the trousers on the guys. Look at that pattern. There's a few things going on. There's a few patterns there. Monaco looks clean. French Bulldog Blue. Shout out to you. Monaco looks clean. Yeah. Monaco looks cool. White. Red blazer. We've seen that. I think we've seen that a few times. Like white and red. Lots of whites. Lots of creams. Lots of suits. I suppose it's difficult to do something classy, but that's different. Do you know what I mean? I thought Poland looked good. The women in all white look really good. Is Maldives. Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Kingdom Hearts music is being used. What are the Maldives wearing? Maldives are wearing black with, I think it was like red on top. It looked okay. It wasn't really anything too significant. The red, I think, was it like a polo? It wasn't like a shirt. It's like a polo top, red polo top, black trousers. It looked all right. Moldova look nice. Moldova have got like a white kind of cotton shirt, but with like flowers going down. Looks quite nice. Morocco are here. Morocco all in white with like a green blazer. Green face mask as well. So again, bonus points for matching that. Face mask matches with the blazer. Yeah, Morocco look okay. Coming out next, Mongolia. I like that. I kind of like that. They look like walk-in passports. So they've got like dark blue, and then there's like a pattern, a big pattern in the middle. It's the kind of, it reminds me of the UK passport. The UK passport like is a blue color with like a big pattern, that kind of gold outline in the middle. Look good. They're nice tops. I don't know what you would call those tops, because they're not shirts. Montenegro, all in red. Head to toe in red. They look all right. Walk-in passports, yeah. Has Great Britain been on? unfortunately. Not great. Not so great, Britain. Daze, can you tell us what it was like at the Olympics in London? Did you get to experience any of it? Yeah, I was there, but it was brilliant. Here's Jordan. The women are in, like, long... Would you call it a sari? But it's black with, like, thick red down the front, like stripes. And then the men are in suits with, obviously, the headpieces. Yeah, it was amazing. I got to see quite a few sports. I went to the boxing, the athletics, the hockey, it was immense. It was just immense. There was this vibe in the country. There really was. It was just, yeah, it was immense. Latvia are wearing silver. Silver? My God, they might, like, this is like some alien. What is this? Like, sexy alien country? Latvia? What are Latvia wearing? They're wearing, like, rain jackets and silver. That is wild from Latvia. That is a bold move. Here's Lithuania. They've also gone with, like, the yellow and green. The women in yellow. The guys in green shorts. That was bold, wasn't it? That was bold by Latvia. Latvia, like, dressing up as... Do you remember in, like, the 1970s when you thought about the future? Everyone would be like, you know, silver kind of attire. Everyone, do you know what I mean? They've come dressed like that. They've come dressed as a 1970s version of the future. Here's Libya in suits. See rest there? No, not yet. Not yet. Here's right, Libya coming out in suits. We've got Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein have got I don't know what you'd say actually. It's like brown trousers with like oh, it's Ralph Lauren. They're wearing Ralph Lauren. Ralph Lauren, like polo, blue polo shirts. Here's Liberia in traditional attire. Looking quite good. Jordan looks great. I want to see MMA in the Olympics, says Word 789. Big guy, shout out to you. Here's Romania. Romania wearing blue tracksuit bottoms, white tops. The white tops say Team Romania, made by Peak. I've never heard of Peak. Something in the corner there that says Peak. I don't know what that is. Peak. That must be like a Romanian sports brand that made that. Some of the guys had bum bags. Some of the guys had, like, fanny packs. Here's Luxembourg. Luxembourg have got, like, rain jackets on as well. They've been inspired by Latvia. Look at them silver jackets. Oh, man, they so collaborated with Latvia. I bet Latvia are looking at those silver jackets going, oh, definitely want to get them. That'll go lovely with my silver skirt. Is Rwanda. Rwanda with just like black trousers and like a blue top. And the Japanese still waving away in the background. They're coming out with flowers, actually. Here's Lesotho. Oh, Lesotho. Lesotho. It's completely surrounded by South Africa. That's interesting. Oh, here's USA. USA look good. USA are looking good, guys. USA have got, like, lights. Oh, my God. Of course the USA are going to turn up with something to make the... they come with lights, or is it just that they've put their camera phones up? Oh, it's the camera phone lights. Right, we'll get to them. We'll get to them. It's a big group from the USA. It's a big group from the USA. United States of America looking cool. Looking cool. They're third from last. It's like a polo top. So, United States. I don't want to see this woman. I don't know who that is. Go back to the there. So, blazer, trousers, like a polo top with like stripes. It's very classy. It looks really good. It looks really classy. And I like the just the little splash of the flag. Like, there was one guy that's quite a few are wearing like the stars and stripes. It's like a neckerchief kind of a thing, actually. Some are wearing it around their heads. Some have got it around their necks. But it looks all right, you know. Looks all right. It's Ralph Lauren. Those blazers are Ralph. I'd imagine the whole thing's Ralph Lauren, actually. You look a little bit like sailors. Here's France. They will be hosting the next Olympics. Wow, backflip by France. That guy did a stand-in backflip. France would wet themselves if they saw Ricochet. So, Lacoste have made this France attire. It's pretty standard stuff, to be honest. It's like tracksuit-y, but it's smart. Some are wearing white, some are wearing red, some are wearing blue. It's obviously the French colours. They're coming out in the French flag, look. The way that's kind of smart. So you got the blue there, you got the white in the middle, you got the red on that side. So as they're moving down, it's like the French flag is moving down. That's good. That's a clever idea, that is. Right, here's Japan. Japan are the last country to come out. So we've seen all the countries now. What happens now is they go round again. And we do it all. Now there's a costume change. And they go round again. Japan in red trousers and skirts and a white cream jacket. Looking really nice. Really cool. That was clever from the French. It was good. It was very good. Right, Japan looking good. They've got looks like all the athletes by the looks of it. United States and Japan have had the two biggest groups that we've seen. There's still a lot of space, and I don't know what this was meant to form, but it hasn't. It still doesn't look like anything. I mean, who knows? They could have planned something for, you know, the whole teams. These are like just reduced teams, aren't they? Still looks like you could fit loads and loads of people on the field. So about 6,000 athletes are on the field right now, they just said. Noticed how it's foaming around the shrine. Is that what it is? Is it a shrine? Yeah, I mean, there's a platform that I think they're going to do the pledges on. And then I swear that ball is going to rotate and open out or do something like that. And I think the cauldron will be inside. They're saying that they've done a good job of creating their own atmosphere, the athletes. Okay, so Japan has come out. And they're waving up at the camera. Japan were at last country, so we'll have to see what we're going to get now. Seems to be one of the countries just taking a group photo down there. There's a big group of like this one country in like this massive kind of like photo. They're all like, ugh. Sleeping on mattresses made out of cardboard. But the reports are they're very comfortable. Mattresses made out of cardboard. Well, in all fairness, look, I bet the Japanese have cracked it. I bet they're fine. I bet they're better than any mattress I've ever slept on. All right, we wish you the best of luck. Days, I was just letting you know that you're doing an amazing job. King Kyler, shout out to you, dude. Right. What time are we looking at? It's coming up to 20 to 3 here in the UK. That means it's coming up to 20 to 11 in Tokyo. They're 8 hours ahead. Just seeing shots of the Japanese athletes jumping and waving, and they seem to be very focused on the Japanese athletes. Lots of shots of them. Still can't make out what that's meant to look like, but... Oh, words are written in the middle. Faster, higher, stronger. Together. And the Olympic rings. So that was projected. And now fireworks going off in the sky. That looks good. So the athletes, that's good from above, isn't it? That looks kind of cool. With the it can't be projected. I don't know what they're standing on. Okay. So someone from Zimbabwe. She says she is the voice of the athletes. Daft Punk. The whole bed is made of cardboard. Russia is competing under the ROC. They can't use their flag or the anthem. That is true. That is true. I don't know if we saw the ROC. I don't think, did the ROC get a chance to come out? So is she doing the pledge now? Oh. So they've evolved the Olympic oath. Yeah, so the Olympic oath, someone says the Olympic oath on behalf of the athletes. Someone says it on behalf of the officials. Someone says it on behalf of the coaches. And it's being read out by a man and a woman. Okay, so, yeah, the Olympic oath being read out. I mean, it's being read out in Japanese, so I haven't got a clue what's being said. But they've got the Olympic flag. Sometimes the Olympic flag can be brought in by, like... I wonder, is that going to be the Olympic flag that gets raised? I remember in London, like, Ban Ki-moon, the United Nations Secretary, and, like, the current Nobel Peace winner, and all these were bringing out the flag. And the final person that they brought out to just, you know, give his, you know, blessing to the flag was Muhammad Ali at London 2012. Oh, what's this? Little video. Agnes saw a light, so they're talking about the cauldron, are they? There's the London one. Oh, that was class, that was. Was that Beijing? The top part of the stadium, the bit that kind of wraps around the top, what they'd done is they'd got it to just wrap around in on itself, and that was where the flame was. It was kind of being suspended on the edge of the top of the stadium. It looked class. That was great. All right, we just got some really good footage here. Olympics at its best, man. Sky Brown. Sky Brown of Team GB. Osaka. You'll see a lot of her. Lot of pressure on her shoulders. Naomi Osaka. She really is the face of this games. We have absolutely got to watch Naomi Osaka's journey. It's good they used Sky Brown in there as well. That was really cool. Okay, I don't know what the flip's going on now. So, we've got people. We've got like a presenter with a massive like microphone, and now we've got people with cameras and like a boom mic and everything. I don't know what this is building towards, but I am so here for it. This is like easily my favourite part. And they throw over into the centre of that circle that had been left by the athletes. Now we've got some boxes. Unity in diversity. So there is another... Oh. Apparently this is going to resemble a city by the end. So they've got these boxes. How are they going to make this look like a city? Right, these boxes are just being moved around. This is like some kind of trippy kids show. That's what I feel like I'm watching. I feel like I'm watching some kind of really trippy kids show. These boxes are all like bright colours and there's lots of kids around. Oh, that looked cool. That looks cool. So they've brought the boxes down and now we've got like 3 circles. I don't know how they're going to make this look like a city, but fair play if they do. I feel like this could be an advert for Gap. I don't know why. I'm watching it thinking this could be an advert for Gap. I think it's because of the Gap kids. Because, like, there's loads of kids and there's loads of, like, boxes. And I just expect, like, Gap to come into the middle, the logo or something. So, these blocks are in 3 sizes and shapes. All incorporating the message of unity. How? What's going on? What is this? What are they doing? Putting all the they've laid all the boxes down and now they're like running away. Oh, that looked good. Ah, respect. Respect, that's the logo. Fair play. So they took all the boxes, they laid them down, started like putting them all together, and then they ran off. But it was the logo, and in the sky there's the logo as well. Are they drones? Yeah, they're drones. That's good. It's huge as well. Look at it. Wow. Some just lit up in the middle. And that is that. Wow. Oh my God, that's amazing. Isn't technology immense? Oh my God, and now it's moving into like a globe. This is insane. Look at that. That looks like a football. They've got these little drones to now move out. That is immense, man. That's one of those where you go, look at that. Oh, that is. You look at. They've made the world. They've made the globe. That is scenes in it. That is absolute scenes. That is amazing. They've made the globe above the stadium out of these drone things. And it looks immense. That is a proper image in it. That's the image of these games so far. 824 drones. It's as big as the stadium, this globe. If you compare the size of the stadium compared to the stand, it is immense. Wow, they're singing Imagine. That globe was... Oh. This is going to be one of the best renditions of Imagine. It's cool, man. Africa. So they're going around the continents. Angelica Kidjo. Can't get over that globe, man. So we've been to Asia, and that's obviously represented with Japan. Now we've got like a little video package where we're looking at an African. Do you know what? That's all right. That's Belgium, that isn't it? It's all right. That attire, I wasn't feeling it at the time, but it looks all right on the women. Yeah, so I think this must be like a famous African singer. Now we've gone to Europe, and we've got another singer. Alessandro... I feel like I know his name, and I don't know why I know his name. Okay, so we've done Asia. We've done Africa. Oh, yeah. John Legend. For the Americas. John Legend, yeah, it's pretty cool. Was Russia there? I didn't see them come out. I know they're competing under the ROC. They're not competing as Russia, but I didn't even see the ROC come out. Shout out to my high school for... Oh, that's really cool. Shout out to you, Emily. That's really cool. Okay, so why is he representing Oceania? Keith Urban. Okay, well, Keith Urban is here representing Oceania. I thought he was from America. Days, do you think Novak Djokovic could win a Grand Slam this year? Win the Golden Slam this year? I honestly wouldn't know. I mean, I would think so because, you know, who's going to stop him? Federer doesn't seem to be in a great place, does he? Andy Murray certainly isn't. Rafa Nadal, I don't know when he's back. I know he's been out. Man, that globe. The globe's gone, but I'm still thinking about it. The Earth thing was immense. I think Japan should have just done the globe thing and just been like, follow that world. Dare anyone to try and beat that ever? We don't need to do the singing and the dancing. Have you seen the globe? Roger Federer pulled out. Enjoyed the logo and the drone stuff. Didn't like that singing. I'm old enough to remember absolute roadhead she was. Djokovic will definitely do the Gold Slam, says Stephen. Okay, we're going over to this podium. This is where the... Who announces the games as being open? Would the Emperor do that? And the Queen did it for London 2012. He might not want to. We've got... it sort of feels like we've got the cauldron. Okay. So we're at the podium. There's going to be a few words said. President of the organising committee. I tell you what I want to do. I want to find a picture of that, the globe thing. I'm going to try and find a picture of it because it was so immense that if there is anyone that's not watching it, I really want you to see how amazing it was. Because it was amazing. Right. Welcome to Japan. Welcome to Tokyo. So this is the person that's like overseeing, organising it, I believe. Incredible. Wow, and there's even footage. United by emotion. There's even footage of people with like the drone. That's oh my god. Oh my god. I'm going to show you. I'm going to put behind me the picture that I've got, and it's just immense. Right, they're just saying boring stuff, but look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That is the globe made out of... I didn't even realise, because it didn't really come across that well, that it was... They had different colours of the drones. But the drones are actually like... Look at that. The drones are actually all like, the land was a different colour to the sea. It's just immense, man. That is just absolutely... look at it, look. You can see the size of the people. Look at that. Made out of drones. I might never see anything as good as that in my life ever again. This might be as good as it gets. That might be it. That might be as good as life gets right there. Guys, they made their own moon. Immense. Should be rightfully proud of that. 1,800 drones, and it was rotating. Right, they're talking about the power of sport. You see in the other stadium the lights going off. You see in the other stadium the lights going off. Right. So we're just hearing from the person that helped organise it, and just saying, like, I've been really inspired by the athletes. Usual stuff. Always believe in yourselves. They've still not brought in the Olympic flag. So I think that's something we're going to see. And we've still not seen the lighting of the cauldron. So we've got like about an hour to go. I mean, obviously it might end up finishing a bit before that. But the big thing's already done with all the athletes coming out. That tends to be the big thing. That tends to be what takes up most of the time. There is a guy jumping up and down in the behind, like woo, woo, like a red shirt on. They've changed camera angle as a result now. Athletes photo bombing, yeah, just in the background. There's a guy in like a red shirt going. It's like Biker Grove for anyone in the UK. Biker Grove, just jumping up in the air. Saying that they're hoping these games will be a source of pride for generations to come. Still jumping around, man. They're absolutely loving it. Snooker should be in maybe billiards. Bunker said the drones globe looked amazing. It did. It really did. I'm excited to see the cauldron. Really am. God, she's milking this, isn't she, this woman? She's been waiting for this for 5 years. Well, now I don't like that guy. What, the one that's jumping behind? Believe in yourselves and treasure the moments. It was mind-blowing with the drones. Yeah, the technical precision and ability shown was incredible. What's the timer for? That's just so that, you know, you can easily find something. So if it's a case that, like, we know the drones are towards the end, so if I ever want to go back and see what people were saying at certain points, you can do that. It's also just how long it's been going for. It's coming up to 3 hours that this has been going for. Remaining football news. Those drone artists must get paid a lot. I think it's all programmed, actually. I think the way the technology works is that each drone can sense, like, how far it has to move. I mean, yes, to program it is, but I would imagine computers probably do that. But it's not like someone's there, like, doing it by remote control, I don't believe. I think it pretty much does itself by using sensors. They used that technology at WrestleMania. But they didn't make a globe. They just wrote words in the sky. Someone still has to program it. You're wrong. Well, someone does still have to program it, but the point I'm making is that we don't have people with remote controls that are doing it. I'm not throwing any shade on it. I loved it. What are the games tonight? Are the games tonight? Tomorrow they start. Programming is still extremely difficult. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So they're saying that we can be here all together because of you, the Japanese people. Okay. It's tonight. It starts in the early hours. It depends where you are, isn't it? Mr. T-Pan said Man United completed. Yeah, I want to watch that little video. It's like a 50-second video, isn't it, of Sancho? I think they got rid of Jumping Guy. Ooh. Wonder how they got rid of him. Do you reckon there's like a sniper? Daisy, are they going to lit the cauldron? Yes, they will. They will. They're saying they thank many of the unsung heroes, the doctors and people around the world that have contributed to containing the pandemic, and special thanks to the volunteers. Andrus says it's about 7 a.m. here. Shout out to you, Andrus. US women's soccer got to bounce back from losing to Sweden. Can't remember who they're facing next, to be honest. Okay. Opening ceremony is too long. They tend to be about this long. It's the athletes coming in that take the longest. I actually think what Japan has done has been relatively small. We need more performances, less talking, more showy. Less talk, more showy. Quite a lot of the athletes, well, a few of them are sitting down right now. It's way shorter than Brazil. You persevered, you never gave up, and today You're making your Olympic dream come true. I think it's going to be a good Olympics. Yes. Korea used a bunch of drones in the 2018 Olympics, arguably in a bigger way. Of course, then it was cutting-edge technology. That'd be the Winter Olympics, wouldn't it? I don't think I ever saw that opening ceremony, to be honest. So I'll probably have to check that out. I love the Olympics, especially the opening ceremony, says Landon. What games are we doing tomorrow? Asks Frenchy123. To be honest, I'm not going to plan it. I'm not going to plan it too much. We're just going to go with the flow. I think if we was to sit down and try and plan every second, every minute, you know, we need to be quite flexible. So definitely want to be hitting the medals. Definitely want to be looking at getting to the medal events. But if there's something big that's like the talk of the town, we'll obviously be going there. The Olympics is basically a massive fest. So they had to make beds out of cardboard to hinder them. Let's talk about how we've got to face this challenge, but we're going to have to do it together. The speech is still going. It is still going. My phone broke, so I've not been able to film any videos. Bonyak, shout out to you. Okay, talking about solidarity. Do you think like the performances were like short, so they're like doing extra long speech? Can't we like have some more drone stuff? That was cool. I'm surprised the drones didn't do the rings, actually, thinking about it. I was hoping for more performances about Japan's technology, the video games, the Japanese. Maybe that could have been part of the original plan, but I think with everything that's gone on, they've decided to make it quite reflective, quite somber. This was not a big party celebration opening, so it was a very of its time opening ceremony. As we said, it's maybe the ceremony you kind of have to do. You got to think there's so many people that have, you know, sadly passed away and been victims of coronavirus. Would it be right to do a big party? Or is it right to just, you know... I mean, there's no one in the stadium. You can't really ignore that. I do agree, though, that I was probably looking for some of that as well. Talking about solidarity, and then the camera shows two Americans without masks. How did you read that with a straight face? Skills. When does track and field events start? Best thing I'd recommend is if you go to the Olympics.com, you can actually get an app as well, and then that'll break down every day, every sport, everything. If you want to look at like a certain thing, it'll tell you when it's on, what days, when the medals are, absolutely everything. So Olympics.com or Olympic schedule. That's the best way to do it. I was trying to get to it on my phone, but It won't get to it. Hang on. He's still going, you know. We're always stronger together. This is why we're so grateful to the athletes and your commitment to these Olympic values. Okay. We can only become stronger if we stand together. I'm trying to find the athletics, tell you when they start. I'm up to the 26th and it's still not an option. 27th. No. 28th. No. You're probably looking like a little while yet till we get to like the athletics. Yeah, athletics. Friday the 30th. Friday the 30th looks like when the athletics start. Yeah, Friday the 30th. So it's in a week it's going to start. So, you know, you've got badminton, table tennis, handball, obviously the football going on, the shooting, the archery, the taekwondo, the judo. There's loads. But the athletics will start in a week. Oh. Talk forever. Okay. The Emperor now. So the Emperor's going to open the games. In fairness, the Queen opened the games in London 2012. We've still got the cauldron that needs to be lit. Okay. Going up to the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor Naruhito. Is that dude the Emperor? He seemed quite young. I thought the Emperor was old.
And that is it. That is the moment after such a long wait, agonizing wait, such anticipation.
Okay. So he said something. Fireworks went off above the stadium.
Staged in 2021 is officially declared open.
And it's officially declared open. And now the Olympic flag comes in. Here is the Olympic flag being carried by 6 people. You tend to get like the Secretary General of the United Nations and Nobel Peace Prize winners. That tends to be who's carrying it. Oh, these are people that have served as essential workers during the pandemic. Fair play. So the Olympic flag is being brought in. And each one's going to represent a different continent. So representing Asia. I like what they're wearing. It's got like the Olympic colours around the collar. So you've got the blue, the yellow, the black, the green, and the red. Representing the refugee Olympic team. So I'm guessing that's each continent, the 5 continents, and then the refugee Olympic team is represented as well. That's cool, man. Have you ever been in a fight? Yeah, I have. I'm in a fight right now. Trying to stay awake after being up for 16, 17 hours. Doing streams and whatnot. Right, here we go. The Olympic flag has been brought over. That podium's kind of lit up in like an orange light, an orange glow. Looks cool. America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Oceania. No anime stuff, no. No. Citizens Guard of Honor. What kind of surprise in the Tokyo Olympics so far? The thing in the sky was amazing. The picture behind me, that was amazing. That was the best part for me. And the bits when those, the person with the reporter and the camera and everything, that was wacky. Okay, so does this get handed over to the military now? I believe it does. So it gets handed over now to the Japanese military. The Tokyo Symphony Orchestra. The Tokyo Metropolitan Symphony Orchestra. Right, and here we go. The Japanese military are bringing the flag up now. That will be attached to the flagpole and will be raised alongside the Japanese flag that's already been raised earlier in the ceremony. And then I think the only thing really that's left now is the cauldron. Yeah, the flames got to come in. The Japanese Self-Defense Force. Japan is not allowed to have an army. Oh. Okay, so now it's the Olympic anthem. Olympic anthem time. How long we got? 40 odd minutes till this is meant to end. Right, Olympic anthem is being played. Imagine if the mountain cauldron turns into a volcano. It was a dual opening ceremony, says Kevin. Those 5 continents are America, Africa, Asia, Europe, Oceania. And 5 rings represented the 5 parts of the world, now won over to the cause of Olympism. I know that's what the rings represented. They class them as the Americas, don't they? 10 out of 10 if Godzilla is there. Yeah, he's going to come out. He's going to come out of that little pyramid thing. Right, so they're singing away as the flag is being raised in front of just row and stand of empty seats. Look at them all. All those empty stands and segments and... Okay, well, there we go. Just the cauldron, I think, now. Days, how are you staying awake? Lou, shout out to you. It's a long anthem, innit? I've come to realise everything about the Olympic Committee is long. Their speeches are long. Their anthem's long. That sucks. I live in Cleveland. Japan worked really hard. Many of the media say bad stuff, but actually COVID made the world so bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Who knows what they would have done? I think the drones was a real glimpse of what this could have been. But what are they meant to do, you know? It's nice. We've got some birds. I still can't tell if this is projected or if it's coming from the floor. Feathers? Are they feathers raining down? What is this? Cut out birds. Loads of, like, cut out birds. Are these, like, cardboard birds? Like little paper birds? It's kind of nice, isn't it? I bet the athletes will be taking some of them. They'll be on eBay. Give it 10 minutes. If you want a paper bird live from Tokyo. An official Tokyo paper bird live from inside the stadium. Look, they're back again. Love these. I don't know what TV station this is, but I'm going to watch their coverage of the Olympics.
Really fun portion of the show, my favourite.
This is a fun part of the show now.
Back in 1964, the Tokyo Games.
Right, we're looking over now.
First to create pictograms, the idea behind which was to create a universal language that could be understood by anyone.
The pictogram. We're paying homage to the pictogram. Okay, we just got a little video package. Okay, well, this is a cool little video. Tokyo 1964. Okay, so the woman's saying this is really good. You're going to really enjoy this. She's like, this is going to build to something. It's going to be good. Atlanta. Tokyo 2020. Nice little video. This is sick. It's good art, isn't it? So we're just seeing all the different sports. These are all the sports and these are their logos.
Enjoy. This is good fun.
Okay. Okay, there's someone dressed as like the person. Are they going to try and do the 50? Athletics, here we go. Handball. Nice. Recreating it. Softball. Go. Yes. Do you think he's had to learn all these, isn't he? Right, rugby. What do? I do this. Football. Yeah, he's had to remember them all. Oh, do you reckon he's been at home? Do you reckon he's been at home and they've been like, right, what do you do for beach volleyball? Right, what are you going to do for rugby sevens? That was good. That was good. Oh, he dropped it! He dropped it! Oh, he's dropped it! He's botched it! He botched that one! Ah, there was a botch! There was a botch! He dropped it! I can't even watch anymore. I'm so upset. Nah, this is good. This is clever. There's a botch. That's going to be on Botchamania. Oh, that was clever. The way that they've done swimming. And marathon swimming. What the hell's marathon swimming? It looks like a shark. In marathon swimming, do you ever get chased by a shark? Nice. He's put on the fencing helmet. Oh my God, he's got 50 of these to do. There's fencing. That's gone well. There's hockey. There's basketball. There's three basketball. Now we're going over to... That's good. Skateboarding's good. I like this. This is good. Sailing. Ah! Just when you thought he'd botched it, they went straight onto the boob. There's dressage. Oh, I'm a big fan of dressage. Look at that, using the fingers. Clever, man, and eventing. Someone sat in a room and gone, how about we recreate this? It's clever, isn't it? Ding. Ba, ba, ding. Rowing. It is fun. Baseball out of nowhere. Shooting out of nowhere. Golf out of nowhere. Table tennis. Boxing. Archery. Artistic swimming. He's got a mate as well. Kumit. What the hell is this? What's Kumit? Kumit the frog? Kata? Judo? Wrestling? They're struggling with wrestling. There it is. There it is. I thought it'd be a rock bottom. Tombstone. RKO. Cycling row. We're up to 45, you know. God, there's so many, like... the amount of work this has taken is amazing. I'd love it if they get to the last one, they go, hang on, we've done... I swear to God, I know it. I know it. Oh, it's triathlon. There we go. 50 pictograms. Commentator person said they probably needed an extra year to perfect that. Yeah, that's cool. That was amazing. That was cool. Shout out to the blue and white people. They did amazing. The blue and white people rock, man. Right, we're in the Olympic Control Centre now. What's he doing? He's at the control center, look, and he's like, yeah, 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 yeah. He's like Mr. Bean. Yeah, yeah. He's turning the lights on and off. Jip, 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 jip. And now he's drawing, look, on the, what a silly Billy. He was drawing on the screen in the stadium. He was turning the lights on and off. Now this woman's come along. Tokyo 2020, the start button. Oh, look at all the lights coming on in Tokyo. All the venues are being turned on. Oh, that's nice. It's cool, isn't it? Wow, look at all the lights coming on in like all the buildings. Can he control like the whole of Tokyo or something? What if you was at home trying to go to sleep and all of a sudden your lights come on, you'd be like, what's... We're just seeing like loads of things coming on in Tokyo. Oh, what's going on here? I thought it was The Fiend. Austin, shout out to you. Did I miss the Austin 316 says I'm here thing? The USA men's 3-on-3 needed one man and they would have qualified, and that was Crawford. Hello, what's happening? Oh, his lights. He ain't got this right, has he? He's broke that. Oh, it's time for the ABC switch. Kabuki actor. Kabuki. Yeah, man, I'm here for this. Look, proper traditional kabuki. Look, it's got like big diamond hands. Whoa. Look at the facial expressions, man. Kathakali acting is when you like just use your eyes. Kathakali, I think that's from like Japan as well. He is cool, man. I'd definitely go and see him. I don't know what he does, but I like his big diamond hands. This is like proper Japan, innit? When you think about Japan, I think about stuff like this. I'm surprised you're not seeing like big drummers. Do you know what I mean? Right, we've got some piano playing. This is insane piano. Apparently, she's tops the charts in America for like the jazz. So I didn't catch her name. Yeah, it is amazing. It is amazing piano playing. Just like So the commentator just said the plan was get the downbeat stuff out the way, then we can do pictograms and kabuki. Is this kabuki? Is she doing kabuki? She's just doing, like, jazz. Here's it, right. We've gone back to the kabuki. Here's the kabuki guy. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's going to do, but, like... Powerful. The kabuki guy doesn't know how to respond to the piano. The girl's enjoying her piano more than I've ever enjoyed anything in my life. She was like, hey, the flame. Here we go. Here we go. This is what it's all about. We're seeing how the flame has been going all over Japan. So we're seeing it just going all over Japan. Are you not tired? Yeah, I am. I'm definitely feeling it. But I think we were quite fortunate in that we were able to have those couple of hours in between streams. Yeah, this is cool. We're just seeing a lot of footage of the flame going all over Japan. Some great images here. But of course it will be getting brought into the stadium, and here it comes. A zero emission torch and cauldron. The Olympic flame. I have no idea who's actually going to light the cauldron. I can't think of who it would be. I probably wouldn't know him. It's probably going to be like a famous Japanese Olympian. So the Olympic flames come in, brought by a man and a woman. Look, she proper messed up. She went to go forward, she had to come back. Then she looked at her and went, I boobed up then. I like that. I like how she owned it. I like how she stepped forward and then she was like, just laughed to herself. So they're waving, and here we go. So they're passing it over to a couple of older-looking gentlemen. Nagashima. A professional baseball player. Ah, fair play to him, man. This guy looks like he's really, really struggling. How far are they making him go? So these are a couple of professional baseball players. It's a great Queen song. Where are you watching? I'm watching it on Discovery Plus, but it's being shown all over the world. It's on the BBC and. Are they passing it over again or something? Nice looking torch. So, fair play to this guy, man. He should have got 2 people assisting, says Words. What's been your favourite moment? Probably the bit behind me, the picture behind me of the globe. I mean, that globe in the sky was created by drones, and it was absolutely huge. So I would say it'd probably be that. It'd probably be the globe in the sky. So the passing the flame on again to a doctor. Treats infectious disease. So they're going around the outside. I mean, this could take a while unless they're going to cut into the middle. But if they're going to keep passing this flame all the way around. I mean, fair play to these two because these are both nurses. So fair play. No, certainly no complaints from me. Oh, it's just a shame, innit? I mean, they're like looking out at the stands and waving. There's obviously no one there. My favourite moment was the drones, but also the blue and white people. Yeah, that was good, Ghost Player. That was good. The pictogram bit. So it goes to a Paralympic athlete. Oh, look at that. She hasn't even got to carry it. Well, of course, she's got to do the wheels, isn't she? Look at that. The chair's carrying it for her. Amazing. She's got this like little thing attached to her chair. Oh, that looks cool, doesn't it? Look. She lines up and she goes straight forward. She heads towards the cauldron, and there's like lots of people with flowers that are parting ways. And there's a group of people waiting in the middle. So the Paralympic, so they've brought it into the stadium. It's gone round, and now it's coming into the middle. Some people waiting in the middle. Are these kids? They look young. These look really young. Imagine if someone drops it. Sixth grade elementary school student is what she's passed it to. So there's six groups, 6 kids here. So they're just passing it around each other, and they're all taking a moment to hold it and wave. They are the youth that survived the Fukushima disaster. Is that true? Fair play. So they're going towards that dome. I'm looking forward to this bit. The cauldron's always like a really big, important moment. And as I said, there's been some wonderful ones. I really enjoyed the London one. I thought the London cauldron. She couldn't quite figure out what it was gonna be, and as all the nations came in, they had these like steel shaped things, and you didn't know what it was. But they attached them to these poles, and oh, there she is. Look, Naomi Osaka. So is she going to be the one that does it? I mean, we said she was the face of the games. Looks like she is going to be the one, so it will be Naomi Osaka that will do it. Okay, so it actually parts, and there's going to be some steps that lead up. So the bottom of the thing is just parted open, and we've got steps. It's nice, isn't it? And the top does open out. Man, that is immense. That is immense. That cauldron's like a robot. It's really nice. I thought it was just going to open out like that, but instead it's doing all this mental stuff. It's got now it's 2 layers and everything. But she's climbing up. I mean, that's kind of like your... It's a massive, massive honor, isn't it? What an honor to be the person that does this, to actually light the cauldron. And there we go, the cauldron is lit. So the ball that was there all the time, it did open out, but it did a lot more than I was expecting. I thought it was just going to fan out. This thing was like like a transformer. There we go. So she's at the top. The guy's coming to turn the flame off of her torch. That's a real moment for her, isn't it? When the steps kind of were revealed, and you know, there's just a moment there where she's standing at the bottom, and it's just like the eyes of the world are on her as she climbs up those steps to light the cauldron, and she's got to do it all on her own. I mean, it's easy stuff, but man, the pressure. The world is watching. Still not as much pressure on that archer, though. 92. I like the reveal of the cauldron. I don't know if I like the... It's like this, like, really fractured... It's quite a sharp cauldron, like... It's got points, like, coming off and everything. I wonder what the thinking was behind that. I suppose it's a way of showing off, like, the technology. The fact that they can do that and it can open up that way. It's like a flower, isn't it? It's a flower. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's meant to represent a cherry blossom. That's cool. Looks nice from the top. Yeah, I like that. They're saying it's a good mixture of tradition, but with like that futuristic technology. That was cool. Yeah, it's cool. Sad Pittsburgh fan. Shout out to you. Looking forward to it. Okay, so they're like thanking everyone, saying welcome to the Olympic Games, and the shot is of the cauldron and the flame, and I don't know if the athletes are making their way out, but we're just getting close-ups of the cauldron at the moment. We're literally just seeing that with like the flame. I feel like the commentary team might have left as well. Oh, right. Okay. Now we get a wide shot and we can see that the athletes are starting to make their way out. So that is the end of the opening ceremony. It finished with the lighting of the cauldron, and the athletes are now starting to leave the stadium. We're just watching like kind of like the wide shot camera, and you can just see like the athletes starting to make their way out. Yeah, I thought that was kind of different. I think that's the way to word it. I thought it was different. I think I wish we could have seen what they would have done if there wasn't for the pandemic, because I just think that, I think the drones in the sky kind of give you a real idea of, some of the kind of technology stuff they could have done. I was surprised there wasn't really anything to do with like, I suppose the kabuki was the tradition stuff, and I suppose the cauldron as well kind of tips its hat to tradition. But yeah, there wasn't really anything in regards to like anime. There wasn't really anything. I agree. I was kind of expecting a little bit more. I was expecting a little bit more of their kind of culture to come through. But the first part was very like respectful and somber. I kind of feel like the first part was a reflection of what's happened. Then the athletes come out, and then the next part, there's a little bit of tradition in there. There's a bit of fun in there. Obviously, got the lighting of the cauldron as well. But I just wonder what it would have been like if we didn't have the pandemic, and there wasn't the big. Do you know what I mean? Everyone out there, big celebration. Not really much in the way of a party. The biggest party we got was the athletes coming out, to be honest. And the rest of it was kept kind of small, respectful. But it had its moments, and the drones I thought were excellent. I agree, the pictogram stuff was good. I think Osaka lighting it was a nice moment as well. So there's some stuff in there. There was definitely some stuff in there. Native Americans v Spain, I did to the women of those countries. Native Americans visited Spain, I did to the women of those countries. I don't understand what you're saying, buddy. Let's just say it's a ceremony in COVID times. Yeah, true. Did I hear about Mexico beating France? Dude, we watched it. It was fantastic. So, today is San Diego Comic-Con figures. Oh, is that today? Very cool. Right, guys, we're done then. I'm going to go get something to eat. I will be back later on. We've got SmackDown to do, which will be later. But we will keep an eye on Olympics during SmackDown. But then we are back for the Olympics. I think our Olympic coverage starts at something like 10 p.m. Eastern, and will go all the way through till roughly 7 a.m. Eastern, maybe even later than that. In fact, definitely later than that. Probably be like 10 p.m. till 10 a.m. Something like that Eastern time. As a rough ballpark. Be roughly around that time for our Olympic coverage. So, yeah, I mean, we'll be going straight the way through. So, really looking forward to it. So, hopefully you enjoyed that. Really appreciate everyone joining us. And as we said, we will be back later on for SmackDown, WWE SmackDown, and of course the start of the official first day of the Olympic coverage, including like the first medals that are going to be given out and everything like that. So awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support, and hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.